provide any
has been
assistance
briefed
necessary
by his advisor on
ongoing
all issues, homeland
investigation. Of course,
security
he
and
and also Vice
counterterrorism. We
President
saw
Joe
with our
Biden
own eyes that the
are
head of
sending
the
their condolences
FBI,
and
Director
prayers
Comey,
to the
is
victims and their
inside
families.
the White House right now, here in the West Wing. We believe the two have been speaking about what's been going on right now. We don't know exactly what the president's going to say. We've been speaking to officials
The White House
behind
is
the
not
scenes.
commenting on
Obviously,
that.
they are not making any specific comment about the details of the investigation right now, including what we heard from our own colleague Pete Williams a matter of minutes ago. But it's certain this president will express the frustration that he has throughout the course of his presidency over the inability of his administration to be able to change laws as they relate to gun violence. Now, as we learn about the intersection of gun violence and Islamic radicalism, Islamic terrorism, we certainly think the president will have to react to that as well.
Incredibly exasperated and frustrated at the administration's inability, at Congress's inability to enact stricter gun control laws.
nature of these mass shootings in the country. We have seen all sorts of emotions from this president in what will now be the 15th time he's addressing a national audience following a mass shooting here on domestic soil. He's been emotional at times. We've seen him in tears. We have seen him angry. At that time in October, he said this is an issue that needs to be politicized. He said it simply was not enough for us to be sending the best wishes and our prayers to the families of victims. He said simply that was not enough. We do expect the president will be walking out here a short time from now. For the moment, the flag remains at full staff outside the White House, but generally by tradition, the flag will be lowered after a formal proclamation from the White House. That has not yet occurred. The president coming out today on what is in effect a summer sunny day here in Washington, D.C., a day where most Americans were expecting to start their holiday vacations with their families. Instead, this president, who just celebrated the graduation of his daughter a couple of days ago, will be speaking about the loss of 50 lives, many of them many young people at that nightclub in Orlando. Right now, we really haven't. They said they're going to let the president's remarks speak for themselves when he comes out here just moments from now. Obviously, we know that he continues to be updated over the course of this day here in the West Wing in the Oval Office. He was initially advised by his advisor on Homeland Security and counterterrorism, a woman by the name of Lisa Monaco. When we were here earlier this morning, we saw the FBI Director James Comey, who was here as well, speaking face-to-face with the president. Obviously, on the course of the investigation taking place right now. The president did say, and we were communicating this through a statement sent out earlier today, that he would direct all federal resources to Orlando to help in this investigation in any way possible. I suspect he will communicate that thought as well, but many people obviously will be focused on two key elements of this situation. The availability of guns in this country, though we're told that these guns were purchased legally, and also the intersection with Islamic radicalism. This has obviously been a heavily politicized issue, but as Pete Williams just said, given the information we're now learning from federal law enforcement officials about a phone call by this shooter to 911 in Orlando just moments before that shooting took place, in effect pledging allegiance to the head of ISIS, is certainly an issue that's going to be hard for this president to avoid on this day as well. Willie?
and we are looking for more information about this. Anita Vogel is in Los Angeles right now, monitoring this breaking news. We don't have any more information, right, Anita, on this man who's been arrested heading to a gay pride festival there in Los Angeles.
Brett, that's just coming into the Fox newsroom, so not much more on that. The Gay Pride Parade is a very large parade here in Los Angeles. It backs up lots of traffic, so it brings lots of people. Thousands of people come in to see that parade, so I'm sure we're going to be getting a little more information on that coming into the newsroom, and as soon as we get it, I will bring it to you. I do want to mention something we've learned this morning about the ex-wife of Omar Sadiq Mateen. We're learning that she has spoken to the Washington Post and has told them some very interesting things. I think we have their marriage certificate that we can bring up on the screen. They are now divorced, but they were married for some time, and she tells the Washington Post that this man, Omar Mateen, was violent and mentally unstable, and that he beat her repeatedly while they were married. She says she met him online 8 years ago and decided to move to Florida to marry him. She is apparently from Uzbekistan. She said at the time they were married, at first their marriage was normal, and then he became abusive. He would come home and beat her repeatedly because she hadn't done the laundry or ordinary things like that. She also said during the time they were married that she didn't know of any tie to radical Islam, that she wasn't aware of anything like that. But of course now, Brett, we know that from members of Congress and various other sources, it seems there is a tie, and we're going to be learning a lot more about that.
Okay,
back to you.
Anita, thank you. I want to read more about what's coming in right now at this second this is from the LA Times in regard to that breaking news about the man with weapons and possible explosives arrested, saying he was going to an LA gay pride parade. Authorities in Santa Monica, reading now, found possible explosives as well as rifles and ammunition Sunday in the car of a man who told him he was in town for the LA Pride Festival in West Hollywood, according to law enforcement. They were following up on a suspected prowler. They responded. They encountered this individual and then found the weapons and ammunition and explosives, as well as tannerite, an ingredient that could be used to create a pipe bomb. Car had Indiana plates, and this follows, obviously, it goes on to say, the shooting in the gay nightclub in Orlando. We are being told now, as of this moment, that the president's speech has been pushed back, delayed. We don't know if that is in regards to the breaking news out of Los Angeles, but it has been delayed for the time being as you look live at the White House. We're back with our panel, Catherine Sebastian and Jim Woolsey. Catherine, putting together what we have so far, the news about the shouting, Allahu Akbar, in the nightclub, and this is very sketchy early information from the LA Times and Reuters about this man. It could be a copycat or it could be something else.
Right. Well, I take it sort of in two sets. The first, on the shooting in Florida, we have another data point that suggests very strongly that there is this connection to a formal terrorist group. In this case, we believe ISIS. We had also information this morning from the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee that there was a phone call from local law enforcement where he pledged allegiance to the leader of ISIS, which is Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And then sort of the third data point there, we confirmed this morning that the FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism and one that was inspired by a foreign terrorist organization. And as you rightly pointed out, this is very early in the process for that kind of information or statement to come from federal authorities. The other thing that has my attention is the possibility, and I say this with some hesitation, but I think we're right to discuss it because this morning the police here in Washington, D.C. said that out of caution they would be adding extra security.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Yep.
The L.A. mayor is just addressing the situation in Los Angeles, and I think that's coming in now. Can we go to Mayor Garcetti and listen live?
And for the tip of a neighborhood person who led to that arrest. But I want everybody here today to know we are safe, we are protected, our law enforcement officials are here. I want to especially thank our federal officials from the FBI and others who are amongst us today and working hard to make sure we are safe in Los Angeles and in this area. Been in touch with the sheriff, and I want to thank Mayor Meister and the entire leadership of West Hollywood. This march goes on, we go on, we continue to love, and in the face of hate, hold somebody today. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's Mayor Garcetti in Los Angeles talking about the arrest that was made and saying that the area is safe and that they've stepped up security. Again, a man arrested with rifles, ammunition, and explosives in his car. Police stepping up their security of that area. And the sheriff now, we're told, is speaking out there. Let's listen in just for some details.
FBI Assistant Director in charge of the Los Angeles office, Deirdre Fike. I'm also joined by LAPD, that's the City Police Department Assistant Chief Beatrice Gerlama. I'm joined by Assistant LA County Fire Chief Anthony Williams, and I'm also joined by LA City Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas, and I'm joined by many dozen, actually up to hundreds, of officers and deputies and agents who are here today to participate in this parade primarily, but also to protect the public safety during this parade. Our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers go out to the people in Orlando. We've been involved with this parade for many years now as participants as well as protecting public safety, as I said. We'll be doing the same thing this year. We intend this parade to go off and the festival afterwards without a hitch, and that's what we'll be involved all day today ensuring. So I want to let everybody be rest assured that we are on the job and doing our level best to protect the safety of the people here. Thank you.
Talk to us about what happened in Santa Monica and its connection to what's happening here today.
There's an ongoing investigation in Orlando on the tragic events from last night and early this morning. At this point, there's no known credible threat here in the Los Angeles area, and certainly no connection to anything that's happened in Orlando. We're here today in support of the community, as we would have been anyway, but we stand side by side by the LA County Sheriff's Department and LAPD and LA Fire Department. We will be assisting as needed with any ongoing investigations, and at this time, we just want the parade to go on. There's no known threats, and we will be monitoring closely anything that comes to our attention.
What can you tell us about that gentleman in Santa Monica?
Right now, I don't know much more than you do, other than he has been arrested, and we are on scene with the Santa Monica Police Department to provide any assistance as needed.
Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department and the Chief of Police, Charlie Beck, we're here to stand in solidarity not only with our law enforcement partners today, but with the entire community of West Hollywood and LGBTQ members throughout the United States and beyond. More so than ever, we are asking the public, if you see something, say something. The relevancy of that is no stronger than it is standing here today with all of you. This is a huge job we have with regard to public safety for this community, one we strongly and deeply embrace, and we ask you to stand shoulder to shoulder with us as we move forward, not only today, but in the coming days, which will be difficult for all of us together as a country, as a community, as a nation, and as a world population. Please know that the Los Angeles Police Department resources are extremely and heightenedly vigilant today. We have been throughout this period, and we also have special operations persons to bolster and supplement the regular patrols that we have out there for the entire community. So please know that we are here to support. To my friends, as the liaison for the LGBTQ community, for the Chief of Police, let's have a beautiful day. Let's celebrate. As Mayor Garcetti said, we will have mourning in our hearts, but let us march forward today together, more unified than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for coming out this morning. A special thanks to everyone who...
Okay, a news conference out there in Los Angeles with the mayor and the sheriff and the FBI agent talking about, not really shedding any light on, this arrest of a man in Santa Monica who said he was heading to the Gay Pride Festival and Parade with rifles and weapons and ammunition and explosives, according to multiple reports and authorities. We're back with our panel, Catherine Harris, Sebastian Gorka, and Jim Woolsey. Jim, I thought it was interesting. They said there was no credible threat. There was nothing to worry about and no tie to Orlando, and yet no real details about this guy who was arrested with all this stuff heading to the LA Pride Festival.
These, the terrorists and the Islamists, they like anniversaries and they like doing things together. For example, they came very close, somebody did, in a very disciplined way, to taking down Silicon Valley's with back a couple of years ago with the Boston Marathon bombing. I think one needs to look at what they do on anniversaries, on particular dates, what they do when they're trying to operate things together. They don't always work, but they like showing dominance. And being able to do two things at the same time has a flavor of, you Americans aren't going to be able to stop us.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously need to be careful here. We just heard the authorities there, and we don't know all the details about this one person who's been arrested, sure. But you're making a point broadly. We should point out that President Obama was scheduled to speak to the media there at the White House briefing room. As you look live there at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, it was pushed back, we're told, until 1:40, and now the new time is 1:55. We don't know if this new information out of Los Angeles had delayed that or something else. Sebastian, from the other elements that we're hearing about the screaming Allahu Akbar and the in the final moments, the fact that he makes this call, Omar Mateen does, 911 call pledging allegiance to the ISIS leader, and what we know about ISIS track record. Can we piece together any more as we're getting all these more details?
I think the most important thing we can piece together is that this is now the new form of assault against the West, against the infidel. We have to connect all of these acts. The Bataclan theater attack in Paris, the Brussels attack at the airport, San Bernardino, Tel Aviv, let's not forget Tel Aviv just a few days ago, and now Orlando. This seems to be potentially the new modus operandi. Large-scale attacks like 9/11 may not be the way they wish to proceed. Low investment, it's very cheap. One guy, a couple of guys, some semi-automatic weapons, some explosives, super cheap, creates enormous fear. Let's remember, 2002, the Beltway sniper, the Washington, D.C. sniper, one man with a spotter managed to basically shut down D.C. That's an incredible rate of return.
I mean, that is an amazing point. I remember that distinctly, like going to a gas station, worrying about going from side to side in case you got word that this guy was nearby. I mean, it did shut down this area for some time.
Right, we put tarps up. Do you remember the gas station, so people couldn't see you as you're pumping gas in case they were going to shoot you? So this could be the next wave of terrorism. They like the spectacle, they like the big attack, but this is really high rate of return on small investment.
So fighting that, Catherine, you talk to these officials all the time. How do they step up the fight against, you know, I don't even want to say lone wolf. It's an inspired terrorist that is pledging allegiance to an organization.
Well, Sebastian said it has to be driven in large part by human intelligence, because one of the things that we have seen over the years is that these terrorist groups, a piece of advice I was given years ago was that terrorism is like water and it takes the path of least resistance, and you're dealing with a thinking enemy. You move one way and then it moves another. So what we've seen in the last 2 years especially is that ISIS and even Al-Qaeda have gone to encrypted communications and ways to go dark to shield their communications and their plots from the FBI and others. The thing that has my attention right now is this 911 call, because you need really 3 elements for a successful attack. You need commitment, you need training. In this case, we've confirmed he was a security guard, so he had weapons training. And then number 3, you need to have the ability to amplify what happens in a media format. And by making that 911 call, he is able to, in effect, broadcast his message about his pledge of allegiance to ISIS. We also saw this with the shooters in France at Charlie Hebdo. Every time they were out in the open, they were saying, we were sent by Al-Qaeda. We were told to do this by the former leader of Al-Qaeda in Yemen, Anwar al-Awlaki. They knew that when their communications were captured in this way, they could be amplified. And that's sort of the third and in some ways the most important element of any of these plots.
Yeah, and that's interesting, is that there has to be an element in order for the terror to fit of broadcasting the allegiance or the terror.
The media piece, in effect.
It's propaganda of the deed. Terrorism is propaganda of the deed. It's not just words, it's getting the message of fear out there as broadly as possible. And in the age of social media, that's a weapon system for the terrorists.
Are we doing a decent job shutting down social media, internet, some of these ISIS sites? Do you think there's a lot more
we're
that we
making some progress, but I think the main thing is we've got to learn to use the data and the information in such a way as to see patterns and to see where people are headed. And it's difficult to do that without conducting the systems, the GPSs on people's cell phones and so forth in such a way that you can keep track of who they are that are behaving in a certain way and where they're going. We do want to protect civil liberties, but sometimes, especially in wartime, liberty and security conflict. And our Constitution is structured in such a way that we can make those choices, and if we make a choice for security and have to go a little light on liberty for a time being, we can get our liberty back. That's happened in wartime before. It's happened during the First World War and otherwise. But we've got to pay attention to what the terrorists or potential terrorists are doing and where they're headed and get in front of them, not bring up the rear.
We should point out the president still don't have the 2-minute warning from the White House about the president's address, but pushed back to 1:55. And I had talked about some of the social media saying they're sick of hearing that this is a tragedy in Orlando. My mentor and friend Britt Hume, also on social media, says, I know the Orlando massacre fits the dictionary definition of tragedy, but the word seems weak today. Atrocity seems more apt.
Yep.
So maybe we will change that.
Exactly.
That word.
That's very important, Brett. That's really important. A train derailment is a tragedy. A young child dying because of an illness is a tragedy. But the willful assault against 50 people by a man who's pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, that is an attack. That is an attack against America and everything we stand for. So I completely agree with you and your mentor.
Yeah. And how we talk about it, or if we talk about it, for leaders of this country and for anybody talking about all of this, is really important.
It's absolutely important because that's part and parcel of how we win. The analogy to illness and medicine is very apt. If you misdiagnose the ailment, then whatever treatment you provide will probably not bring the result you want, and that person will not heal. If we misdiagnose, if we say this is just a hate crime or it's about access to guns, then we will be continuing to face these kinds of atrocities for decades to come.
Catherine.
I was going to say, the other element that jumps out at me is that really in the last 5 years, we've seen this shift to so-called soft targets. And just within the last 2 months in Washington, D.C., there was a bulletin that was sent to hotels, clubs, and restaurants saying that you have to be prepared and have a plan for a Paris-style attack here in Washington, D.C. And restaurant owners and club owners were asked to provide blueprints, floor plans to the DC police so that they came to a scene, they would know what they were confronting inside if it was a hostage situation. One of the things that I'm watching for this afternoon is a further breakdown of the timeline as to how long there were hostages inside that nightclub. And I don't say this in a negative way at all towards the people who were on the ground, but one of the lessons of Paris and the Bataclan concert hall is that SWAT teams could no longer wait to negotiate because they were dealing with individuals who were determined to kill themselves, and that they had to move immediately because in that half hour, 40 minutes that they waited in France, this is when the majority of the individuals were gunned down. And at least based on the reporting this morning, we seem to have a very long window before the SWAT team entered. But that's going to be for the after action. The headline here is that they have moved to soft targets, and to continue living the way that we do here in the United States, there's almost a certain amount of risk that people have to accept.
NBC News is reporting the Orlando gunman referenced the Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston bombers, during his rampage. According to law enforcement sources, that's from NBC News. Right now, we are going to pause and bring in our Fox News affiliates from around the country as we get ready to hear the president from the White House on this day, this atrocity. Welcome to Washington. I'm Brett Baer. Special coverage now of President Barack Obama on a day where the nation stood still. An attack in Orlando. 50 dead so far. 5-0. It is the worst mass murder in U.S. history. 53 are in nearby hospitals around Orlando. The nightclub called Pulse came under attack shortly after 2 in the morning. We are told the suspect is a 29-year-old Muslim, Omar Mateen, from Port St. Lucie, Florida. We are hearing that he has pledged allegiance to ISIS in a 911 call before the attack, that he was heard yelling Allah Akbar during the attack as the gunfire was flying in that nightclub. The investigation is continuing at this hour. Earlier, we heard a man in Santa Monica, California, was arrested with weapons and ammunition and explosives, saying he was going to an LA gay pride festival. That nightclub in Orlando, a gay nightclub, calls itself such, and it is the center of an investigation into ISIS inside America. We're waiting for President Obama to brief reporters, and here he is at the White House.
Today, as Americans, we grieve the brutal murder, a horrific massacre of dozens of innocent people. We know enough to say that this was an act of terror and an act of hate. And as Americans, we are united in grief, in outrage, and in resolve to defend our people. I just finished a meeting with FBI Director Comey and my Homeland Security and National Security advisors. The FBI is on the scene and leading the investigation in partnership with local law enforcement. I've directed that the full resources of the federal government be made available for this investigation. We are still learning all the facts. This is an open investigation. We've reached no definitive judgment on the precise motivations of the killer. The FBI is appropriately investigating this as an act of terrorism, and I've directed that we must spare no effort to determine what, if any, inspiration or association this killer may have had with terrorist groups. What is clear is that he was a person filled with hatred. Over the coming days, we will uncover why and how this happened, and we will go wherever the facts lead us. This morning I spoke with my good friend Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, and I conveyed to him the deepest condolences of the American people. This could have been any one of our communities. So I told Mayor Dyer that whatever help he and the people of Orlando need, they are going to get it. As a country, we will be there for the people of Orlando today, tomorrow, and for all the days to come. We also express our profound gratitude to all the police and first responders who rushed to harm's way. Their courage and professionalism saved lives and kept the carnage from being even worse. It's the kind of sacrifice that our law enforcement professionals make every single day for all of us, and we can never thank them enough. This is an especially heartbreaking day for all of our friends, our fellow Americans who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. The shooter targeted a nightclub where people came together to be with friends, to dance and to sing and to live. The place where they were attacked is more than a nightclub. It is a place of solidarity and empowerment where people have come together to raise awareness, to speak their minds, and to advocate for their civil rights. So this is a sobering reminder that attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us and on the fundamental values of equality and dignity that define us as a country. And no act of hate or terror will ever change who we are or the values that make us Americans. Today marks the most deadly shooting in American history. The shooter was apparently armed with a handgun and a powerful assault rifle. This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school or in a house of worship or a movie theater or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be. And to actively do nothing is a decision as well. In the coming hours and days, we'll learn about the victims of this tragedy. Their names, their faces, who they were, the joy that they brought to families and to friends, and the difference that they made in this world. Say a prayer for them, and say a prayer for their families. That God give them the strength to bear the unbearable, and that He give us all the strength to be there for them and the strength and courage to change. We need to demonstrate that we are defined more as a country by the way they live their lives than by the hate of the man who took them from us. As we go together, we will draw inspiration from heroic and selfless acts. Friends who helped friends, took care of each other, and saved lives. In the face of hate and violence, we will love one another. We will not give in to fear or turn against each other. Instead, we will stand united as Americans to protect our people and defend our nation and to take action against those who threaten us. May God bless the Americans we lost this morning. May He comfort their families. May God continue to watch over this country that we love. Thank you. Families, may God continue to watch over this country that we love. Thank you.
President Obama at the White House briefing room saying that this is being investigated by his FBI as an act of terror. Meeting with his national security team, saying he is committed to putting the full resources of the federal government behind this investigation. He said there is no definitive judgment as to the official motivation to this shooter. The person, he said, was filled with hatred. He went on to say that he did get access to guns and raised again the question about how easy it is to get a weapon in America. There was no mention of Islam or radical Islam or, for that matter, terrorists striking the U.S., even though his FBI and investigators tell Fox News that this particular shooter pledged allegiance to the leader of ISIS in the moments before the shooting began, and the investigation is heading down that road. We will have continuing coverage on Fox News Channel throughout the day of all of the shooting developments. Joining me now, Catherine Herridge, Chief Intelligence Correspondent, Sebastian Gorka, and Jim Woolsey, former CIA Director. Jim, your thoughts?
Well, two salient things, I think, are, yet again, the President did not pass up the opportunity to say that guns are the problem. And yet again, he passed up the opportunity even to allude to the fact that there might be some motivation from some branch of Islam or Islamist terrorism or jihadi thinking behind what was taking place, in spite of the fact that the killer was shouting Allahu Akbar. The facts don't seem to matter to this administration on this issue.
You're the author of the book, Defeating Jihad. Sebastian, when you listened to the president there, your thoughts?
Disappointment. I am very disappointed as an American. This is pablum. This is an exercise in disconnecting the dots about the threat to Americans. He mentioned the word hatred maybe 4 times. Did we talk about hatred when we were facing the Nazis? Did we talk about hatred when we faced the Soviet Union? No. This is about ideology. This is about a global threat that wishes to see America destroyed, along with our allies. The fact that he didn't mention the motivation, said it's not identifiable. Of course it's identifiable. This man, we have the reports that Catherine discussed about pledging allegiance to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. Well then, his motivation is a given. His motivation is holy war against the infidel. I'm just so disappointed.
From the administration's point of view, Catherine, they have always, since the beginning, been very cautious about getting to conclusions. They are always, in their words, they want to be crystal clear about what this is before coming out definitively. But inside the administration and in experts we talk to, they're pretty clear where this is headed.
Well, at least at this early stage, what jumped out at me is that this is really what I would call a Tier 1 event. When you have the FBI director personally debriefing the president about an event that was 6 or 7 hours earlier, this tells you that it's right on top of the pile right here in terms of being investigated as an act of terrorism. And as we understand from our contacts, one that was inspired by a foreign terrorist organization. That's number one. When you look at this issue, perhaps what the president said was not enough for some people, but to me, he went much further than he has in the past.
Exactly. Well, that's my point.
Is it in identifying it as a terrorist act and saying we're going to follow the facts where they lead. From my experience, it's never really black and white as to someone's motivation or the events that precipitated the attack itself. But the data set that we have already certainly points in one direction only, which is an allegiance with ISIS and also acting on behalf of a foreign terrorist organization.
Because, Jim, what we see is sometimes in these attacks is inspired by ISIS, but not directed by the international organization in a direct communication, but inspired by and motivated by maybe social media rantings or some other communication.
Well, inspired by and motivated by is plenty. I mean, the fact that ISIS might not be engaged in micromanaging through social media or otherwise in one particular attack, or was in one but not another, is interesting, and it may help us figure out how to get ahead of the problem. But it's not the main thing. The heart of the matter, as Sebastian was saying earlier, is that, like dealing with the Nazis, we have a attitude, an ideology that has overtaken a portion of one of the world's great religions. And that makes it really hard to fight because we're a First Amendment country. We don't want to tell anybody that their religion is not something they should, but the fanaticism that has come out of the jihadis on this is something we have to regard the way we regarded fighting the Nazis.
Sebastian, this administration and supporters of it will tell you that this president has killed more terrorists than any other. With a drone program overseas. He doesn't talk about it the same way that others want it to, but he is going after terrorists. That's what they'll tell you.
Sure, because it's easy. A three-star general told me he treats the UAVs like the easy button, because he doesn't really have to think about the long-term victory. Oh, there's a bad guy, I've got my threat disposition matrix, which is the fancy name for the list of bad guys, HVTs. Oh, let's kill this guy today, press the button and we'll win. It's a-strategic, it's not smart, because if you kill one jihadi and then 15 guys volunteer to replace him the next day, what have you created? It's a misunderstanding of the threat. The threat will only be destroyed if we undermine the ideology. And to what the DCI said, absolutely right. It doesn't matter whether Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is sitting with a joystick somewhere directing the attacks in America. It's irrelevant, because it's irrelevant to the 50 dead people in the club. The inspired by is, what did you say, more than enough, right? That's absolutely more than enough, and that's the new terrorist threat. That's the nature of the threat. It's not command and control we have to uncover. It's those ideological sympathies that are best identified on social media and through human intelligence.
Catherine, you're
what I would say about that is that, you know, terrorism is defined as an act of violence to promote a political end.
Or religious.
Or religious. In this particular case, what concerns me is sort of the defining down of what terrorism is. Is it only terrorism when it's directed by a group overseas? When in fact, whether it's directed, and as my colleagues have said, whether it's motivated by, it has the same results. So when you sort of move to more narrowly define what is terrorism, I think that's a very dangerous road to go down, because it is about an ideology and it is the new flavor, going for individuals, small cells, and soft targets.
We should point out that and the basis here are 50 dead Americans. An unbelievable day in Orlando. Peter Ducey has been covering it down there since the beginning. He is standing by where we are expecting another news conference from authorities there. Peter, just the sense of that place, and as this day has developed, it has sunk in that 50 people lost their lives, and that number could increase as many are still in critical condition.
It's horrible here, Brett, because I just walked a few blocks away to pop in to grab something to drink, and as soon as you get past the police perimeter, there are people on their knees crying, praying. It's not just people from the neighborhood who are curious, although there are some of those. It seems like there are people who are very worried about friends and relatives who are in here, and they don't know what to do because some of the bodies are still inside the nightclub and some of the bodies are at the hospital. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know where to go. So the scene here, just a block and a half away from Pulse nightclub, where this all unfolded, where just about 10 hours ago, this alleged terrorist was screaming Allahu Akbar in the streets. It's a sad scene here. You can sense the devastation, and we are now learning a little bit more just in the last few minutes about what this person was doing for work. We got something from G4S Security about Omar Mateen.
One second, Peter. Let me interrupt you 1 second. We're just going to take a live look. As I want to interrupt you at the White House. They're getting ready to lower the flag to have staff at the White House, and we wanted to let everybody see that picture as a proclamation by the president to do that. I'm sorry to interrupt, Peter. Go ahead.
We know that Omar Mateen appears to have been very experienced with firearms. He had a license because he worked as a security guard, and that company that he was working for, G4S Security, just passed this along to us. We are shocked and saddened by the tragic event that occurred at the Orlando nightclub. We can confirm that Omar Mateen had been employed with G4S since September 10th, 2007. We are cooperating fully with all law enforcement authorities, including the FBI, as they conduct their investigation. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of the friends, families, and people affected by this unspeakable tragedy. So that's a small piece of the puzzle, but possibly an important piece. And the FBI has been very forthcoming so far. They're the ones who told us right at 7 o'clock this morning that this person they already knew, they already believed to have leanings toward radical Islamic terror ideologies. And so now that we do expect them for the first time to confirm the name on camera of this alleged terrorist, and with that we are hoping for some more details. It could be any minute. We're actually just watching over my shoulder to see they could walk up at any time.
Yeah, that was stunning, and you were the person who asked that question about the ties to Islamic terrorism or possible ties, and they said that he did have leanings toward that ideology was the answer that the agent gave at that moment. When you talk to authorities down there now, what is their biggest concern? They seem to believe that the threat, at least for that area, is non-existent, or there's not a connection to another. Is that what you're hearing?
That is what we're hearing. Right now, the big concern that we can sense has eased in terms of the threat. The imminent threat is not believed to exist right now. Their concern is obviously going into the crime scene now and identifying the 50-plus victims of this crime, because so far the only name that we've heard of anybody who was killed last night is of this suspected terrorist. We don't know who the 50 people are inside. That is why families throughout the Orlando area, throughout the Central Florida area really, are so concerned right now, because they don't know if they can't get a hold of their loved one because they are dead inside this nightclub still that has not been completely cleared out, or if they are hurt in a hospital, or just if their phone is dead. The confusion still has not eased 10 hours later, but law enforcement authorities right now, their main concern is with identifying the remains of the victims and notifying the families about what may have happened.
Peter Ducey live in Orlando. We'll head back for that news conference from authorities down there. Joining us from New York, Dr. Mark Siegel. He's our chief medical correspondent and doctor here at Fox News. Dr. Siegel, thank you for coming in. I just want to talk about the amazing efforts that have to go underway in a trauma situation like this. You have at least 53 wounded. We are told you still have bodies inside that nightclub that obviously are being processed, and the investigation continues there. Talk about the challenges for authorities and specifically medical personnel.
Brett, at the scene, there's something called the golden hour, and it's not always an hour. It's a period of time you have to stabilize a patient. What do? First, you apply tourniquets. You put compression where there's bleeding going on. You elevate wounds. You make sure there's an airway. A lot of the times, the emergency personnel have to literally put an airway into someone who's choking. Once you get somebody stabilized, the next thing you do is you get them to a hospital. Luckily, Orlando Regional Medical Center is the top trauma center in the entire Central Florida. It's a level 1 trauma center. What are they doing at the trauma center? Number one, they put the whole medical center on diversion, Brett, meaning they're not going to be taking any other incoming problems other than this. They'll take as many of the wounded as they can. There was a waiving of privacy laws, which is crucial in this situation, to try to get information about the patients, because, you know, the more we know about their underlying backgrounds, what their underlying medical problems are, the better you can actually save somebody, work towards saving somebody. The assault rifle is a big deal here because assault weaponry discharges bullets at a very rapid rate, and they go deeper and they fragment inside the body. It's very hard to save somebody when they've been shot with an assault weapon. The handgun, those people usually survive. Once they're in the hospital, you look to see if there's a problem with a chest wound. You immediately put a chest tube in. You triage patients, and those who have damage to extremities, that got bullets in arms and legs, you stabilize them, but the most important ones are the ones that have bullet wounds to the chest and abdomen. Those are the ones that often have to go to the operating room. The key is to stop the bleeding, to give blood replacement, and that's why the cry is out. Can we get blood donation? Can we get blood donation? The more type O negative blood we can get, the better, because that's the universal donor. Anyone can receive that blood.
That's a good point, and we should make that case, that if people are down in that area, go to the blood banks, don't go to the hospitals, go to the blood banks and the Red Cross. They are making an urgent appeal, right, Dr. Siegel, for that type of blood especially.
Absolutely. And to give you an idea, Brett, there's only 5 liters of blood in the entire body. If you lose more than 2, you go into shock, where your heart starts to race, where your blood pressure goes down, where you become unconscious. Then it becomes a race against time. We put in large bore intravenous lines. We try to replace the blood. Blood is of the essence, and again, to try to stop the bleeding, especially if there's multiple areas of bleeding going on. Something like the liver and the spleen is very, very problematic because they can really cause a lot of internal bleeding. Top surgeons were called in. 6 overnight were called in here. They're struggling against the clock.
Yeah, last thing, Dr. Siegel, when you hear 53 wounded being treated in area hospitals, and many of them critical at this hour, you expect that death toll probably to increase.
Yes, tragically, I expect that death toll to increase by a lot, and you know, our hopes and prayers are down there in Orlando, and all the medical personnel are trying to be calm, because the calmer you are, the more systematic you are, the better chance you have to save a life.
Dr. Siegel, as always, we appreciate your time. That puts it into context. 50 lives lost and possibly more. Attorney General Loretta Lynch is in China. She is heading back to the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson was scheduled to travel to China. He has canceled that trip. You heard the president talk about his national security team. I'm back with Catherine Herridge, Sebastian Gorka, and former CIA Director Jim Woolsey. Catherine, your thoughts and how this administration now moves to the next level here on an event this big. Obviously, we heard the president, and there will be many who criticize that they're wanting to hear more about the threat from Islamic terrorism, but he is mobilizing a lot of parts of the federal government.
Well, we just had him speak to the nation, but what we're also seeing now is the evidence as I mentioned before, of what I call a Tier 1 event. You had the FBI director in the Oval Office briefing the president this morning. You now have your Attorney General as well as your Homeland Security Secretary, who long had this trip to China on the calendar because they're discussing cybersecurity and whether China is living up to its pledge not to attack U.S. government interests. They are now canceling that trip. They are staying in the United States. All of that taken in whole tells you that this is a very significant event. Number two, I'd say despite what critics are saying about the president, in my mind, this is one of the first times we've seen him so early describe an event as an act of terrorism and one that was inspired by a foreign terrorist group. And the FBI is in the lead on this investigation down in Florida already, Brett.
Okay, let me just interrupt you. Coming over the wires right now, the Islamic State officially claiming responsibility for the Orlando, Florida nightclub shooting. That is according to the news group that they call it from the Islamic State, AMAQ news agency.
That's a very credible.
That's
a credible. That's credible. I should say. Yeah.
Yes, and you know, for some time there, going against ISIS, we were sending out 8, 10, 12 sorties of aircraft a day. When we attacked the Serbs because they were massacring people in Kosovo in 1999, we were sending hundreds of sorties a day. And there was a essentially, in Pristina, the capital of Kosovo, there's now a Bill Clinton Boulevard and a Bill Clinton Place, and he deserves it. He saved them from massacres. He did it with massive air power. We need to focus on where ISIS is and make them pay for this.
I do want to talk, Sebastian, just quickly about the gun element of the president's comments. You know, he mentioned how easy it is, he said, in our country to get their hands on a weapon. This was a guy, we're told, who was a security officer. He passed a screening. He had a weapons permit, statewide.
Class G.
Class G. So he went through the cycle.
He passed everything. He was authorized to carry a weapon in pursuance of his duties as a security officer. Let's be really clear about this. We could get a magic wand and the president could make all legally owned weapons disappear in America. Jihadis will keep killing Americans on U.S. soil. In one of the early issues of Inspire magazine, the Al-Qaeda magazine, there's a giant poster on one of the pages that says, "Use your F-150 to kill the infidel." They will kill us with whatever tools they need. The pipe bombs are illegal in America. It is illegal to construct a pipe bomb. What did the Tsarnaev brothers do in Boston? Did it stop them from building pipe bombs? It didn't. So the idea that legislation or focusing on a tool, a weapon, or an explosive is going to mitigate this threat or make it disappear again is fantasy land. It's about an enemy that has to be dealt with in situ, in the Middle East, and here in America.
It doesn't take away the arguments of the gun control folks, but in this case, when you're talking about the terrorist act, it seems somewhat misplaced in the argument. We just heard from the 911 calls that he's pledging allegiance to the head of ISIS, this guy Omar Mateen, 29-year-old. Then we hear reports that he mentions and talks about the Boston bombers, the Tsarnaev brothers, and sort of an allegiance there. And you are starting to add up these ties, and now officially the Islamic State has claimed responsibility. I mean, it seems like it's pretty down a road.
It's a big data set already this early that goes towards an act of Islamic extremism on its face connected to ISIS. In my experience, I have not known the Islamic State to take credit with its official news agency, as it's called, the Amaq News, for events that they are not, I would say, responsible for, but have in some way directed. Now, it may be in this case that he was not directed, that he was inspired by or motivated by the Islamic State. But we're really early days into understanding what his communications were. The FBI will do a scrub of all of his electronic communications to see who he was in touch with, especially in the 2 weeks before the attack, right?
Right, and there's also, this is a very interesting point that Catherine raises. If you look at both ISIS and Al-Qaeda, their modus operandi is often to wait a long time to take responsibility.
This is extremely quick.
If you look at 9/11 even, it took a long time. The idea that within hours, ISIS's official media platform is accepting responsibility is very, very significant, or could be.
It's always possible that this may be the one event where ISIS takes responsibility for something because it's so big and it brings such sort of street cred to the organization. But in my experience, we have not seen ISIS claim responsibility for attacks that they did not have some sort of connection to.
You're a former CIA director. The fact that the Attorney General is coming back from China, the fact that the Homeland Security Secretary is not going on a scheduled trip to China, someplace that obviously they have an interest in going to continue communications with the Chinese. How significant is that?
I think it's quite significant. It's in a circumstance in which, in a way, ISIS is saying to us, we want you to see how far we can push you before you take us seriously. You're treating us like we were law enforcement problems. Fine, keep doing that. We'll step up the pace, we'll step up the pace. We'll murder hundreds of Americans instead of just dozens. At some point you'll notice us. I think that's what's going through ISIS minds.
You agree?
I do, and I think that question has to be flipped in terms of what is the administration going to do, because it cannot be business as usual. After last night, it cannot be business as usual. Just some more drone strikes, some more ODA, some more special forces detachments. This is a game changer. What is the White House going to do today is the burning question.
I mean, people thought that San Bernardino was a game changer. It took us a while to get to the declarative statement that in fact was inspired by ISIS. Right. And in fact, some people think that they didn't fully get there in their public pronouncements. Right. Is this the game changer?
It's certainly a game changer in terms of the numbers killed by what appears to be a lone individual. That's what we know at this point, not someone who is part of a broader network. But it takes me back to a central question, and we may learn more from the FBI at their news conference in Florida. If our reporting is correct that he was known to the FBI as recently as 2013, was he still on their radar as of last night, or had he dropped off the radar, had the case been closed, as what we had seen with the elder Tsarnaev brother in Boston? So that, to me, is one of the big questions this afternoon. And also it raises the question of what level of surveillance are Americans really willing to accept and to have the government essentially in their stuff to prevent the lone wolf, because that is a very low threshold for people.
The lone wolf or the
Correct.
Inspired or the directed.
Again,
this battle between privacy and national security is one we're seeing play out time and time again. Panel, thank you so much for being here for this extended coverage with the President's comments and all of the atrocity in Orlando. Shannon Bream and Leland Vittert continue our coverage here on Fox News Channel, and for all the stations watching across the country, thanks for tuning in. I'm Brett Baer in Washington.
Every day, millions of women worldwide trust Tena with their bladder matters. Thanks to its triple protection from leaks, odor, and moisture, Tena lets you be you.
Ouch! That pot is sizzling hot! Oh no! Got burned on that barbecue? Uh-oh! Did Grandma's griddle melt those mitts? You need Hot Hands! The amazing new silicone gloves, tough enough to handle all the hot stuff. Remove the lid and watch. Hot Hands handles scalding hot steam like a dream. Flip the bacon without the burn. Use the non-slip silicone grips for a sizzling hot casserole.
I was leaving. Sometimes I have to make phone calls.
Orlando overnight. And as we wake up, it is a nation now, like those people there, in shock.
And this is what we know so far. 50 dead, 53 others wounded, many of them critically. The gunman shot dead by a SWAT team member. Authorities have identified him as Omar Mateen. Law enforcement sources say he was heard shouting Allah Akbar, meaning God is great in Arabic, while he was engaging with law enforcement. That's at least one report. We're awaiting the latest press conference now from law enforcement in Orlando. I'm Shannon Breen. Welcome to our live coverage as it continues in Washington.
And I'm Leland Vittert on what has become a sad Sunday we will all remember. Live pictures right now from Orlando as we are awaiting a news conference. This would be the third news conference from authorities there in Orlando, and we keep learning stunning and more tragic details each time.
We do. We just heard from the president moments ago. We'll have more on that coming up, but also authorities are continuing to investigate this deadly attack and why the suspected shooter, Omar Mateen, was motivated to open fire in this club. Our Peter Ducey has been live all morning in Orlando. He joins us this afternoon now with the very latest. Hi, Peter.
And Shannon, the investigation continues. Just a few minutes ago, we saw a large mobile command unit from the ATF arrive, and it pulled right up to the front of the Pulse nightclub, which advertises itself as Orlando's premier gay nightclub. And just about the spot where these mobile investigative units are parked right now, 10 and a half hours ago, is where Omar Mateen parked his van and engaged with officers in some sort of a firefight. He managed to then escape away into Pulse nightclub, where there were about 320 people partying around 2 o'clock in the morning. Many escaped. He held 30 or so hostages for 3 hours until the SWAT team, a 9-man SWAT team, decided that they needed to go in and rescue those hostages. They did. They also managed to shoot and kill Omar Mateen, but as soon as they had a chance to survey the scene, they realized that they were surrounded by people that he had just killed, people that he had just murdered with an AR-15 type rifle and a handgun. The reason it took us so long to realize that there were as many as 50 victims laying dead inside Pulse nightclub here in a very busy part of Orlando is because Omar Mateen also had some sort of a device, and it concerned authorities enough that they needed to take 5.5, 6 hours to send the bomb squad in and make sure that everything was safe. Then, after that delay, they were able to go in and start identifying bodies and start notifying families. We are learning a little bit more about the suspect. We know that he is a Muslim from about 90 miles away from here. He had been working since 2007 as a security guard. It's believed that that is why he had access to guns and why he was probably why he was such a good shot. But we're expecting a lot more details a little bit later on. Something else that is remarkable about this incident as it has unfolded is the consistency from a variety of different officials at different agencies in the way that they are classifying this. At 7 o'clock this morning, in the 7 o'clock hour, I asked the FBI special agent in charge if there was a connection to radical Islamic terrorism, and he said that was their understanding, that they had indications he had leanings toward radical Islamic terrorism. Then we had the Democratic U.S. Senator Bill Nelson say basically the same thing, same from the governor, Rick Scott. We're going to get a lot more details at the next press conference, as promised by the FBI. Back to you in Washington.
All right, Peter, thank you. And we will go back to Orlando as soon as that press conference heats up so that we can get you the very latest information. In the meantime, just a short time ago, the president spoke from the White House about the events of this morning. We want to replay a little bit of what he had to say from the White House.
And I've directed that we must spare no effort to determine what, if any, inspiration or association this killer may have had with terrorist groups. What is clear is that he was a person filled with hatred.
Noticeable also some of the things that the president did not say. Joining us now, Doug Smith, former Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, and Tom Rogan, a writer with National Review, expert on national affairs. Mr. Rogan, first to you. It's sort of a sad prophecy that you made yesterday. You talked about the fear of more attacks during Ramadan. I said, hopefully we don't have you back to talk about any attacks, and here we are today.
Yes, Lee, and that was your closing statement yesterday. But I think what we've seen is the final proof to that debate that has been going on across the country about the nature of the threat we face and how seriously we should respond to it in terms of concerted strategy. And more specifically, whether we have time or we don't have time, and whether that urgency to confront this threat is imbued in our policies. And I would say that urgency is not there. You know, unless we get that urgency, then we are going to continue to see atrocities like this, both in the United States and across Europe and across the world, indeed.
You know, Doug, we often talk about how 9/11 changed everything in America in the sense that airport security changed, our whole stature towards terrorism changed, our whole view towards it changed. Are we now in another phase? Is this a new 9/11? We're going to look back at today in Orlando and go, okay, that's when the idea of a lone wolf mass shooter changed the face of America's security posture?
I'm not so sure. I think it's changed for quite some time. I think your colleague Brett Baer brought up a great point, and as it relates to privacy. And I think that's the thing that's really going to be the tipping point on this, is how far are Americans willing to go to have their cell phones looked at, social media looked at. I mean, because it seems like in this particular case, and I'll emphasize, it is a fast evolving story. There are many facts that are still coming out. But once again, what we're seeing is there was potentially some history here. And so what I think we're going to start to see is the average Joe on the street having more of a willingness to have their own personal things looked at, because that is the key. You know, I disagree vehemently with the DCI, the former DCI you had on before. I think this is a really challenging issue when you live in a free and open society like the United States. I think this administration has been working diligently and incredibly hard, you know, behind the scenes, quietly, you know, not trying to make headlines, not looking for fanfare, but trying to keep the American public safe. And, you know, what we see in Orlando is what happens when you live in a free and open society. It is a tragic, horrible, you know, scenario that, you know, my former colleagues at DHS, within the FBI, within the intelligence services, will all be joining together, you know, deconstructing what happened, looking for solutions to try to prevent it in the past. You know, what I think we need to be very cautious about is not sort of rushing to judgment and blaming and pointing fingers. I mean, we have to recognize we live against this backdrop of a free and open society, and with that come the challenges of protecting all of us. But we're all, you know, need to be a part of that. And, you know, that saying in New York City about see something, say something, anything and everything all comes into play on this. But it really comes down to, you know, the average American citizen understanding that it is a growing threat and that ISIS continues to evolve. They are not as dedicated to the large bang effects that the original Al-Qaeda were. You know, what they want to do is instill fear. They want a random event in a club in Orlando, in a movie theater, in a city in the middle of the country to happen to really continue to scare and stop the American way of life.
Tom, we're getting all kinds of threads of information, some things confirmed, some not, about exactly what this suspected terrorist had done, the words he'd said, the allegiances he may have made prior to this shooting. We also have terror-linked groups who are now trying to, in some ways, publicize it or accept some kind of responsibility for it. They want to be linked to it. Whether there is a direct link or not, does that even matter anymore? Whether it's terrorist-directed or terror-inspired, the end result very much seems to be the same.
And yes, absolutely. I think that's a very good point, Shannon, and it's an important point because at a strategic level, going back to really November 2014, but quite frankly before that, what Daesh or ISIL has tried to do very actively is to say to people, you can join the caliphate by coming to Syria or Iraq and receiving training and then deploying back to Europe, or you can join our ranks in Iraq and Syria. So there's that active, directed, controlled operational side, which, for example, European counterterrorism services are extremely concerned about. But at the same time, with the black banner, the ISIL flag with the Shahada and their interpretation of Islam, Every time that ISIL has a success around the world, they gain more fealty from different terrorist groups. And a good example of that, for example, would be Boko Haram in Nigeria, the fractions that they've had, the frictions, for example, in Pakistan. And what that does is not simply generate more recruits into the pool, but every time there is this attack, it gives those people on the periphery of society a belief that they can become part of a cause that is moral and ordained in their viewpoint, and become part of this global war. And so unless you puncture that flag, unless you say that flag is simply a magnet for a Hellfire missile instead of a magnet for ordained purity for someone who's very sick, you're going to see this continuing. And that is why I would disagree with Doug respectfully when he says that the administration has taken this serious enough. They haven't. And the urgency, you talk to the Europeans where they think the administration has taken it serious enough, and the answer is universally no.
Well, Doug, I'll give you a chance to respond to that, but also ask, I mean, as a former DHS official, how in the world do you get your hands around this, whether this person ever had any direct link to anyone involved with ISIS, whether he was simply troubled, whether he had his own radical beliefs, if he acts and allegedly, reportedly, has given his allegiance to ISIS in any way. How in the world do you center in on each of these people? We knew that the FBI at some point had been in contact with him or looking into him. How do you get your arms around this?
I mean, that's the great challenge. I mean, there are 300 million plus people in the United States, and I think the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, you know, all the agencies are constantly screening and looking and trying to find suspects like this. But that is the great challenge. You know, how do you identify that one? I mean, ISIS is very, very clever. I mean, they have mastered the PR game. When they first launched Inspire magazine, God, almost 10 years ago, I mean, they were very clever. They decentralized command and how to and push threat out into communities from France, the United States.
Senator Rubio is on the way from Miami. What I wanted to alert you to is that shortly you will get an FBI update. They are clearing that with headquarters. You might want to know that the Islamic State's news agency has just issued a statement that says that they are responsible. That has not been confirmed. It's coming over the wires right now. We will find out more and more as the FBI gives you their analysis. There are several FBI agents in St. Lucie County now. They have asked, as I said earlier, in an appeal to people to anybody in the community that knows the shooter, for them to please come forward so that we can piece this together. If it turns out that he's a lone wolf, as you know, it is very difficult to stop a lone wolf because it's hard to get the information ahead of time. But in this case, if we're getting those kind of statements from the news agency of the Islamic State, we'll have to see what those connections are once we get the details. So I wanted to bring you up to date. I told you that I would keep you informed since I spoke this morning. Momentarily, the FBI will be here to give you an up-to-date.
As well as for the Orlando police to come in and give us a little bit more information on exactly what happened there over those critical 5 hours from 2 a.m. to about 7 a.m. as the news broke about this shooting. Joining us now on the phone, former Assistant FBI Director Steve Pomerantz. Good to talk to you, sir. Wish it was under better circumstances.
The same feeling on my end, Leland.
Give us a sense of what's going on now. You know, you think about the first shots being fired about 2 hours and 44 minutes ago or so. Give us what's happened in the past 12, 13 hours, and give us an idea of what's happening for the FBI for the next 12 hours.
Yeah, well, Leland, what the FBI is doing now is launching what's going to be an extended, massive investigation. There's not one thing going on. It's a whole litany of things going on simultaneously. Obviously, on the scene, evidence collection. Some of this is perishable, has to be done immediately. Securing the physical evidence getting started on that analysis. Witness interviews, making sure you get to people as you identify the witnesses, get to them as quickly as you can while their recollections are fresh, and then have some mechanism based on what the witnesses tell you to follow up on all those interviews, to go where the investigation leads you logically. That's on the one hand, but on the other hand, but it's simultaneous. It's not sequential. You have to start scrubbing your intelligence, looking.
Steve, I just want to get in one question. We only got about 90 seconds left. Help us understand, because we're hearing now from so many different law enforcement sources that the shooter, Omar Mateen, was known to the FBI.
Right.
How is it that someone's known to the FBI and is yet able to carry out an attack like this? Is that where was the dots not connected?
That's a great question, and I'll follow on, I think, your very good discussion that you've been having with your other two guests. This is a free country. Merely being known to the FBI is not a crime in and of itself. Going on a website, visiting, being involved in viewing extremist propaganda is not a crime in and of itself. So even if you're, quote, on the radar, unquote, whatever that means, doesn't mean the FBI can take action to arrest you or detain you. This is a free country. So, and there are layers of complexity that flow from that in terms of what we can do in a free society. There are risks here.
All right.
Yes, once you commit a crime...
Steve, I got to cut you off. Marco Rubio now live in Florida speaking.
Obviously, the community coming together. As Americans, we're heartbroken. As I've told all the law enforcement here already, this could have happened anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, today was Orlando's turn. And in a broader conflict, we're still learning all the facts. In a few moments, the FBI will be back with a kind of fill us in on more details. Both Senator Nelson and I are very involved in the intelligence community, so we'll get more of a sense of what we know at this point. But suffice it to say that we know that there's hate in the world. We know that some of it is inspired by a warped ideology. We know that we've been in conflict with it for a very long time. We know they seek to intimidate us. They seek to terrorize us. And I hope they see today they won't terrorize America. They won't terrorize Floridians. That we stand for and with all Americans, irrespective of their sexual orientation, irrespective of their party ideology, irrespective of where they live. We are all Americans. You're seeing the response today, and this will continue. This will make us stronger. They will not win. Islamic terrorists need to know that they will not win, that America will stand strong and together, and despite whatever differences we might have and we debate in an open society on whatever issue, we are all Americans, and we stand here together united, confronting this threat that has been a scourge to the world.
Okay, let's go to the command center.
All right, you've been listening there to both of the Florida senators, Democrat Bill Nelson and Republican Marco Rubio. They're speaking, saying the FBI will be coming to that post there in Orlando. In just a bit, to fill us in a little bit more, you heard the remarks there from Senator Rubio saying, regardless of sexual orientation, ideology, where you live, who you are, that as Americans we stand together today. And he said that, there is hate in the world. There is ideology that we don't agree with, that is warped, is the word that he used. And he said he wants to make sure that the terrorists know they are not going to win, that they won't win the long-term battle. But certainly today, that community there in Orlando is reeling from what they have suffered. We wait now to hear more from the FBI as there are now claims of responsibility. We're learning more and more about the attacker, about his background, about the response. We are going to take a quick break right now, but we'll bring you back as soon as the FBI spokesperson comes to the press conference there in Orlando so we can tell you the very latest as they continue to gather facts. We'll be right back.
By 2050, we'll need twice the food from the same acreage to feed the world. That's going to...
But he said everything that I wanted him to say. We are going to remain strong.
But one of the things that we're going to have a debate about going forwards is the degree to which not only civil liberties and security is a dynamic we have to discuss, but the degree to which the agitators for more control in terms of backing away from NSA capabilities. For John Schindler, who's a columnist of The Observer, has written a lot about this. You look at Edward Snowden, for example. We know for a fact that Daesh has become exceptionally skilled and capable at using encrypted apps to communicate with people in ways that make intelligence detection very hard, both in Europe and in the United States. And it is a profound challenge. And the great concern is if you cannot penetrate those communications, then perpetually you will see these continuing attacks.
Doug, to Tom's point, though, is that if you're going to call it terror, you're going to call it hate. And to your point in terms of trying to give up privacy to figure out who might be carrying out these attacks, isn't it helpful to also add the word Islamic terrorism into this and call it what it is, in the sense of being able to perhaps give the FBI and others a little bit better feel for what they're looking for? We heard in the same way they coordinated their statements of calling it terror and calling it hate. The word Islamic did not enter into either what the president said or what Hillary Clinton's statement had to say either.
Right. Well, look, I fully support them saying the words terror and hate right now. Here's the challenge that the members of the administration have versus us talking on TV, commentators, etc., is they need to get it right. I am highly confident, and in the days that come ahead, if Director Comey or anyone is ready to come out with those facts and they identify, yes, 100% it was an act of Islamic terror.
The president has been steadfast that he will not use the word Islamic terror. He just doesn't do it.
I think this will be the case. If in the coming days we see the overwhelming evidence that is the case, they will come out and say it. But right now they're still gathering the facts, and I think they're trying to move ahead responsibly. They don't have the luxury that we do to sit here and sort of Monday morning quarterback a little bit. They have to really be driven by the facts. And if in fact it was an act of ISIS, if in fact it was driven by Islamic terrorism, I think we'll hear them talk about it. But it's just been a number of hours. Let's let the local law enforcement, let's the Federal Bureau of Investigation, let's let DHS finish this investigation, tell us exactly what it is, all the while we all up our guard and remember that we're all in this together, that we all need to be a part of keeping the American homeland safe. It is a challenge in a free and open society to do it. And I think what the president is doing, and I was in those situation rooms during the Boston Marathon, during some of these other crises, is he brings everyone together, and they are working tirelessly to figure out what is going on with this case. Give them a couple hours to figure out what exactly happened. And at that point, if in fact it is an act of Islamic terrorism, call it what it is.
We know that the guy called 911, at least according to a number of local reports, and pledged allegiance to the leader of ISIS. What else could it possibly be?
Look, I think it's an easy scapegoat. I mean, it is so in the front lexicon right now in a very, very heated presidential election, talking about these things. Look, I have every reason to believe he quite likely could be that. But let's let the facts lead these investigators to where they need to go. Just the fact that the guy called in and said that on a 9/11 call isn't enough for me. I want to see our intelligence service, let our investigators figure out exactly what happened.
Let me bring Tom in here. Tom, is that call enough for you?
No, look, I think we have an issue in identifying a rod in political Islam. Obviously, the vast majority of Muslims around the world. I have a buddy, for example, we're talking about G4S, the security company this guy appears to work for. One of my very closest friends, a guy in the UK, Kashif Mahmood, devout Muslim, Pakistani. He's going to be heading up the Wimbledon security team. The vast majority of Muslims are incredibly patriotic. We think about the CIA officers, for example, who are penetrating these groups. They do not look like me. And yet there is a problem in political Islam. It reduces the faith to a level of great brutality in these limited numbers of people. And unless you identify it as much, and unless you push that cause towards bringing Islam back to a new golden age, then you will see the perpetuation of these issues, the recruitment of more people, and the devastation that these groups rip apart in terms of Islamic communities. And so that identification is important, and I think it has to come more robustly.
All right, Tom and Doug, we thank you very much for staying with us as we got more information. We thank you for your time. And Leland, of course, we're continue throughout the day to get more information. We've got teams on the ground. You're heading to Orlando as well to be part of our coverage.
Coverage overnight as well. It's noteworthy, though, that you listen to the president and he'll talk about one thing that he really enjoys talking about, which is gun control. At the same time,
did bring it up
does not speak about Islamic terror at all. We'll see if Doug's right. If if the verbiage, if the messaging changes over the next few days.
Yeah, we'll see. Much more to learn. Our coverage will continue now in New York with Arthel Neville and Eric Shawn.
We leave you now the flag at half-staff over the White House.
And this is a Fox News alert on the unfolding horror in Orlando. Authorities say the man who shot dozens of people in an Orlando nightclub with an assault rifle may have had radical Islamic leanings, and one official telling the Associated Press he was known to the FBI. At least 50 people are dead, the deadliest massacre in U.S. history. At least 53 others are wounded, and we're expecting another briefing at any moment. We'll bring it to you when it happens. And welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Americans Elections Headquarters. I'm Arthel Neville.
Hello, Arthel
Hi,
again,
Eric.
and hello, everyone. I'm Eric Shawn. This unspeakable tragedy is being investigated as the latest possible radical Islamic terrorist attack in our country, waged by a man who reports say was an ISIS sympathizer who allegedly yelled Ali Akbar and pledged his allegiance to ISIS as he was carrying out the horrific carnage. ISIS has taken credit.
And we begin our coverage for the next 2 hours. We start with Peter Ducey, who is on the scene in Orlando. And Peter, what are you telling us? What are you hearing is the latest down there?
Arthel, the latest just in the last few minutes, we've seen a lot more investigative vehicles moving toward Pulse nightclub. That includes just now a caravan of pickup trucks that had sirens on. They are now moving toward the nightclub, and that is a lot different than what was happening about 11 hours ago, around 2 o'clock in the morning, when bystanders and witnesses reported seeing so many victims, more victims than there were ambulances for. They were being put into the back of pickup trucks and taken to the Orlando Regional Medical Center. And we just got an update for the first time about exactly what has happened at the Orlando Regional Medical Center. We had heard earlier that they brought in 6 additional trauma surgeons. It is the only level 1 trauma center in South Florida, but they brought in 6 surgeons overnight to work on these victims, and we're told that they admitted 44 adults last night and that 9 have died since being checked in. Most of the wounds are to the trunk and extremities and abdomen. That's according to an update we just got from the hospital that is less than about a mile away from here. As to motive, why did somebody go into the nightclub that bills itself as Orlando's premier gay nightclub and kill 50 people and shoot 53 others? There's been remarkable consistency among officials from many agencies. They believe this is tied to Islamic terror. Listen to this.
This is clearly an act of terrorism. It's sickening. It should make every American angry. This is would ever happen anywhere in our country. The first thing you think about is you just can't imagine what these families are going through. The families are still waiting to find out what happened to their loved ones.
And that is perhaps the most upsetting part about being here in Orlando. Many of the families still have not been notified about the status of their loved one who may have been inside Pulse right now. They don't know if their loved one is still inside Pulse, laying dead, or if they are in a hospital necessarily being treated, although we are told that even though there were some hiccups with the hospital communicating to family members, that they are getting information out. They are communicating a little bit better now this afternoon, now 13 hours after shots rang out here on Orange Ave in Orlando.
It's a difficult situation indeed, to say the least, Peter. And I understand that we did hear from Senator Marco Rubio. What did he say?
His point, just like many of the other officials, it focused a lot on radical Islamic terrorism, and we have a little clip of what he said just about 5 minutes ago.
They seek to intimidate us. They seek to terrorize us. And I hope they see today they won't terrorize America. They won't terrorize Floridians. That we stand for and with all Americans, irrespective of their sexual orientation, irrespective of their party ideology, irrespective of where they live. We are all Americans. You're seeing the response today.
And you can see that all of the officials that we've been waiting to hear from most of the afternoon are arriving, so I'm going to hop off and try to get a few questions in. We will bring you the latest from this press event. after it happens.
Indeed, Peter, and I know Peter's been very good there to make sure we get all the latest, and quite frankly, the authorities there have done an excellent job of keeping the press informed, and in turn, we are doing our best to keep viewers informed. And mostly, we want to remember that 50 people have been killed in a horrible atrocity.
The most difficult day in the history of Orlando, and I want to thank all of our law enforcement professionals, our health professionals, victims advocates, counselors who have come to the aid of our community. While it is difficult for all of us, it is the most difficult for those families that are still waiting for information on their loved ones. And as difficult as that is, I ask for patience and compassion and love. Pulse remains an active crime scene, and law enforcement is working the scene as efficiently and as diligently as they possibly can, while also being respectful of the remains of the deceased. We are setting up additional means of communication. We have the hotline, which is 407-246-4357 that we mentioned at the last press conference, and anybody that has a loved one that they believe could be one of the victims should contact that hotline and give their information so that we have contact information when we're able to identify your loved one. Aspire Health has offered counseling services and can be reached through the Zebra Coalition, and the LGBT Center on Mills is also open with grief counselors. We're setting up a website which is cityoforlando.net/victims, which will be updated with the names of the deceased after the next of kin have been notified. You heard the president, and the governor is here. We have all of the resources of the federal government, the state government, and our local government partners, all that they have to offer. Our community will be grieving today, the next few days, the next few weeks, and the next few months. We need to support each other. We need to love each other, and we will not be defined by a hateful shooter. We'll be defined how we support and love each other. Governor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Well, clearly this is an act of terrorism. This, you just can't imagine this happening in any community. Can't imagine it happening in your state if you're the governor of a state, and can't imagine it happening in your country. I want to first, my heart goes out to every family member that's been impacted. I know law enforcement is doing everything they can to notify next of kins, get as much information out as they can, and they're working very diligently together, state, local, and federal. I want to thank all of our law enforcement for everything they've done in this case and each and every day. I've asked for all of the citizens of the United States to have a moment of silence at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight to mourn the loss of life and also pray for those that are still fighting for their life and pray for all the loved ones. Again, I want to thank the law enforcement, especially those that walked into that shooting scene and risked their life to save so many people. This state is going to be defined as a state of generosity, a state of love. We are a resilient state. We love people in our state, and we're going to continue to do that. Anybody that's thinking about doing something like this in our state, our justice is swift, our penalties are severe. We have a great law enforcement team, and we're going to do the right thing. We declared a state of emergency earlier today for Orange County, and the state, I know the federal government's doing the same thing, provide all the services anybody needs. Now I'd like to turn over to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
Today is a tragic day, and we are making it clear anyone who attacks our LGBT community, anyone who attacks anyone in our state will be gone after to the fullest extent of the law. Today, my office has been working. We've been bringing in victims advocates from throughout the state of Florida here to Orlando. So if you're missing a family member, a loved one, we will be here to help you. You're hearing on a horrible, tragic, violent day the word love, and that's what we need to continue to do. We need to look out for each other. We need to take care of each other, and we will be available as a community, as a state. And we've all received calls from around the country of people offering their support in this horrible, horrible time. Our mayor's done an incredible job. The FBI has now taken the lead on this investigation, and they are remarkable. Back in the command center, watching federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecutors all work together, second to none in our state. And we should be very proud of the law enforcement, the men and women in uniform who are all working together as a team. Thank you very much. And now the FBI. I'm sorry, our police chief.
Good afternoon. Just to clarify, we had 11 Orlando police officers that exchanged gunfire with the suspect and killed him. They have all been relieved of duty, as is our standard practice. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement will investigate the officer-involved shooting portion of that, and we will release their names over the next couple of days. We want the citizens and residents and visitors of Orlando to know that we are committed to their safety. Our officers put themselves in harm's way and risk their lives for the people and patrons at Pulse, and we are committed to do so again. So at this time, we're going to continue with the investigation, assist the FBI. Our focus is on helping with the identification and next of kin, and we're setting up a system for that as well. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of the outpouring of support, not only from local law enforcement. We've had multiple sheriffs from different counties respond, different police chiefs. Everyone in Central Florida has reached out to us, but also I want to thank the businesses in this area. They have all stepped forward to assist law enforcement with food, with water, so we really do appreciate that. Thank you. Sure.
Just going to provide a brief update as well. This has certainly been a trying day. As you can see, as the day has grown, the level of support in our community has grown as well, and so I sincerely appreciate the broad support that we're receiving. We still have a lot of work to do yet in this investigation. At just after noon today, there was a national phone teleconference that was spearheaded by the Department of Homeland Security, in which law enforcement from across the entire country came together to talk about what we must do to ensure the safety of our homeland. Because what has happened here was not purely an attack on the residents of Florida or the residents of Orange County or Orlando here, but this was indeed an attack on our nation. And so we appreciate the support that is coming from across the country in this effort. In terms of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, we had 3 deputy sheriffs who were actively engaged in the rescue efforts that also fired their weapons. They too have been relieved of the law enforcement authority pending an investigation. What we typically do here in Orlando is call upon the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to do an independent investigation of any law enforcement officer involved shootings, and that has been done in this case. And so they will be doing their investigation concurrently with that of the FBI. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sheriff. Just to reiterate, the FBI has taken the lead in this investigation, but I want to thank every agency standing behind me and those that you may or may not see currently that are working with us shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, to get to the bottom of this senseless act of violence. Prepared some talking points to make sure I address all the questions that you posed earlier, so bear with me as I go through them. We're gathering a lot of information right now, so we want to share as much as we possibly can. The individual believed to be responsible for the terror attack at the Orlando Club Pulse early Sunday morning has been identified as Omar Mir Sadiq Martin, age 29, an American citizen born in New York. He died of an exchange of gunfire with police officers early this morning. The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. The FBI thoroughly investigated the matter, including interviews of witnesses, physical surveillance, and records checks. In the course of the investigation, Martin was interviewed twice. Ultimately, we were unable to verify the substance of his comments, and the investigation was closed. In 2014, Mateen again came to the attention of the FBI because of possible ties to Monar Abu Salah, an American suicide bomber. The FBI conducted an investigation, including an interview with Mateen. We determined that contact was minimal and did not constitute a substantive relationship or a threat at that time. It has been reported that Mateen made calls to 911 this morning in which he stated his allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State. We are looking into any and all connections, both domestic and international. We're going to be as transparent as possible, but we also want to be as accurate as possible, as I stated earlier today. Given the ongoing nature of the investigation, we'll continue to provide updates when information becomes available. Thank you. There were 911 calls in which there was conversation between the subject and law enforcement representatives of 911 dispatchers. That has become federal evidence. It's my understanding, I have not personally listened to him, but it was general to the Islamic State. I'm sorry, I missed it.
I am hearing that there is somebody that's in the hospital under close guard by law enforcement. Is that true, or could there be a second suspect that acted with this man?
I can tell you at this point in time, we do not have a second suspect that we are actively looking for. We don't know of any credible or singular threats that are facing the Orlando area or nationally. We are providing physical presence for the hospitals and the victim assistance centers to make sure everyone remains safe and secure. All I can tell you is that crime scene is still being processed, and I can't comment on anything going on with the interior. Sir.
Special agent, he was interviewed twice by the FBI in 2013, interviewed again in 2014 for connection to a known terrorist, the suicide bomber. How in the world did this guy get a statewide gun permit?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, those interviews turned out to be inconclusive, so there was nothing to keep the investigation going forward.
You had the echoes of terror, and he got a gun permit nevertheless.
Again, investigation was closer.
Was he currently under surveillance?
Do we have someone from the medical side who can speak to that? I am not personally aware of any other victims that have passed since the last press conference.
Family members been notified of the bodies that are inside?
We're
able to identify them all? Have you notified their families?
So we're trying to be as respectful as possible of the deceased people that still remain inside the facility. As we identify people, we are making notifications, and then the police department and I believe the city are preparing a website to list those that have been made contact with.
Any idea how many have been contacted at this point?
Anybody know?
From the hospital's perspective, at least 6 that I know of next of kin have been notified that their loved ones were killed.
Is there danger inside of this club still for your agents and the FBI and the people investigating this crime? Is there still
No, the scene is clear, but like Special Agent Hopper said, there's a lot of victims inside, trying to be respectful of that as well, and it's just going to take time. We ask that people have patience.
The subject that I mentioned earlier was not under current investigation at the time of this incident and was not under surveillance.
Can you tell us what his family, you guys have interviewed his family, I assume. Is there anything you can tell us about those interviews?
All I can tell you is that multiple interviews are being conducted as we speak. I have no details as to how far that's gone at this point in time.
You guys are at his home, so can you tell us what you're doing at the home?
Interviews and investigation, yes, sir.
We're going to take 2 more questions.
Any word on where he got the weapons from? Has ATF been able to trace them yet?
Is ATF here? Yes, our partners from ATF are here to speak to that.
Hi, good day. I'm Trevor Vellner. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of ATF. And first, I'd like to start by saying that our condolence goes out to the family of those who've been impacted. Yes, ATF has traced those firearms. We know that this individual did purchase at least 2 firearms. He is not a prohibited person, so he can legally walk into a gun dealership and acquire and purchase firearms. He did so, and he did so within the last week or so. And Thus far, we're following up on that, so I'm not going to get into the detail as to the specific location of the purchase, but he did purchase 2 firearms, a handgun and a long gun within the last few days.
What was the suspect wearing?
That's all the information we can release at this time. We'll provide you more updates as they become available. Thank you. How long next notification is going to take? We're doing it as quickly as possible. We don't believe there's any threats right now, so.
Information hotline that has been set up available for families to get information, and that number is 407-246-4357, 407-246-4357. There is a website, cityoforlando.net/victims. And Florida Governor Rick Scott asking for a moment of silence at 6 p.m. Eastern time to mourn the loss of life, also to pray for those fighting for their lives. And also want to point out that Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer said, "We will not be defined by a hateful shooter, but how we love each other."
Well, joining us now to talk more about this carnage, North Carolina Senator Richard Burr, who is chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator, thank you for joining us. I have to ask this question. How do we win the war on terror when we have the FBI admitting that they interviewed this guy twice? I mean, astoundingly, possible ties to an American suicide bomber. He made inflammatory comments to coworkers. He was running around the security firm, talking about ISIS. It sounds like exactly like what happened with the Odor Sinarov brother in Boston, Tamerlan. What potentially went wrong? How do we correct this, and what should we do?
Well, Eric, I would tell you the first thing we need to do is realize that we're in a war in the United States and around the world. We're in a war against terrorism. And the threshold for trying to identify an individual that might be a member or an arm of a terrorist organization is tough. The FBI has interviewed a heck of a lot of people in the last few years. As a matter of fact, the FBI has arrested and prosecuted over 101 individuals in the United States alone since January of last year who were committed to carry out a terrorist act here in the country. Their track record's pretty good. But as the agent said at the press conference, they went through, they did all the background check, they talked to the individuals that reported this shooter. They interviewed him on numerous occasions, but they didn't find that link that's needed to raise the level of concern for him or to increase surveillance.
Being mindful, Senator, of our civil liberties, finding that link. What if there is no link? What if there are other factors? It's a free country, but mindful of these liberties. Should we have something else? What if he's on Facebook? What if he has some emails? What if he expresses these sympathies? Should something more potentially be done with our country's laws to get a better handle on this?
Well, I'll leave the investigation up to the FBI and to local law enforcement. But from an intelligence standpoint, I can assure every American that we've got law enforcement and agencies every day combing social media trying to look for the comments that are said that raise our concerns about an individual or about a group or about a location. That continues day in and day out 24/7. But from a standpoint of an individual who might have been either directed or inspired in the last week, went out and legally bought firearms and committed a horrific act, Eric, quite honestly, this is what many of us on the intelligence community have been saying for the last year, if not longer. We've got to take this much more seriously. We've got to eliminate the desire that terrorists have to commit acts in this country. We've got to make sure that we go where they plan and where they start these communications. Because if you look at our track record, we've taken tools away from law enforcement in the last 12 months, not giving them more to try to prevent these acts.
So what tools do you want law enforcement to resume?
Well, listen, we're at a point now that technology allows communications to happen where we can't see inside of them. It's called encryption. And there is a privacy issue at debate right now in this country. But for the FBI to really know what's out there, if they've got probable cause, they ought to have the ability to look inside that communication. We'll know much more in the next 48 hours as the FBI looks through the electronics, the media of this shooter. We'll know whether there were connections, we'll know whether there was encrypted communications, and that may lead us as to what the next debate we might have in Washington about tools that law enforcement needs to prevent these acts in the future.
And it is so frightening, Senator, and actually chilling when you have someone like this man who works at a security firm, had gun licenses. Apparently the firm actually does security for federal buildings, and he has access to these guns. At the same time, he's got the co-workers complaining about him. It's just like Saeed Farouk out in San Bernardino, who had these expressions, but nothing ever came of it. So when you talk about the encryption, talk about the communications, it is hard. And it is difficult, no matter how hard the federal authorities investigate someone, to leap to that next leap, actually to see if there is, as you say, probable cause that their talking will result in this carnage and travesty that we've seen.
And Eric, let me assure you, I'm sure the Bureau has gone back in the last 8 hours and looked at the interviews that agents carried out with this shooter to see if they missed something then. But the American people have to know. The FBI has done a miraculous job at preventing terrorist acts in this country. They continue to get better, but terrorists throw more and more at us, and eventually something's going to sneak by. This was a horrific act. My heart goes out to all the families that are going to be affected. But America needs to understand we need to take this much more seriously than we do today, and we need policies that embrace that.
And in terms, finally, Senator, of radical Islamic terrorism, look, 25 years. First killing was 1990 here in New York City. El Sayed Nosair worked at the court buildings. All the judges knew him, shot Meyer Kahana to death. And just 2 months ago, in Orlando and Sanford, there was an imam who was there who's known for preaching for death to homosexuals, saying that's allowed by Sharia law. I mean, that's right out there in the open. We don't know if that inspired this horrible act. But finally, when you've got this cauldron going on, what would you say to the moderate Muslims? What would you say to that community when these people are there, when they're out there, and time and time again, whether it's San Bernardino, Little Rock, Fort Hood, we have these horrific situations, and it just sadly continues.
Well, I'd say to Muslims what I'd say to the rest of America and the rest of the world. When you see something out of place, when you're concerned about an individual, you need to report it. The reality is that as we look around the globe today, the intent by terrorists and the capability of terrorists exist because they go unchecked in geographical areas that allow them to plan and communicate. And I think it's safe to say there are a lot of sympathizers around the world, probably more than we'll ever have an opportunity to identify. But that's our goal, is to make sure that we allow free speech, we allow the protection of privacy, but law enforcement takes their mission very seriously to keep America safe.
And we certainly thank the FBI for its diligence. The facts will come out, as you say, Senator, about what happened here. And we thank Mateen's co-workers, who were so alarmed a couple of years ago about what he was saying apparently at the office, that they did pick up the phone and report him. Senator Richard Burr, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, thank you for joining us on this sad and sorrowful Sunday afternoon.
You can say that again, Eric. And as our coverage continues, chilling new details on the gunman as emergency crews rush to the scene in the moments after the shooting spree. A former FBI profiler joins us next.
I just moved here 3-4 weeks ago. And now this happens. It could have been me.
Under the roof of a home or business, damage can happen. When it does, turn to the specialists who put help in the palm of your hand. The Ready.
El hecho de que tenemos agencias, no tan solo la Policía Central, pero agencias a nivel de Estado, a nivel federal, que nos están ayudando, que dijeron presente. Hay una gran colaboración, es la manera que se trabaja. Si no hubiese tenido este equipo trabajando como estamos trabajando, no estuviéramos quizás tan avanzados en la información que hemos recuperado. Se habló del FBI, habló de la persona, el sospechoso aquí que El señor había sido investigado en 2013 y en 2014, pero que hoy día el caso estaba cerrado. Entonces, pues, vemos que había una relación ya con estos grupos subversivos.
Bueno, la información manejamos, el sujeto perpetró el sitio con un fusil de asalto AR-15 y también otro tipo de armamento. Para ese hecho del 2013 no se había encontrado nada de armamento de este sospechoso.
No tengo la menor idea con respecto a esta información que el FBI mantiene muy, ¿verdad? En sus files. No tenemos ese tipo de acceso en este momento.
Y la información que se ha manejado de parte de su familia, específicamente porque allanaron su casa y se dice que desde años anteriores ya había presentado este sujeto algunos problemas en contra de los homosexuales.
Creo que esto es una investigación que se está desempeñando en estos momentos y no tenemos ninguna información concreta.
Hasta el momento sigue entonces el parte de los fallecidos y heridos con la misma cifra, 50 muertos y 53 heridos.
50-53 exacto, y estamos todavía identificando de estas personas porque anteriormente no habíamos identificado muchos de ellos.
¿Cuál es el llamado para aquellas personas que en estos momentos, porque hay varios centros de acopio que han querido donar sangre, dónde específicamente deben dirigirse para poder colaborar con los que están aún recuperándose en el hospital?
Tenemos la Cruz Roja, tenemos One Blood aquí en la Michigan, o sea, y varios. Estoy casi seguro que cualquiera que tengamos en la ciudad de Orlando están en estos momentos colectando las donaciones de sangre. Pero en adición a eso, cualquier otra información que necesiten, especialmente las personas que no saben si un ser querido de ellos estuvo o no estuvo involucrado, pueden llamar al 407-246-4357.
Es parte de la familia.
Vamos a estar aquí todo el día, así que cualquier cosa. ¿Qué fue? ¿Te acabó la batería? No, ya ves.
Sí,
Horrifying moments immediately after a gunman opened fire at an Orlando nightclub, killing 50 people and wounding 53 others. Police are now releasing the chilling 911 calls.
Orlando to command, we have shots fired on scene. OPD is requesting you stay back, don't enter the scene.
Position of cover. All personnel. If I can see your face, you're not in a position of cover.
All right, more now with Mary Ellen O'Toole, a former FBI special agent for 28 years, a former profiler, and the forensic science director at George Mason University. Ms. O'Toole, I want to start here. 28 years you were on that job as a former special agent for the FBI. How different is the game today?
Well, it really is very different. The focus of the FBI now is clearly on terrorism, but some of the behaviors that we see in cases like this, there's really quite a carryover to other crimes of violence. So while the focus is different, when you look at human behavior and you look at violence, you do see some of the same traits and characteristics and some of the same planning that exists in other kinds of cases.
But then at what point, after you collect the information on those traits and characteristics that you're talking about, and you have information on this guy, Omar Mateen, who in 2013, the FBI became aware of him. They interviewed him for a couple of times for comments that he made. In 2014, a year later, he draw their attention again due to ties to a suicide bomber. So you have people saying, you know, if he was known to authorities prior to this massacre, why was it that Omar Mateen on U.S. government's radar, why was he not arrested? I mean, why was he free to commit these heinous atrocities?
Well, based on what I heard by the assistant special agent in charge down there, they didn't have enough information to arrest him. People can say what they feel like saying. People can make threats. We heard that all the time. People would say horrendous things, but it's not against the law, and you can't just go out and arrest someone for it.
Understood. Understood. That is what is beautiful about our country, that we are free. We have the right to free speech. But there are red flags. I mean, there's something different from one of us going out and saying whatever we want to say that is not harmful, that is not threatening. But then you have information or statements that are threatening. At what point, though, and again, we want to make sure that we do commend the FBI for the outstanding job. So many, terror attacks that have been thwarted by their valiant efforts. In the meantime, we do have these questions as human beings who are desperate for answers as to why this keeps happening. Do you believe that there are more tools, if you will, being laws or legislation, rules that need to be opened up to give the FBI more access to what they need? What do you think?
Well, let me tell you what we know about these kinds of cases. We know that there are behaviors that occur ahead of time. We know that these behaviors are observable. So when you ask, well, what can be done, law enforcement, including the FBI, has to depend on people around the shooter who can observe the behaviors that he engages in to prepare for this kind of attack. We cannot be in everybody's living room and see what they're doing 2 weeks before the shooting. So we know that there are these behaviors. It's an evolutionary process, and we absolutely have to depend on families and friends to come forward and notify the FBI or the local police department that they're concerned about something, because without that assistance, we are really handicapped.
And what do you do with that information? For instance, Mateen's co-workers apparently notified authorities of some concerning statements that he made.
They did, and the FBI went out and they conducted an investigation, and they actually interviewed him at the time. But
excuse me, Mr. O'Toole, while you're answering this, put that picture back up on the screen for us. I want to let everybody know that this is the first time that we are seeing a picture of Omar Mateen. There it is right there, a U.S. citizen born in New York, born to parents from Afghanistan, and there he is. And let me talk to you now as a profiler, Mr. O'Toole, as we look at this picture. We look at the picture, as usual, he looks like, just someone who would be sitting at the cubicle next to you. What stands out? If the FBI needs the assistance of citizens, what are we looking for?
Well, don't we always hear, and this certainly has been my experience with cases like this, that the individual that engages in this kind of behavior looks as normal as you and me. And so we can't look for those normal trappings that we wish were there, but we're looking for behavior. So in a case like this is what we call a very mission-oriented shooter. And the reason for the term mission is because they engaged in the planning and carrying out the shooting almost as though it were a military mission, and that took planning. And it's not likely he just picked that one club from the very beginning and didn't consider, other venues to carry out the shooting. There would be evidence which they'll find on his computer and in and his phone, and maybe he wrote something down where he actually had to put together a list of plans that he was making so that he could carry out the shooting. And that may even include a dress rehearsal. We've seen that in other cases where the shooter days before will dress in a certain way and take pictures of himself and actually post that. And then there's practicing with the firearm. So there really is a lot of behavior, and he lived with other people. He lived around other people. And those are the kinds of things that collectively would tell us that this person now has made a commitment to carry out a crime of mass destruction.
The forensics science director at George Mason University, I'd like to leave you with this question, and that is, what can forensic evidence at the scene tell investigators?
Well, it's sad evidence because what it will tell us is what the shooter's interaction was with the victim. So they will look at blood patterns, they will look at blood spatter patterns, they will look at trajectory patterns. They'll want to see what kind of movement the shooter had within the club. And where, in fact, where's the pattern? How was he shooting these victims? Was he up close? Was he walking around? That's the kind of evidence that they'll be looking for.
Mary Ellen O'Toole, I thank you for your time and expertise this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, President Obama just over 2 hours ago called the Orlando attack a, quote, act of terror and an act of hate. He said there was no definitive judgment on the precise motivations, but, you know, many are saying this afternoon that this could be a mix of radical Islamic jihad and hatred of homosexuality, which, of course, is the base of the ISIS philosophy. With the FBI having previously interviewed him, the alarm bells certainly were there. Joining us on the phone is Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin of New York, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, we, of course, have sadly had terrorist attacks in this country before, but this one seems to be the first one that attacked a specific group as a hate crime.
Whether we are straight, gay, black, white, Jewish, Christian, we're all Americans. And we are reminded of that when this happens, which is the largest mass shooting that's ever taken place in our country. So united, regardless of what our backgrounds are, we must all identify that the reality is radical Islam, and the threat of radical Islam must be eliminated with all of our might. And this is a good reminder for those who are in denial. This hopefully is a wake-up call that we have to identify this threat and take it out.
When you talk about those in denial, I mean, the president did not mention those words, and he's been criticized in some quarters for not using the term radical Islam, but he came pretty close, and he came closer to talking about terrorism and sooner than in other events. What do you think the administration should do? What should the government do? What needs to be tightened up? And how do we prevent the 50 investigations ongoing in every state in this nation, now of potentially hundreds of ISIS sympathizers and supporters, from again spiraling out of control and resulting in what we saw last night in Orlando?
And words do matter. The press conference originally was scheduled for about 20-25 minutes before it actually happened, and the president chose to delay it as additional information was coming out. And maybe that was a good move. We don't know what he was going to say originally, but it is good that when he did speak, he said, this is terror. Now, he didn't identify exactly what the threat is, because this isn't just terror with no race or religion or color to it. This is radical Islam that we are at war with, and that's really the heart of this massacre, the terrorists pledging allegiance to ISIS. And for our law enforcement all across our country doing their job, and in so many cases doing it so well to foil these plots before it happens, it's not a perfect system, and we always have to find out ways to improve it.
And we're running out of time, I'm sorry, but I want to show you the scene right now in front of Maten's home in Port St. Lucie. Their authorities searching a car. But finally, what would you suggest? You know, what do we do? Do we tighten up some of the laws? I mean, his co-workers reported him. He was investigated, interviewed at least twice, and there wasn't enough evidence to hold him, charge him, or arrest him, apparently. What can we change, or should we change, to prevent this?
Well, a couple of points. I mean, one is if we have someone in this country who is Islamic and we have evidence, whether we pick the standard of reasonable suspicion or probable cause, that they are a suspected terrorist, there needs to be some type of a process put in place where maybe you can't convict them of a crime yet because they haven't committed it yet, but we are able to take action to protect Americans. Now, as far as ISIS goes, they need to know when they take credit for slaughtering 50 Americans, that with effective targeting from the sky or with a bullet from the end of a Navy SEAL rifle, maybe in the middle of the night while they're sleeping, that the United States of America will find you and will kill you. ISIS, we need to understand, isn't looking for a hug or a friendly smile. They're looking to take over the world and destroy us. So it's about improving our laws here at home and getting smarter with our deeds overseas to serve justice to them over there.
All right, Congressman, we've run out of time. I thank you, and I assume when you talked about Muslim, you're referring to those who would have evidence of terrorist ties, not the general population, of course, which denounce what is happening. Thank you. And we will be right back. Thank you.
Defiance is in our bones. Our citrical bones easily absorb calcium plus vitamin D. Defy bone aging with Citracal Maximum, our highest level of...
At Port St. Lucie, Florida, the home of the father of Omar Mateen. Port St. Lucie is about a 140-minute drive from Orlando, which is where the Pulse nightclub is located. Investigators there on the scene combing for evidence. They have spoken to his father earlier in the day. And we want to go now to Daryl Moody. He is joining me. He's a local reporter with News 96.5 WDBO Radio in Orlando. And Daryl, as we look at this live shot there in Port St. Louis, Florida, as the investigators are combing through and around the home of the father of Omar Mateen, what more can you tell us from your perspective there? And there you are live now with this. Go for it, Daryl.
Well, we just had our last regularly scheduled press briefing of the day, and the FBI special agent in charge here in Orlando tells us that this shooter, now identified as 29-year-old Omar Mateen, was known to law enforcement, actually questioned by FBI investigators as early as 2013 because of comments that he had made in the past sympathizing with terror and militant Islam, and obviously we've got several active scenes between here and Port St. Lucie as investigators try to piece together what exactly led up to the shooting, and really what they're trying to ascertain is what is Mateen's connection to ISIS.
Indeed. And Daryl, as you were talking, we popped up a photo on the screen, and that is indeed the first photo, the first picture that we're getting of Omar Mateen. As you said, 29 years old. He was born in 1986, so he is going to turn 30 at some point this year, or would have turned 30 at some point this year. And Daryl, I would like to get, if you could for us, provide us with a local flavor there. I mean, this is so hard on us as Americans in general. It has to be especially difficult for the community, the local community.
Well, a lot of times when people think of Orlando and they think of Central Florida, they think of Walt Disney World, they think of the theme parks, they think of this as being the largest, well-known tourist destination in the world, and that's really not where this happened. We are in the city core. We're just a mile or two south of downtown Orlando, and this is not what you would characterize as a touristy area. I mean, this is a well-to-do, up-and-coming neighborhood. This nightclub where this is located is not a tourist corridor. We don't have a lot of tourists that make their way over here. What is particularly troubling about this shooting is that it comes on the heels of another nightclub shooting just a little more than 24 hours before, where a budding pop star was shot and killed while signing autographs out in front of a live music venue, literally just 2.2 miles away from this nightclub.
Certainly unrelated, but I'm sure it has to, Daryl, certainly unrelated, but I'm sure it has to shake up the community, shake the community to the core. Daryl Moody, I thank you, and we will be right back. Our coverage continues after this break.
Kenneth, are they closing this?
By a co-worker of Mateen's who told me he actually worked at G4S.
Whoa! This is a bad streaming experience.
The Girly Show is a real film.
Who are grasping for answers with broken hearts. We stand with the people of Orlando who have endured a terrible attack on their city. Although it's still early in the investigation, we know enough to say that this was an act of terror, of hate. And as Americans, we are united in grief, in outrage, and in resolve to defend our people. I just finished a meeting with FBI Director Comey and my Homeland Security and National Security advisors. The FBI is on the scene and leading the investigation in partnership with local law enforcement. I've directed that the full resources of the federal government be made available for this investigation. We are still learning all the facts. This is an open investigation. We've reached no definitive judgment on the precise motivations of the killer. The FBI is appropriately investigating this as an act of terrorism, and I've directed that we must spare no effort to determine what, if any, inspiration or association this killer may have had with terrorist groups. What is clear is that he was a person filled with hatred. Over the coming days, we will uncover why and how this happened, and we will go wherever the facts lead us. This morning I spoke with my good friend Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, and I conveyed to him the deepest condolences of the American people. This could have been any one of our communities. So I told Mayor Dyer that whatever help he and the people of Orlando need, they are going to get it. As a country, we will be there for the people of Orlando today, tomorrow, and for all the days to come. We also express our profound gratitude to all the police and first responders who rushed to harm's way. Their courage and professionalism saved lives and kept the carnage from being even worse. It's the kind of sacrifice that our law enforcement professionals make every single day for all of us, and we can never thank them enough. This is an especially heartbreaking day for all of our friends, our fellow Americans who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. The shooter targeted a nightclub where people came together to be with friends, to dance and to sing, and to live. The place where they were attacked is more than a nightclub. It is a place of solidarity and empowerment where people have come together to raise awareness, to speak their minds, and to advocate for their civil rights. So this is a sobering reminder that attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us and on the fundamental values of equality and dignity that define us as a country. And no act of hate or terror will ever change who we are or the values that make us Americans. Today marks the most deadly shooting in American history. The shooter was apparently armed with a handgun and a powerful assault rifle. This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school, or in a house of worship, or a movie theater, or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be. And to actively do nothing is a decision as well. In the coming hours and days, we'll learn about the victims of this tragedy. Their names, their faces, who they were, the joy that they brought to families and to friends, and the difference that they made in this world. Say a prayer for them, and say a prayer for their families. That God give them the strength to bear the unbearable, and that He give us all the strength to be there for them, and the strength and courage to change. We need to demonstrate that we are defined more as a country by the way they live their lives than by the hate of the man who took them from us. As we go together, we will draw inspiration from heroic and selfless acts. Friends who helped friends, took care of each other, and saved lives. In the face of hate and violence, we will love one another. We will not give in to fear or turn against each other. Instead, we will stand united as Americans to protect our people and defend our nation and to take action against those who threaten us. May God bless the Americans we lost this morning. May He comfort their families. May God continue to watch over this country that we love. Thank you.
of ISIS issuing their own statement, they take responsibility. As our coverage of the travesty in Orlando, Florida continues this afternoon here in America's election headquarters. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Eric Shawn.
And I'm Marthel Neville. Well, it was a horrific scene at the Pulse nightclub where a gunman, this man seen here, allegedly shouting Allahu Akbar as he opened fire on the crowd, killing 50 people and injuring dozens more before dying in the exchange of gunfire with officers. It is the deadliest massacre in U.S. history, modern U.S. history, and the FBI is looking for ties to the Islamic State. But Governor Rick Scott of Florida is very clear on what kind of act he thinks it is.
This is clearly an act of terrorism. It's sickening. It should make every American angry. This would ever happen anywhere in our country.
Peter Ducey is live at the scene in Orlando with the latest. Peter?
And Arthel, the latest, just in the last 2 minutes, I spoke to a state representative who's been in touch with some of the officials who have been inside Pulse nightclub today. And this is hard to hear, but as all of these, as many of the 50 dead club goers still lay there and notification of next of kin is in process, their cell phones are still ringing at this hour. So the shooting happened 12 hours ago. Well, the investigation has begun, but as they take these bodies out of the nightclub, their cell phones are still ringing, and it's a lot of parents and brothers and sisters and friends trying and calling to get in touch with their loved ones, but obviously trying in vain. We're also hearing to that end that Facebook, for the first time, has set up, for the first time in the United States, has set up their safety check feature, which is something that we've only ever seen after devastating earthquakes or natural disasters abroad. It's something where users in the Orlando area can go onto Facebook and check that they are safe. That goes to speak about the scale, the true, the devastation, 50 people dead, 53 others hurt, and how widespread it is here in Orlando. Now, we just heard from the FBI. They said this person who did pledge allegiance to ISIS, or to the Islamic State today, was not under investigation, and he was not under surveillance, even though the FBI was in contact with him twice in the last 3 years. Listen to this.
The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. The FBI thoroughly investigated the matter, including interviews of witnesses, physical surveillance, and records checks. In the course of the investigation, Martin was interviewed twice. Ultimately, we were unable to verify the substance of his comments, and the investigation was closed.
The weapons used in the attack were bought in the last week legally by Martin here in Florida. It was a rifle and a long gun. As I mentioned earlier, the process of notifying the next of kin of the people who were killed with those weapons between 2 and 5 o'clock this morning on a street just about a block and a half behind us is in process. And here in Orange County, Florida, we are in a state of emergency declared by the Governor Rick Scott this afternoon. Arthel.
It's unthinkable, Peter, and you mentioned that Facebook is allowing folks to go on and confirm that they're safe or not. And I want to remind people, if you stay with me, Peter, that earlier Buddy Dyer, the mayor of Orlando, issued an information hotline, a local number there for citizens to call to check on their loved ones and just get updates as much as is available. And that number is 407-246-4357. Again, it's 407-246-4357. As you said, Peter, this is just unthinkable. Peter Ducey, thank you so much.
Well, Othello area hospitals in Orlando are in crisis mode to deal with the 53 people so severely wounded in this morning's shooting. The public also pitching in and rolling up their sleeves to donate the much-needed blood. Steve Harrigan is live in Orlando with the very latest on that effort. You know, Steve, it's been an inspiring and reassuring scene as people line up to donate blood for those who are injured.
Eric, it's really been an overwhelming response from the people of Orlando, lining up in 90-degree heat, waiting for hours. Right now, blood banks saying they're actually overwhelmed by the response. The trauma hospital here behind me, the level 1 trauma hospital, the only one in Central Florida, is less than a mile away from the scene of that carnage. And it was here that the first victims began to arrive just after 2 a.m. Those victims, most of them had wounds from an assault rifle, terrible wounds to the torso, to the abdomen, and to the limbs. 44 different patients, all adults, were admitted here. Of those 44, 9 died from their severe wounds. The trauma surgeons, there was one on duty initially, but as they kept seeing the scope of the carnage, they called more, and eventually there were 6 who performed a total of 26 operations, at least, since this morning. We're getting more details, too, from inside the club during that 3-hour siege before the SWAT team breached the door and broke in and rescued 30 different hostages. One man who was standing near the bar at the time of the firing by the suspect said that he heard a steady pop, pop, pop. He thought initially it was part of the show, until he saw people around him start to drop, and he was able to run out a back door. Other people were not so fortunate. A lot of people who were jammed or stuck in one of the bathrooms were texting or calling police or family members, and we have an account from one woman, a mother of a 30-year-old young man who was inside the club, who was actually texting with her during the shooting. Here's what she had to say.
He said he didn't want to look at the man because we might look and get shot. Yeah. So I told him to hang up and text. So we was asking him, the dispatcher had me asking him questions. Yeah. You know, is everybody all right? He said no, people are hurt. Mm-hmm. And then he said he has us and he's going to kill us, and that was it.
It's hard to imagine the terror and now the uncertainty that that woman is going through. She received the last text from her 30-year-old son, the text which read, "He's coming, I'm gonna die." That was from 30-year-old Eddie, whose fate at this point is still unknown. Arthel and Eric, back to you.
That is so heartfelt, and our prayers and thoughts certainly go out to her and Eddie's family, especially since his fate right now is unknown after texting that to his mother. Stephen, thank you so much. Arthel?
Okay, and we're reporting disturbing new details about Omar Mateen now coming to light after law enforcement confirming he was known to the FBI, interviewed twice. But apparently there was not enough evidence to arrest him on any terrorism-related charges. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge, live in Washington. Catherine, what more can you tell us?
Well, thank you, Arthel. As we've been reporting since early today here at Fox News, that the suspect in the Orlando shooting was known to the FBI as recently as 2013, and we had that confirmed at the news conference. He made comments that were alarming to his co-workers. They investigated, but they were not able to substantiate those comments. There was also a second episode in 2014 where the FBI investigated ties to a suicide bomber, but they were considered too distant to really do anything with at that point. What's happened, though, in the last couple of hours is a claim of responsibility by the ISIS media site called Amok News. And in my personal experience, and those who work in the government have found that they have not seen a claim of responsibility by ISIS for an attack unless they had some kind of role in the direction of the attack. What we're told right now is that this is a very active thread of the investigation that's being pursued by the FBI as well as the National Counterterrorism Center. And a short time ago, I spoke to the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who has received regular briefings on the shooting in Orlando.
And I think this one has all the hallmarks of some type of direction from a terrorist organization. The reality is that only through this investigation will we find the digital footprint that we need to make the connection to a specific ISIL member or to a specific cell, and I'm confident that in the next 42 to 72 hours we'll discover that.
The president had a briefing in person with the FBI director at the White House this morning. The Secretary of Homeland Security is no longer traveling to China as had been previously scheduled. He's remaining in Washington, D.C. And as you've been reporting, the Attorney General Loretta Lynch is returning to Washington, D.C. Just to give you context, this really tells you that this is a Tier 1. This is an immediate high priority event for this administration and all the key figures on that national security team who are dealing with domestic terrorism, which is what the president called it at that news conference at the White House today. Arthel.
Catherine Herridge, thank you. Eric?
You're welcome.
I thought, meanwhile, President Obama addressing the nation earlier today, as Catherine said, describing the nightclub shooting in Orlando as an act of terror and an act of hate. Kristen Fisher was there at the White House when the president addressed the nation. Kristen, some now pointing out, of course, the president, as has been his custom, in the aftermath of other attacks, continues to refrain from using the words radical Islamic terrorism.
That's right, Eric. And in fact, he never mentioned the word Islam at all during his speech today. He said, we know enough to say that this was an act of terror, but he never mentioned the words Islam or Islamic terrorism. Now, President Obama did mention gun control. He didn't speak about it as forcefully as he has after previous mass shootings, but he did bring it up.
This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school or in a house of worship or a movie theater or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be. And to actively do nothing is a decision as well.
After the president spoke, the flags here at the White House were lowered to half-staff, a mark of respect for the 50 people killed at this nightclub in Orlando. Today, President Obama described that club as a place of solidarity and empowerment, a place where the LGBT community could come together to advocate for civil rights. So today, President Obama is calling this an act of hate as well as an act of terror. Eric.
And Kristen, what is he directing the national security team to do now?
Well, President Obama actually walked into this briefing right after meeting with his national security team and FBI Director James Comey. He says that he has directed them to spare no effort to determine what, if any, inspiration or association the shooter might have had with terror groups. At the same time, though, President Obama made it very clear that he believes the precise motivations of this shooter are still unknown. Eric?
All right, Kristen, thank you so much. Arthel?
And Eric, on that note, I wanted to let everybody know that we're just getting word from the White House, from the pool there, saying that in light of the attack in Orlando, the president's travel to Green Bay, Wisconsin, scheduled for Wednesday, has been postponed. So the president not going on the campaign trail for Hillary Clinton at this moment. And when we come back, we'll talk about this. What's being done right now on the ground in Orlando and in Washington as authorities investigate the gunman's background and possible ties to terror groups. Former CIA Director James Woolsey will be here.
Ram trucks are built to work, to play, tow, and haul. They're built to get the job done and go the distance. Ram trucks are built to be America's longest-lasting pickups.
Get 0% APR for 60 months or $8,250 in total values on the purchase of 2016 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab models in stock the longest.
Clear for takeoff.
See ya! When you're living with diabetes, steady is exciting. Oh, this is living, baby. Only Glucerna has Carb Steady to help minimize blood sugar spikes. And try new Glucerna Hunger Smart to help you feel full.
We asked a group of young people when they thought they should start saving for retirement. Then we asked some older people when they actually did start saving. This gap between when we should start saving and when we actually do is one of the reasons why too many of us aren't prepared for retirement.
Just start as early as you can. It's going to pay off in the future.
If we all start saving a little more today, we'll all be better prepared tomorrow.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real amazing.
After a long day, Dave stops working. But his Aleve doesn't. Because Aleve can last 4 hours longer than Tylenol 8 Hour. What will you do with your Aleve hours?
Think fixing your windshield is a big hassle? Not with SafeLight. This family needed their windshield replaced, but their daughter's heart was set on going to the zoo. So we said, if you need SafeLight to come to the zoo, we'll come to the zoo. Oh, yeah, we can fix that. Only Safelite can fix your windshield anywhere in the U.S. with our exclusive mobile glass shops and our one-of-a-kind True Seal technology for a reliable bond.
Thanks so much.
Service that fits your schedule. That's another Safelite advantage.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
From Keurig to KitchenAid and Le Creuset. Find what you love. Love what you find on QVC.com.
Introducing Bondic, the world's first patented multi-use UV bonding pen. The all-in-one repair tool that can fix, bond, build, or seal almost any material using liquid plastic. With the easy-to-use pen, you can apply the formula and shine with the UV light. And in 4 seconds, you have 100% hard plastic. Bondic uses a powerful liquid formula that turns completely solid in just 4 seconds when exposed to UV light. After Bondic is hard, you can file it, drill it, shape it, even paint it in 4 seconds. Available at these fine retailers with a bonus refill included. So hurry up and double up.
A few political headlines happening today. The presumptive nominees for both the Democrats and the Republicans responding to this morning's massacre in Orlando, with both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton tweeting. Also, just moments ago, the president announcing that he will not travel to Wisconsin for a Hillary Clinton campaign event. That was supposed to happen, I believe, on Wednesday. Garrett Tenney live in Washington. Take it away for us.
Yeah, Arthel, Donald Trump was the first of the candidates to weigh in, tweeting early this morning and throughout the day. Around noon, he tweeted, "Horrific incident in Florida, praying for all the victims and their families. When will this stop? When will we get tough, smart, and vigilant?" An hour later, he responded to supporters who were congratulating him for being right about the threat of Islamic terrorists. He responded saying, "Appreciate the congrats for being right on radical Islamic terrorism. I don't want congrats, I want toughness and vigilance. We must be smart." Then, just a couple of minutes before President Obama addressed the nation, Trump tweeted, "Is President Obama going to finally mention the words radical Islamic terrorism? If he doesn't, he should immediately resign in disgrace." In a statement this afternoon, Hillary Clinton did not use those words, radical Islamic terrorism. Instead, she called it an act of terror and an act of hate that shows we need to redouble our efforts to defend the homeland. Quote, "That means defeating international terror groups, working with allies and partners to go after them wherever they are, countering their attempts to recruit people here and everywhere. Finally, we need to keep guns like the ones used last night out of the hands of terrorists or other violent criminals." When Senator Bernie Sanders was asked for his reaction on NBC's Meet the Press, he focused on gun control and didn't even mention terrorism.
It's horrific. It's unthinkable, and our, just hopes go out to all those who were shot that they can recover. And I got to tell you, over 25 years ago, I believed that in this country we should not be selling automatic weapons which are designed to kill people.
Libertarian candidate Gary Johnson said in a statement this afternoon that right now is not the time to either politicize or jump to conclusions. And he said our thoughts should be with the victims. Arthel?
Yes, the heartbreaking reality of those families who have suddenly lost loved ones is indeed at the forefront of our hearts and minds. Garrett Tenney, thank you.
My pleasure.
You know, Arthel, we have been warned time and time again that terrorists will continue to strike us here at home, repeatedly. And now this suspect, interviewed by the FBI, investigated twice, but not enough evidence to arrest him. So what steps should the government take to keep us safe? Ambassador James Woolsey joins us. He's former director of the CIA and chairman of the Foundation for the Defense of the Democracies. Ambassador, Omar Mateen, I think he vividly demonstrates the overwhelming challenges that we face. He's on the radar. He's interviewed for supposed radical comments, another investigation for a possible connection to a suicide bomber. Not under investigation now, not under surveillance, yet he still carried this out. What could have been done? What do we do to prevent the next one?
I think one thing that needs to be done is the gay and lesbian community needs to realize that they have no better friend than the average heterosexual American who is law-abiding and might not like the Supreme Court decision on single-sex marriage, but is willing to observe it. Those are their friends. The enemies are the Islamist terrorists. The jihadis hate gay people of all kinds, loathe them, think they should die as soon as possible. That's why they attacked a gay and lesbian bar. And somehow we have to get across the idea that this is a different kind of threat than we faced before, but the Islamists are at least as ideological as the Nazis. Somewhat different ideology, but they are effectively their own kind of Nazi.
At least as ideological as the Nazis. You hit it right on the head with that. I mean, look, as we know, ISIS throws homosexuals off the roofs of buildings. In fact, an imam, this is unbelievable. Local television station Orlando reporting that 2 months ago, an imam who says that under Sharia Islamic law, it's acceptable to kill homosexuals. This guy speaks in Sanford, Florida, just right near Orlando.
And kill your daughter if she walks with the boy next door down to the corner to get an ice cream cone. There are lots of things in Sharia that are really, to most of us, quite appalling.
So how do we face this, and how do we prevent this? Or is it even possible when you've got this insidious strain continuing and in some quarters only growing in our country, when we're told that about 400 Americans went to Syria and maybe at least 25 or more have returned, let alone the sympathizers and the believers who are, on the internet looking at this stuff?
The key people in this are the real moderate Muslims. I don't mean just Muslims that don't like violence but still want to take over the government. I mean real moderate Muslims like Zuhdi Jasser and others. People like, well, the most amazing one I knew was the late Abdul Rahman Wahid, the former president of Indonesia. I knew him only slightly, but he was an amazing man. After he was president, he formed a group called Lib for All, Religious Liberty for All, and he would travel around Indonesia renting soccer stadiums and putting on concerts with Indonesia's leading young rock star, and then teach the kids words to songs that they were writing about religious liberty. Then he'd go on and pay for it himself and do it the next night at another football stadium in Indonesia. There are Muslims like this, and we need to work with them and be their friend. And they need friends.
And finally, you would like to see this happen here, because there's got to be a voice within the community to speak out against this powerfully.
It's tough here because of the traditions and culture and history, reasons we don't have time to go into right now, but it has to be done. We really, really have to help when they ask for it, the real moderate Muslims, and do everything we can to help them prevail.
Yeah, absolutely. Ambassador James Woolsey, thank you for your insight and comments on what is such a horrific situation after this carnage we witnessed last night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Powerful eyewitness accounts from inside the nightclub where the horror unfolded.
And all of a sudden we heard like boom, boom, and we thought it was like the stereo. We were like, oh my goodness, something went on with the, just the music. And after the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting.
Pain used to shut me down during pickup games. But with odor-free Blue Emu Continuous Pain Relief Spray, I can box out any muscle or joint pain immediately. Blue Emu Continuous Pain Relief Spray. It works fast, and you won't stink.
When you grow, create, and learn, our solutions help you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF, we create chemistry.
Tired of food sticking to the pan? You try to scrape it, and then you scratch it. You may as well trash it. Not anymore. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Gotham Steel, the newest technology in non-stick cookware made with ceramic and super strong titanium. Stronger than ever before. It's literally like cooking on air. Everything slides right off. This pan makes cooking so easy. Check out this s'mores recipe. Start with chocolate chips, add sweetened condensed milk, marshmallows, and then bake. That's right, use Gotham steel in the oven to up to 500 degrees. And then look, it slides right out. Delicious. And it's dishwasher safe. Watch, you'd never whisk eggs in a non-stick pan, right? Well, you can with my pan. Use metal and never make a scratch ever. No oil or butter, absolutely no sticking and no scratches. It's amazing. Plus, make flavorful flaky salmon and grill steaks to perfection. Look, burnt cheese is a frying pan disaster. Not with my pan. Shredded Parmesan, right on the heat. And here's a secret. Shape a bowl for a unique way to serve party dips. Even fire won't damage Gotham steel. Make steak fajita flambe with ease. No burnt stuck-on mess. Just a clean pan and flawless food every time.
Get your 9.5-inch Gotham steel pan with new titanium ceramic surface for just $19.99. But wait, call now, and through this special TV offer, you can get a second Gotham Steel Tie-Cerama pan free. Just pay separate fee. And we're so sure it'll never stick and never scratch that we're giving you a huge 90-day money-back guarantee. No other pan will give you that. Call now to get your Gotham Steel pan with Tie-Cerama surface and a second pan free. A huge $80 value for $19.99. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-913-4944. That's 1-800-913-4944. Or order online at buygothamsteel.com. That's 1-800-913-4944.
I've been trying to prepare for this day, and I'm still not ready. The reason I'm telling you this is that there will be moments in your life that you'll never be ready for. Your little girl getting married being one of them.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease is tough, but I've managed. Except that managing my symptoms was all I was doing. And when I finally told my doctor, he said Humira is for adults like me who've tried other medications but still experience the symptoms of moderate to severe Crohn's disease. And that in clinical studies, the majority of patients on Humira saw significant symptom relief, and many achieved remission.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
Well, Fox News is continuing coverage of the Orlando nightclub massacre now continues. And you know, it went on for 3 hours as Omar Martin held hostages, and now the survivors are describing the horror inside that nightclub during the horrendous attack. Brian Yennis in our New York City newsroom with more details. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Eric. Well, today is about the survivors and the victims. And for many parents, families, and friends, the nightmare today continues to unfold. Victims fighting for their lives in area hospitals, others hoping against hope their missing loved ones are not among the at least 50 dead. And the night began as Latin night at Pulse Orlando Gay Nightclub when at 2:02 a.m., the suspect, 29-year-old Omar Martin, shot at a police officer at the front door before firing at the crowd inside, with more than 300 people inside the club, including Christopher Hansen, who crawled out alive.
The person I was with was shot in the back. I had to take my bandana off and tie it up, put it in the bullet hole that was in his back so that he wasn't bleeding, because he was bleeding so bad his whole pant leg was red, and it was so soaked. It was just, my hands were just covered, and I didn't know what to do but just stand there and tell him to be strong.
On Facebook, Pulse nightclub posting shortly after 2 a.m., everyone get out of Pulse and keep running. Over the next 3 hours, gunfire can be heard as police and ambulances rush to the scene.
Right now we have active firing shots outside.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
This guy's firing off shots.
The gunman taking 30 hostages before the SWAT team barged in, killing the gunman and saving lives. But outside the club, relatives horrifically waited on word from their loved ones. Mina Justice was trying to contact her 30-year-old son, Eddie. He told her he ran into the bathroom to hide and texted her. He's coming, he said. He has us, and he's in here with us, he texted.
He was shot? We don't know. He's in the women's bathroom with the hostage. He's hostage from the shooter.
How did you find out?
He was texting me and called me.
What did he tell you exactly?
That the shooter has them in the women's bathroom hostage and he's going to die.
She and other families are still awaiting word on their loved ones, and the city of Orlando has released the names of the first victims who have been positively identified and whose next of kin have been notified. Those victims are Edward Sotomayor Jr., Stanley Almodovar III, Luis Omar Ocasio Capo, Juan Ramon Guerrero. Of course, the horrific reality is that list will grow longer and longer as the day progresses, and the list will be updated at cityoforlando.net/victims, and you can continue to go there for those names. Eric?
The nation's hearts and prayers at this hour are with them and their families. Thank you, Brian.
No problem.
And Eric and Brian, as we learn more about survivors, we take a closer look at the emergency response to this shooting. SWAT officers killing the gunman who opened fire with an assault rifle inside the crowded nightclub. Here's a picture. Law enforcement identifying this man here, seen on your screen, as 29-year-old Omar Mateen, a U.S. citizen living in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Let's bring in now Steve Rogers. He's a former member of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and a retired detective in the Nutley, New Jersey Police Department. Mr. Rogers, so good to have you here. An unfortunate story that we're covering. I want to start with this concern about what people are calling this. And I understand that you feel that this is more about a label. It's more than semantics. It's guidance on how to tackle the issue.
Yes, it's all about leadership, and it begins at the White House. The President of the United States has continuously refused to call this what it is, radical Islamic terrorism. He is setting the tone. He treats this as a criminal justice issue. It should be treated as a national security issue. You have two presidential candidates who come out and tell us, well, it's about guns, it's about this, it's about that. At least to Donald Trump's credit, he came out and he hit it right on the nose. It's radical Islamic terrorism.
So when you call it that, how does that change how you tackle it?
It changes the rules of engagement, because now you're not dealing with a criminal element, you're dealing with what amounts to a military operation that's being conducted against this country. And I've spoken to people in the law enforcement community as well as the intel community, and they're concerned about that. We have to change the rules of engagement to defeat this enemy.
And if you deem this a military operation, then how does that change in terms of the information that's available to Terrorism Task Force members as well as local authorities and tools? Talk to us about that. How does it change?
The first thing we need to do, intelligence and information is key to prevention. So we have to give the NSA sweeping powers to do what they must do to defeat this enemy. And that means, yes, we may have some people in the government surveilling on our phones and on our computers. Look, I'm not worried about that, and I'm sure you're not worried about it, but there are people opposed to that. But my goodness, it's either going to be the blood of Americans on our street, or we're going to save American lives. The other thing we must do, two other things. A strong military response should have been done a long time ago. We have the most powerful military in the world. We're not using it to defeat this enemy. And thirdly, equip our police officers in local governments with the equipment they need and the intelligence they need to defeat this enemy.
Okay, a couple of follow-ups. Then tell me more about the equipment you're talking about that local officials, police need, and also if you're suggesting to involve the military more, in what way? Are you talking about here at home or abroad?
Not at all. First, the military abroad. We have the power. We have the air power. And unfortunately, you might have to use ground troops. You go in and you decapitate them. We know where their command and control center is. I mean, when I hear reports that we're not going to bomb certain areas because we're afraid that there's going to be collateral damage on something that's sacred to ISIS, that's ridiculous. That's one. So use your military power and use it decisively. Secondly, regarding local law enforcement, we're telling the citizens of this country, if you see something, say something. Well, if they say something to local police, there are a lot of police officers that don't know what to do with that information.
So then how do you train the local police officers?
Well, you have the FBI, you have a lot of intelligence agencies that could come to local police departments and train them, just like they do with domestic violence and other low-level crimes. Now, where are you going to get the training? Well, the United States Congress, who should bear some of the burden of this mess, has the ability to get that funding to local police departments. They fund everything else. How about funding training for local police departments? And the reason why I say that is, to your third point, what is the most important thing local police departments need? They're trained in weapons, they're trained in tactics. It's intelligence. Intelligence and information is key to defeating this enemy.
So really quickly, because I have to go, but if this were deemed a military operation, if that suggestion that you made, if that was already in place, what would have changed when they first came across this Omar Mateen person?
Massive, unmerciful bombing of ISIS in the Mideast. We haven't done that. We're not going to do it under this president, but hopefully after January it will get done.
All right. Well, it's just really an unfortunate story, and that's really an understatement. It's really bothersome. Former member of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, retired Detective Steve Rogers, thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Eric?
Orthel, it certainly appears to be what we have feared, an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack. Up next, the boasts and claims from Omar Mateen when he called police at 911 while committing this horrible act.
Shouldn't we be nervous? Yeah. We're gonna kick some serious alien. I got you!
Independence Day Resurgence. Rated PG-13. In theaters and IMAX 3D June 24th.
Now, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right? I mean, who's to say it's pronounced nutrition anyway? My mixes contain delicious nuts, specially blended for your optimal nut-trition. That's right. I just changed a word in the English dictionary forever. Planters, nutrition starts with nut.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously. Oh.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards?
Or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes. Even a claim satisfaction guarantee. N means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Can a toothpaste do everything well?
This clean was like, pow.
It felt like I had just gone to the dentist.
My teeth are glowing.
They look great.
They are so white.
6 times cleaning, 6 times whitening.
In the certain spots that I get very sensitive, I really notice a difference.
And at 2 weeks, superior sensitivity relief to Sensodyne.
I actually really like the 2 steps.
Step 1 cleans and relieves sensitivity. Step 2 whitens.
It's the whole package. No one's done this.
Crest, healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
It takes great sleep to live a great life. So Casper created one perfect mattress. It ships free in a big box. Try it at home for 100 nights and see. You'll sleep better, dream better, and live better. Upgrade your mattress at Casper.com.
I'm Andy, and I lost 30 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Listen up, guys. Want to shed a few pounds? Got a beer belly going on? Can't fit into your pants? I got one word for you, Nutrisystem.
I'm Essex, and I lost 43 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Trevor, and I lost 60 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's all-new Turbo 10. You can lose weight too. Real guys, real results.
I'm Michael, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Put down the pie, pick up the phone, and get with the program today. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. You'll love it. Money back guaranteed.
The food was delicious.
If you're like me and you like to eat, this is what you get to do.
This is perfect for men, especially guys who don't want to cook.
So get off the couch and order your 28-day Nutrisystem plan right now. Get 1 week of all-new Turbo Shakes free and 1 week of NutriCrush Shakes free.
It's not that hard. You eat the food, you lose the weight.
Call 877-282-DIET and get the all-new Turbo 10 with 14 shakes free.
Why have 2 million guys switch to Harry's razors? Because we give you less. We make just one razor with 5 precision blades. Ding! All you need for a comfortable shave. And we cut out the middleman. Boom! We own the factory and sell direct for half the price. Now we're dropping the half-price sound effects guy.
Wait, why?
Not everyone can give you high quality for a fraction of the price. One perfect razor, none of the extra noise. Visit us online at harrys.com and get a free trial today.
Everything just stopped.
Shock. Yeah, I was pretty shocked.
I just kind of tuned out. And then we wanted to fight and win.
I thought, what could I do now?
Because we have so many ways to fight you.
Immunotherapy,
Proton therapy,
Clinical trials.
Leading edge technology.
So believe
In our treatment.
in our teams.
we are in this together. So cancer, what do I have to say to you?
We're making cancer history.
There were 911 calls in which there was conversation between the subject and law enforcement representatives of 911 dispatchers. That has become federal evidence. I have not personally listened to him, but it was general to the Islamic State.
That's unbelievable. I mean, the guy's in there shooting people, holding people hostage in a terrorist attack, and he's on the phone calling 911, pledging allegiance to the Islamic State and al-Baghdadi and yelling, Ali Akbar, supposedly. And that's exactly what authorities said happened during those 3 hours of this intense carnage that occurred. How can we stop it, and what do we do? Eric Stakelback now joins us. He's in Washington, D.C. He is with Christians United for Terrorism. And Eric, you have warned that this is right out of ISIS's playbook. You have said that ISIS wants to turn our cities into guerrilla war zones. That's a quote. And now we're seeing it in Orlando. We saw it in Boston. We saw it in San Bernardino.
Yeah, Eric, it's Christians United for Israel, but this is the ISIS blueprint. And as you said, what ISIS wants to do, Eric, is they want to carry out these attacks against soft targets in Western cities on a regular basis. As you said, Paris, Brussels, San Bernardino, Tel Aviv last week, by the way, I just returned from Israel, hit also, and now Orlando as well. What ISIS wants to do is strike fear into the hearts of average Americans, hit them where they live and where they breathe. And you can only imagine, Eric, if you have a sustained period of attacks like we saw in Orlando on a regular basis, not just once in a while, but on a regular basis, you can only imagine what it would do to America's psyche. And this is what ISIS wants to do. They've made very clear that they want to do this on a regular basis, not just occasionally. And it seems that they are acquiring the foot soldiers here in the West. According to FBI Director James Comey, Eric, they're in all 50 U.S. states. We have investigations ongoing into ISIS-related activity right here on American soil. So there is the intent by ISIS, and it seems like they're developing the foot soldiers as well here in the West.
Well, they said that at least 400 Americans perhaps have gone to Syria, but you don't have to go to Syria. I mean, you can just get on the internet, as we all know. Eric, do you have to have that link? Do they have to prove a specific link and communication with ISIS? For example, the FBI said that they did interview him twice, once for some type of connection with a American suicide bomber. They said there was no, direct evidence of that, so they dropped that. And they also interviewed him and closed the case for his supposedly issuing radical Islamic terrorist comments at work that his fellow co-workers, went to authorities about, and nothing happened there either.
Yeah, Eric, number one, that's troubling. We saw this in the Boston bombings case. If you remember as well, one of the brothers in that case had been questioned by the FBI, then released. We see it here again with the Orlando terrorists. But look, ISIS is very clear. This is what they want to do. And you don't have to have a direct link to ISIS overseas. With the web now, Eric, with the internet, you can reach out and touch a jihadist half a world away. So what we have many times, and we've had dozens of ISIS-related arrests here on U.S. soil, the numbers are increasing. Many times these jihadists on American soil are self-radicalized. They just go on the web, they feed off the ISIS propaganda, and they carry out these attacks with no direct hand from a terror group overseas. And ISIS, and as a matter of fact, Eric, Al-Qaeda before ISIS, has called for this, called for Americans to rise up and be one man or one woman jihadist. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to walk into a shopping mall, yell Allahu Akbar, and open fire. That's exactly what ISIS is calling for Americans to do.
They can't get you, can't arrest you. I mean, just for your thoughts and your comments, that's protected under the First Amendment.
Well, look, I mean, number one, if the thoughts and the comments are intent to murder and maim, then I think the First Amendment in that case doesn't really apply. If someone is saying online, Facebook, Twitter, etc., that they intend to kill people, I think you have a serious case there. So I think it all goes back to, what are these people saying online? This terrorist in Orlando was monitored, questioned by the FBI twice. There's obviously some kind of trail of extremist statements, connections, and behavior there, major red flags, and it's a real shame that he slipped through the cracks and was able to carry out this horrific attack.
I mean, just so horrible and beyond. And finally, Eric, something else that's incredibly glaring. I mean, first of all, he's interviewed twice and investigated, and he's got a weapons license, a statewide Florida weapons license, because of his work at a security firm in Florida that apparently is a contractor for federal buildings, so he could have been protecting, you know, the federal courthouse and the federal buildings. Why didn't someone say, oh, wait a minute, all right, he's not convicted of anything. Right. He was cleared. The investigations were closed, so he's not guilty. But where would shouldn't someone have said, oh, wait a minute, you got this investigation on one hand, why is he allowed to have guns on the other?
Right. I mean, it's a fox guarding the henhouse situation, Eric. Look, who knows what he was saying on social media. Those details are still emerging. And it's reminiscent of what we see in Paris right now, where there are suspicions that Islamic extremists may be working at the airport in Paris. So this is a dream for ISIS and its ilk to get jobs in sensitive positions in airports, in security positions where they are allowed to carry weapons. That's a dream for Islamic terror groups, and jihadists like ISIS will continue to try to infiltrate these positions.
Eric Steckelbeck, it is sad, it is growing, it is here, and it is continuing, and it is the challenge of our time. I thank you for joining us as a terror expert and with Christians United for Israel and for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Anytime.
Marthel?
Eric, a community in mourning as it tries to begin the healing phase from the devastating attack, but not before they try to make sense of the senseless. Live from reports now or after this message, we'll have live reports from Orlando. But first, here is Senator Marco Rubio.
As Americans, we're heartbroken. As I've told all the law enforcement here already, this could have happened anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, today was Orlando's turn. And in a broader conflict, we're still learning all the facts.
Managing my diabetes has been a struggle. I considered all my options with my doctor, who recommended once daily Toujeo. Now I'm on the path to better blood sugar control. Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly, providing consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours, proven full 24-hour blood sugar control, and significant A1C reduction. And along with Toujeo, I'm eating better and moving more.
Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening. It may cause shaking, sweating, fast heartbeat, and blurred vision. Check your blood sugar levels daily while using Toujeo. Injection site reactions may occur. Don't change your dose or type of insulin without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you take other medicines and about all your medical conditions. Insulins, including Toujeo, in combination with TZDs, thiazolidinediones, may cause serious side effects like heart failure that can lead to death, even if you've never had heart failure before. Don't dilute or mix Toujeo with other insulins or solutions, as it may not work as intended, and you may lose blood sugar control, which could be serious.
Toujeo helps me stay on track with my blood sugar. Ask your doctor about Toujeo.
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
More than 140 cars on over 40 amazing tracks makes one hell of a ride. Join the millions who know the meaning of speed. Asphalt 8 Airborne. Join the race now for free.
As America's longest-lasting pickups, Ram's continued leadership is eye-opening. Like Ram 3500 with the best towing and the best torque. And Ram 1500 with the best fuel economy. It's no wonder more people are driving Ram trucks than ever before. Join us now during the Ram Drive and Discover event. Get 0.9% APR for up to $11,200 in total values on 2016 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab models in stock the longest.
Summer's here, but we're the ones bringing the heat. Consider this your invitation to the Dodge Summer Clearance Event.
During the summer clearance event, lessees of competitive vehicles get a low-mileage lease on the 2016 Challenger for $169 a month.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Drive and Discover event. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. During Drive and Discover, lessees of competitive vehicles get $3,750 total cash allowance on the purchase of a 2016 Cherokee Latitude.
As we learn more about the Orlando nightclub terror attack, which is now the worst mass shooting in American history, what more can law enforcement do to guard against this growing threat? Let's bring in now James Carafano, Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation and a Security and Foreign Policy Analyst. Mr. Carafano, thank you, first of all, in acknowledging the terrific job that law enforcement is already doing. What more can they do?
Right, so there, by our count, and this would be number 86, there have been at least 86 known Islamist terrorist plots aimed at the United States since 9/11, many of them very, very serious. We can all count the ones that actually came to fruition: Fort Hood, San Bernardino, this one today, Boston. So overwhelmingly, we stop these things, and the way you stop them is good counterterrorism operations. It's local, federal, state law enforcement getting out there, doing the investigations, doing the information sharing. And even in cases where people are quote-unquote lone wolves, there are signals out there that if you're doing the job right, you can pick these up. And we need more of that. And I think a big part of the concern is when people get really angry about, well, why aren't we calling this a terrorist act, is they're frustrated because they really don't believe that their president and senior officials really take this war seriously, and they're skeptical. And that kind of ambivalence really, I think, it drives up concerns among average Americans.
Well, to that point, regarding semantics and labels, my prior guest, pardon me, said that this fight on terrorism, the fight against terrorism, should be classified as a military operation. I'd like to know what you think about that. And in his, from his perspective, he says this would open up law enforcement here at home to be able to do more to fight these. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that interview, and he was part right and he was part dead wrong. I mean, he's completely right in the sense what's driving this, what's fueling this, is the narrative that ISIS is out there and fighting, and it's calling fighters both to the battleground in Syria and Iraq and around the world to fight for them. And as long as they are standing and fighting, that's a global threat. And in a very lackadaisical military campaign, this administration's been horrible on defeating the enemy. When we actually defeated al-Qaeda in the field in Iraq and Afghanistan, global terrorism attacks plummeted. And then we pulled out of Iraq, we gave them space, and it jumped back. So, yeah, overseas, there's a real place for military operations. Domestically, you know, to be honest with you, we have 99% of the law enforcement and authorities we need here to do this. We just need to do the job. But when you hear this ambivalence on the part of senior officials, when you hear them kind of are afraid to even mention that this is a radical Islamist terror attack, that I think fuels skepticism and concerns on the part of Americans. And to be honest, there's reality behind it. Remember the thing, we had the kid that got shot and he had a hood, you know?
Well, let me stop and keep. I know where you're going, but I'm limited on time, and I want to make sure to jump back in on something you just said. And I understand your frustration. There are a lot of citizens who are frustrated that they want to hear President Obama and other leaders say this is Islamic radical terrorism. Okay, so let's say that label is out there. How does that change the fight?
No, it's much more.
But then tell me in your answer in short time, because we want solutions here. We don't just want to fight over words. The people's lives are lost. So,
but it's much more than that.
Then tell
because
me
it reflects
specifically.
that they're not actually doing this.
Sir, 1 second, sir. Tell me how you would, advise President Clinton or President Trump to react and behave and operate.
So when a young man with a hood was shot, the White House sent word out to the TSA that you will not investigate anybody if they're wearing a hooded sweatshirt, right? So they're actually pushing this political correctness out in an operational manner. So it's more than just semantics. When they say this stuff, it's not just a semantic argument. They're actually reticent to actually enforce the laws in the way they need to be enforced. That's a real problem.
And how do we fix that? Again, it seems like you're saying get rid of the political correctness, and what else do you do?
If you use the authorities that you have on the book, and if you have a president and senior officials that treat this as a serious 24/7, 365-day-a-year job, as opposed, the primary thing the Department of Homeland Security has been responsible for is implementing amnesty and dealing with climate control and climate change, right? Instead of having the department focus on its day job. And that's just not happening from the top. So it's just about leadership, period.
Okay, and your last thoughts here, I'd like to know again, if you were leaving a memo, a to-do list for the next administration, what would be priority?
Yeah, so we've got all the tools in the toolkit. We've proven we can stop terrorism. You just have to have the leadership to press people to do their job.
And are American citizens ready for whatever that might call for? And are we ready to hear for, you know, carte blanche access to all information on the part of law enforcement?
Yeah, but look, you don't have to violate people's civil liberties. You don't have to violate their civil rights. You just have to do your job. The tools are already on the books and available. We just need people to take the task seriously. And I think the problem is I have an administration that just doesn't take this fight with the seriousness it deserves.
I appreciate your thoughts, Mr. James Carafano, and just to be fair, I would imagine that someone from the White House would beg to differ that the president is not taking this seriously. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Arthel, at the White House, President Obama ordering the flag on top of the White House to be flown in half-staff. You can see a live picture right now, 5:55 p.m. Eastern Time, in honor of the victims of this latest terrorist attack that has hit our nation. 50 souls taken in the name of terrorism. The order from the president, not only for the flag there, but at all federal public buildings and grounds, at all military posts and naval stations, and on naval vessels across the globe. The flag flying is a sign of our sorrow, our pain, and our tribute to those who are dancing and chatting and enjoying the freedoms that we so cherish while becoming victims in the war against terrorism that has targeted us even from within.
And as we close this hour, our thoughts and prayers with the families of the victims. And this is not about politics. This is about all of us as Americans standing strong and standing together, united.
Our coverage continues. Stay with it.
Anything can be new. Not everything can be better. The 2017 Hyundai Elantra with lane departure warning. Not just new, better.
If you have a typical airline credit card, you only earn double miles when you buy stuff from that airline. Wait, is this where you typically shop? You should be getting double miles on every purchase. Switch to the Capital One Venture card. With Venture, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase, everywhere, every day. Not just airline purchases. Seriously, double miles. Everywhere. What's in your wallet?
Ouch! That pot is sizzling hot! Oh no! Got burned on that barbecue? Uh-oh! Did Grandma's griddle melt those mitts? You need Hot Hands! The amazing new silicone gloves, tough enough to handle all the hot stuff. Remove the lid and watch. Hot Hands handles scalding hot steam like a dream. Flip the bacon without the burn. Use the non-slip silicone grips for sizzling hot casseroles. You can even move back the oven rack. You won't believe your eyes. Hot Hands flips French fries. The secret is in Hot Hands raised grippers that safely repel heat away from hands. Hard-boiled eggs and hot boiling water? No problem. And look, reach in and grab the corn, then butter it without the burn. With its 5-finger non-slip grip, you can even reach into the pot and grab the red hot lobster. It's the silicone glove you're gonna love. I can even shred pulled pork without using a fork. Lift a 20-pound turkey with Hot Hands. Time to barbecue? Grab the hot potato right off the grill, then safely open the steaming hot pockets. Hot grills are no match for Hot Hands. Forget the tools, Hot Hands is the only tool you'll use. Stain-proof Hot Hands rinse clean in seconds, and it's dishwasher safe. Watch, I'm gonna torch this old-fashioned oven mitt and Hot Hands. Hot Hands is the clear winner, hands down. Hot Hands, delicate enough to pick up a pin, but strong enough to pop open a jar and melt-proof to last a lifetime. Now get Hot Hands with the 5-finger non-slip grip for just $10. Call now and get a second pair free. Keep one in the kitchen and one at the barbecue. But I'm not stopping there. We'll even include the perfect Lovin' Oven thermometer for roasts and more. You get it all for just $10. So call now.
Call 1-800-299-2497 or go online to GetHotHands.com. That's 1-800-299-2497 or go online to GetHotHands.com. Order now.
Think fixing your windshield is a big hassle? Not with SafeLight. This family needed their windshield replaced, but their daughter's heart was set on going to the zoo. So we said, if you need SafeLight to come to the zoo, we'll come to the zoo. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Only SafeLight can fix your windshield anywhere in the U.S. with our exclusive mobile glass shops and our one-of-a-kind True Seal technology for a reliable bond. Thanks so much. Service that fits your schedule. That's another SafeLight advantage.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
80% of women say a healthy lifestyle is a priority, but up to 90% fall short in getting key nutrients from food alone. Let's do more. Add One-A-Day Women's 50+ Complete Multivitamin with vitamin D and calcium to help support bone health. One-A-Day.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
We begin with a Fox News alert as a terror attack in Orlando is now the deadliest mass shooting in American history.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
This guy's firing off shots.
Police say a gunman stormed a crowded nightclub early this morning, opening fire with an assault rifle and a handgun, reportedly shouting Allahu Akbar, killing 50 people and wounding 53 more before he was killed in a shootout by a SWAT team some 3 hours later. Police identifying the gunman as 29-year-old Omar Mateen, an American citizen from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Welcome to a brand new hour inside America's election headquarters. I'm John Scott.
And I'm Heather Nauert. We are now learning that the gunman called 911 just before that attack, pledging his allegiance to ISIS, that coming from a U.S. official. We also know that the FBI was aware of Omar Mateen as early as 2013, though authorities say he was not the subject of any active investigation currently. In the meantime, the city of Orlando now coming together to mourn the dead and help their families in any way they can.
We will not be defined by a hateful shooter. We'll be defined how we support and love each other.
We have Fox team covered. Steve Harrigan is live at the scene in Orlando. But we begin with our chief intelligence correspondent, Catherine Herridge, with the latest on the investigation. Catherine, good afternoon to you. What are we now learning about his previous contacts with the FBI?
Well, Heather, good afternoon. We're learning a lot more about these two contacts with the FBI. The first one was in 2013. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mike McCall, has just told Fox News that in that particular episode, there were inflammatory statements made by the suspect, Omar Mateen, and they were so alarming to his co-workers that they contacted the FBI. There were 2 meetings with the FBI, but they were not able to substantiate the claims of his co-workers, and it was effectively closed. The most significant contact came in 2014, and it had to do, we're told by Congressman McCall, with another American, Monar Abu Salha. Monar Abu Salha in 2014 became a suicide bomber for the al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria known as the Nusra Front. The congressman says he was briefed earlier today by the FBI that the suicide bomber met with Mateen that year in 2014 after he had traveled back from Syria. He then returned to Syria, and that is when he exploded his suicide vest. What's important here is that at that time, it was not considered a significant enough contact for the FBI to leave an open investigation on Mateen, so it was closed at that time, Heather.
So it concerns me, not just as we sit here today, but looking forward, what could happen over the next month or two during the season. But this is the event we've been worried about for quite some time. Quite honestly, we felt this would happen in Europe, and particularly France during the Euro Cup. We were very hopeful this would not happen in the United States, and unfortunately, it happened.
So the congressman said that this period of Ramadan, the holy period for Muslims, was considered to be a high threat period, but they were hoping not to have something happen in the United States, but indeed something has, Heather.
Catherine, it's certainly terrifying that they actually met in person. It's not like they had some sort of social media contact. They met face to face.
That's right, the suicide bomber.
Yeah, so tell us what you know about the overall ISIS connection so far.
Okay, so earlier today, ISIS's official media branch, the Amaq News Service, claimed responsibility for the attack in Orlando, calling Mateen an ISIS fighter. The key thing here is whether it was inspired or whether it was directed. But I also spoke a short time ago with the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and he told me that he believes there may have been some direction from overseas.
And I think this one has all the hallmarks of some type of direction from a terrorist organization. The reality is that only through this investigation will we find the digital footprint that we need to make the connection to a specific ISIL member or to a specific cell, and I'm confident that in the next 42 to 72 hours we'll discover that.
There are three components really to every terrorist attack. There is the commitment. There is the necessary training. We know that he had arms training as a security guard. And then the final component, not to be underestimated, is this media component. And both the senator and the chairman told Fox News that it was a half hour before the shooting that the suspect called 911 and took responsibility, and that it was driven by his allegiance to the leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Heather.
Goodness, before the shooting, he called 911 and made that. Catherine Herridge, thanks so much. We'll check in with you later.
Welcome.
John?
Some new details coming in from the scene of the Orlando attack, including shocking eyewitness accounts of the moments the gunman began firing inside that crowded theater.
All of a sudden we heard like boom, boom, and we thought it was like the stereo. We were like, oh my goodness, something went on with the, just the music. And after the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting, and that's when we knew something was wrong. When everybody just dropped to the ground, and then people started running.
I called it a theater. It was, of course, a nightclub. Steve Harrigan is live in Orlando with more. Steve.
John, they've set up an information center at a hotel around the corner from this medical trauma center behind me, and it's certainly a very grim scene when you walk in there. You have family members and friends sitting in metal seats, just really lined up, most of them in tears. We saw a young man who found out some bad news about a relative just really collapse into his parents. A number of people still are unsure about the fate of their loved ones. A short time ago, we spoke to a woman who has spent most of the day trying to find out news about her cousin and his partner.
I just want to hear that he's okay and that he's alive.
And how long have you guys been waiting for information?
Right now, like 9 in the morning. So like 3 hours I've been here. I haven't ate, I haven't drank anything. I'm just done. I've been neck called to every hospital in Florida, and they can't tell me anything.
Because of the ongoing investigation, most of those 50 bodies have remained inside the Pulse nightclub for most of the day. So far, authorities have just identified 4 of them and notified next of kin. Here at the trauma center behind me, the wounded started to arrive shortly after the shooting began at 2 a.m. There was 1 trauma surgeon on duty. Pretty soon there were 2, 3, and then 6 by the end of the toll because they had to deal with such tremendous amount of casualties. Many of the wounded suffering from wounds from assault rifle, wounds to the torso, the abdomen, and the limbs. Overall, those surgeons performed at least 26 operations throughout the day, and the overwhelming response by people in the city here for blood donations has really filled the blood banks, but really some tremendous work by a first-class medical facility here, and fortunately just about a half-mile away from the scene of that carnage. John.
All right, Steve Harrigan reporting live from Orlando. Steve, thank you. So police are stepping up their investigation into the Orlando nightclub attack.
Law enforcement from across the entire country came together to talk about what we must do to ensure the safety of our homeland. Because what has happened here was not purely an attack on the residents of Florida or the residents of Orange County or Orlando here, but this was indeed an attack on our nation. And so we appreciate the support that is coming from across the country.
Let's bring in Ron Martinelli, retired police officer, forensic legal analyst, and certified medical investigator. Let me just start with this, Ron. What is the first question on your mind in the initial hours after this horrible attack?
Well, the first question I have on my mind is how the investigative protocol took place. Now, we know that the FBI had contact with reporting parties that stated that Mr. Mateen had made terrorist threats or very disparaging and violent comments about other people. And so the making of a terrorist threat, and that's the legal term for it, is a felony in most states. And so the FBI starts their investigation with reasonable suspicion and then starts obtaining information through digital footprints working towards probable cause. Once they've received probable cause, they can continue with their investigation. The thing that surprises me is that there's information that he was a licensed security guard. So what happens with the suspension of his permit or license? If he had a federal firearms license or a federal license for weapons, why is that not being suspended and the investigation being continued from that point with surveillance?
Right. We know that the FBI had checked him out at least twice because of these threats he apparently made to coworkers. On top of that, as you mentioned, he was licensed to carry firearms because of his job as a security guard. And we also know that at least one of his ex-wives divorced him, or at least one ex-wife divorced him because she said he was violent. You put all of that together, and it sounds like somebody who ought not to be allowed to carry a firearm legally.
And I agree, and the readers and the listeners need to understand that the FBI has over 1,000 investigations going on throughout the 50 states, and they have a multi-agency task force that is involved with 24/7 surveillance. They have to reconsider the investigative protocols and guidelines that they have in order to initiate ongoing investigations. The fact that he was contacted twice and nothing resulted from that is quite troubling.
We don't know yet how deeply in contact he was with ISIS or any of its, so-called leaders, but we know that, according to Catherine Herridge's excellent reporting, that ISIS has essentially claimed credit for what he has done. Is that just them claiming the glory after the blood has already been spilled, or do you think they're going to find that there was a connection with this guy ahead of the attack?
Well, I think that's the question that remains, so I won't speculate on that, but I will tell you that, of course, ISIS can make, can claim responsibility for those actions, but I think the real investigation is going back over the digital footprints, taking a look at what his contacts were with ISIS. But I mean, the bottom line is it really doesn't matter whether ISIS directed it or not. We had a person with terrorist intent that was able to complete the mission and kill 50 of our United States citizens and wound 53 others, including a police officer on the SWAT team.
There is one question remaining about the SWAT team and the length of time that it took them to enter the building. And I'm not trying to be critical here. I know things were chaotic in those early hours, but there was apparently a shootout with a police officer at the door. He took hostages and went inside, and then there was this 3-hour lag before the SWAT team went in. Why, Ron?
Well, I teach a lot of this stuff in active shooter. We actually produce an active shooter class for civilian and armed civilians. I will tell you that it really has a lot to depend with the intelligence gathering. You have an active shooter, but you don't really know what the inside of that building looks like. And unless he is actively shooting at other people at that time, it looks like he was gathering hostages, perhaps for the final shooting. It's very difficult for the SWAT team to be able to deploy that quickly. I also might add that what is very alarming here is we had one shooter and one soft target with as many people dead and injured as we had. Can you imagine what would happen in that same jurisdiction if it was like a Paris-like attack where they simultaneously had 3 attacks in different parts of the city? Yeah. Law enforcement was completely overwhelmed, and that's a lesson for everybody.
Yeah, we hate to give them ideas, but I'm sure that it's not something that they haven't already thought of.
Absolutely.
Ron Martinelli. Ron, thank you for your expertise.
No problem.
And we are taking a live look at a news conference that's held by the organization CARE, the Council for American-Islamic Relations. It's being held out of Chicago. The leaders there, we are told, are condemning the Orlando shooting. Let's take a quick listen.
In this country every day, and we must stand up for the victims and for their families. The criminals, the terrorists and extremists behind this kind of attacks mean only to divide us and turn us against one another. We cannot afford to let them succeed. As Muslims, as Americans, now is the time to speak out and make it clear that we will not give in to hate and we will not give in to fear. We heard in the news that the alleged perpetrator called in and he pledged allegiance to Daesh, or as we call it, ISIS. I have a word for ISIS and their supporters. How would you stand before God and answer to your crimes against innocent people, thousands of innocent people, Muslims, Christians, and other minorities? You do not speak for us. You do not represent us. You are an aberration. You are an outlaw, or as we call it in Islam, they are Khawarij. They are outlaws. They don't speak for our faith. They never belonged to this beautiful faith. They claim to, but the 1.7 billion people are united in rejecting their extremism, their interpretation, and their acts and senseless violence. And to those politicians who may try to exploit this tragedy, we ask them to respect the victims and their families. This is not the time to score points. This is not the time to exploit fear. This is the time for unity and faith. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Rizwan Jaka. He's in two roles today. He's on the board of the Islamic Society of North America, and he's the chairman of the board of the Al Dulles Area Muslim Society, one of the larger mosques in the Washington, D.C. area.
Peace be with you. Thank you, Brother Ibrahim. Rizwan Jaka, R-I-Z-W-A-N. Last name Jaka, J-A-K-A. First, I will read a statement from the Islamic Society of North America, ISNA, the largest and oldest community-based Muslim organization in North America. ISNA offers its condolences to the families of the Orlando shooting victims. We stand with the victims of this senseless act of violence and mourn with the families of the victims and pray for their ease and comfort during this time of difficulty. We are outraged by this horrific shooting. Our president of the Islamic Society of North America, Azhar Aziz, A-Z-H-A-R, A-Z-E-E-Z, said today, ISNA sends its condolences and prayers to the families of the victims. We urge the communities to stand united against all acts of violence. We encourage our members to donate with the immediate short-term needs of the grieving families, and our members in Florida to visit to donate blood today to help the victims of this horrific shooting. That concludes the Islamic Society of North America's statement. Now I will read on behalf of the Al Dulles Area Muslim Society, the second largest mosque in the nation with 11 branches and satellites in Virginia and D.C., representing 25,000 Muslims in this area. The Al Dulles Area Muslim Society condemns the tragic and horrific Orlando mass shooting and rejects any possible motive for this terrible act, whose perpetrator is still being investigated as a possible hate crime against a minority community or a mentally unbalanced individual and or a lone wolf terrorist sympathizer. We send our thoughts, prayers, and condolences to the families and loved ones of all those killed or injured. We appreciate the Orlando Muslim community's response in condemning this attack, and we join in urging the entire Muslim community to take part in blood donation drives for those injured and attacked. For us in Virginia, this tragedy brings back horrible memories of the April 2000.
All right, there we have it. We're listening to that live out of Chicago. That's the Council on America-Islamic Relations speaking out about the attacks that took place overnight, calling it a hate crime, plain and simple, referring to the shooter as an outlaw, condemning the attacks. A lot of our viewers will be happy to hear this organization coming out fairly quickly and condemning these attacks. So we'll keep following that one as we get it. But we will notice that they did refer to him as a lone wolf or a possible lone wolf, and that will raise a lot of eyebrows.
And suggested that within the Islamic faith, the shooter was an outlaw. CARE has been criticized in the past for having links to terrorism suspects, for not being vociferous enough in its condemnation of attacks like these, but they are out and front and center right away, as you heard there from Chicago, trying to distance themselves from the kinds of carnage that we saw there in Orlando.
All right, well, we'll keep you posted on any updates with that. In the meantime, let's check in with another one of our guests here. Let's talk to Bill Gavin. He's the former assistant director of the FBI in New York and the former chief executive of the FBI in New York, Miami, and Denver as well. Bill, thank you so much for joining us today. First off, any thoughts coming out of that CARE presser right there?
Well, I think we all have to understand that this isn't the first time that the Islamic groups have condemned these kinds of activities. We tend to look at it that way, but I think there's more support in condemnation of these kinds of attacks against U.S. citizens than we normally hear of. But with that said, I think that we have to look back toward the White House and just get them to stop the thinking that these are embarrassing inconveniences that are rhetorically addressed and not put the full force of the United States, the things that we can do in order to stop these mass murders from occurring.
Well, the president came out pretty quickly today. He didn't use the word Islamic fundamentalism, but he did call it terrorism. Is that a good start?
Well, it's a start. I mean, it's something that he hasn't really addressed in full force before, and hopefully in his declining months in the White House, he comes around to address it the way it really is.
Finally, I want to ask you, because we're tight on time here, about the FBI's contacts with him back in 2013 and 2014. And they did some surveillance, they did some record checks, they interviewed him. They did find that he had face-to-face contact with an American homicide bomber who eventually went overseas and killed people. What is your reaction to that he wasn't kept under surveillance or investigation?
I think what happens in this case, in the particular 2 times that they interviewed him, the 2 years that they interviewed him, 2013 and 2014, what happens is they look at what has been said, they look what he said, they look at who he has mixed with, who he addressed, who he worked with, and maybe come up with the conclusion that there just isn't enough to make him a full-fledged subject of a terrorism case.
Face-to-face meeting, that is really something else. That's not just connecting over social media. Bill Gavin, we're going to have to leave it there. We'll bring you back again real soon for your expertise. Thank you.
President Obama spoke to the nation earlier today about the senseless carnage in Orlando. And in response, there is a new statement from Donald Trump.
Clear for takeoff.
See ya.
When you're living with diabetes, steady is exciting.
Oh, this is living, baby.
Only Glucerna has Carb Steady to help minimize blood sugar spikes. And try new Glucerna Hunger Smart to help you feel full.
From restoring damage in just one room to an entire building, turn to the cleanup team that's here in your community and here to help at 1-800-SERVE-PRO, like it never even happened.
What's it like to be in good hands? Man, it's like pure power at your fingertips. Like the power to earn Allstate reward points every time I drive. Want my number? And cash back for driving safe. And the power to automatically find your car. I see you, car. And I got the power to know who's coming and when if I break down. You must be Jerry. Hey, N means getting more from your car insurance with the all-powerful DriveWise app.
It's good to be in good hands.
The following memories are brought to you by Prevagen. Your memories make you who you are, and now your ability to recall short-term details could actually improve with age. The breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain, allowing you to stay as sharp as possible, because you've got a lot of great memories to make. Powered by an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen is clinically shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Hillary Clinton is unfit, can't solve our problems, is a thief. She should be in jail for what she did.
The results are in. Xfinity from Comcast delivers America's fastest internet, according to 60 million consumer tests run at speedtest.net, so you can do more online in less time. Plus, you'll enjoy reliably fast speeds on all of your devices, even during peak hours when everyone is online at once. Experience the speed of Xfinity Internet. Ask how to get the fastest internet, or get started with a great offer on an Xfinity X1 Triple Play from Comcast. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today.
Introducing Bondic, the world's first patented multi-use UV bonding pen. The all-in-one repair tool that can fix, bond, build, or seal almost any material using liquid plastic. With the easy-to-use pen, you can apply the formula and shine with the UV light. And in 4 seconds, you have 100% hard plastic. Bondic uses a powerful liquid formula that turns completely solid in just 4 seconds when exposed to UV light. After Bondic is hard, you can file it, drill it, shape it, even paint it in 4 seconds. Available at these fine retailers with a bonus refill included. So hurry up and double up.
This is a sobering reminder that attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us and on the fundamental values of equality and dignity that define us as a country. And no act of hate or terror will ever change who we are or the values that make us Americans.
President Obama speaking earlier today about the early morning attack on a nightclub in Orlando, Florida, that claimed the lives of 50 people. Moments before the White House lowered the flag to half staff in honor of those victims. Kristen Fisher is live at the White House with the latest on this, the worst terrorist mass shooting in U.S. history. Kristen.
Well, John, one of the big questions heading into this briefing was how much of a connection will President Obama make between the Orlando shooting and radical Islamic terrorism, or violent extremism, as this president likes to call it. Well, today he called it a horrific massacre and an act of terror, but he refrained from ever using the word Islam in his remarks.
We know enough to say that this was an act of terror and an act of hate. And as Americans, we are united in grief, in outrage, and in resolve to defend our people.
Now, during his remarks, President Obama touched on two other topics: gun control and the impact this shooting has on the LGBT community. Remember, it happened at a nightclub that the president describes as a place of solidarity and empowerment, a place where the LGBT community would come together to advocate for civil rights. So that's why President Obama is calling this an act of hate as well as an act of terror. And in terms of gun control, President Obama did bring it up, but not to the extent that he has after previous mass shootings, especially after the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary. Back then, he very swiftly and forcefully came out and called on Congress to enact stricter gun laws. But this time, he was much more muted in his response. He said that this massacre is a reminder of just how easy it is for people in this country to get their hands on firearms. He also said that we have to decide if that's the country that we want to be, and doing nothing, in his words, is a decision as well. One more thing I just want to point out. President Obama, he was supposed to be in Wisconsin on Wednesday to campaign alongside Hillary Clinton. This would have been their first campaign appearance together since he endorsed her last week. Well, the White House now says that that event has been postponed until further notice. John.
Kristen Fisher at the White House. Kristen, thank you. Heather.
We have new details on the carnage that unfolded inside that Orlando nightclub, as we are just learning the identities of some of the victims. Plus, hundreds of people, take a look at this picture, lining up to donate blood near that hospital in Orlando, where many of the injured are still fighting for their lives at this hour.
Blood is a wonderful gift.
That can all be arranged through the local blood banks. Please don't come to the local hospitals, but you can work through the local blood banks to be able to donate, and that would be a tremendous help.
Got gas? Acid? Try new Phazon Gas and Acid. The strongest gas-fighting medicine with fast-acting heartburn relief you can get. All in one great-tasting chew. New maximum strength Phazon Gas and Acid.
Nutrition. Do you really know what it means? No. The answer is no. Because it's complicated and science-y. But with my Nutrition mixes, you don't have to worry about the science. You can just put it in your pie hole. Planters. Nutrition starts with nut.
Everybody has a flashlight, but can your flashlight do this? Or how about this? The Bell & Howell Tactical Flashlight can. Similar to flashlights used by elite military units, the Bell & Howell Tac Light can do things no ordinary flashlight can do. It's so bright, it can be seen up to 2 nautical miles away. And if that something that goes bump in the night turns out to be someone, only a tac light has a super bright strobe that can stun and disorient would-be attackers. A car battery will stop working in sub-zero temperatures, but even getting frozen in a block of ice couldn't make our tac light stop working. And it'll keep working when fully submerged in water, even 212-degree boiling water. It's tough enough to survive getting run over by a Humvee. Try that with a regular flashlight. Compact and lightweight, it goes where you go, so you can feel safe in dark places at night, or just have the right light for emergency situations. And there's never been a better choice for camping, fishing, or hunting. What else? 5 preset modes. It's made of high-grade aircraft aluminum. The bulb lasts 100,000 hours. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today. But this offer won't last long, so here's how to get yours.
Tactical flashlights of this quality are selling right now for $60 or more, but Bell & Howell has slashed their price to just $19.99, and they'll even ship it to you free. Plus, every tac light comes with a lifetime guarantee. And that's not all. Order today and you can get a second tac light. Just pay a separate fee. You can get 2 Bell & Howell tac lights backed by a lifetime guarantee for the amazing price of just $19.99 and get free shipping. Here's how to order.
To get your tac light for only $19.99 and get a second one free, call 1-800-923-7541 or go to trytaclight.com. This offer is not available in stores. Call 1-800-923-7541. That's 1-800-923-7541 or order online at trytaclight.com.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real amazing.
New details now coming in from the scene of the Orlando nightclub terror attack, including disclosures that the FBI had investigated the gunman at least twice in recent years. Peter Ducey is covering this angle for us. He is live in Orlando with more. Peter, what can you tell us about the FBI's investigation into the shooter?
Heather, there was an extraordinary admission by the FBI at their most recent update, press update, where we've gotten some great, very detailed information throughout the day. They said this terrorist was not under investigation and he was not under surveillance, even though he was suspicious enough in 2013 and 2014 for having suspected ties to radical Islamic terrorists that he was interviewed multiple times. Here's the FBI.
The individual believed to be responsible for the terror attack at the Orlando Club Pulse early Sunday morning has been identified as Omar Mir Sadiq Martin. The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. The FBI thoroughly investigated the matter, including interviews of witnesses, physical surveillance, and records checks. In the course of the investigation, Martin was interviewed twice.
This terrorist, who pledged allegiance to ISIS in a 911 call while he was carrying out the attack, was working as a security guard guard for a company called G4S. They now say, quote, "We are shocked and saddened by the tragic event that occurred at the Orlando nightclub. We can confirm that Omar Mateen had been employed with G4S since September 10th, 2007. We are cooperating fully with all law enforcement authorities, including the FBI, as they conduct their investigation. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of the friends, families, and people affected by this unspeakable tragedy." The fact that he was a security guard explains how he was able to get his hands so easily on weapons. And just in the last few minutes, the ATF tweeted out that the 2 guns they found with this terrorist inside were a .223 caliber AR-15 type rifle and a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. He also had devices that were suspicious enough to keep authorities from really surveying the scene, from going in and starting to identify bodies right away. It took 6 or 7 hours this morning for them to send in the bomb squad, make sure that this Pulse nightclub was completely cleared. You look here, though, on Orange Avenue in Orlando. Things are mostly quiet now, a block and a half away from the scene. But this is the spot next to Dunkin' Donuts and 7-Eleven and all kinds of things that you would see in a normal neighborhood, that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of rounds fired last night, and there was a terrorist screaming Allahu Akbar here in the streets outside of a nightclub where there were more than 300 people enjoying themselves late on a Saturday, early on a Sunday. And a final note about what's happening inside Pulse nightclub right now. We have spoken to a state representative who has been in contact with some of the officials who are in there right now, where many of the 50 dead victims still lay. And they said it's a pretty still scene, except for the constant ringing of the victims' phones as loved ones reach out to them trying to see if they're okay. These are calls, Heather, that will never be answered.
That's just heartbreaking. Peter Ducey, thank you for bringing us the latest down there. We'll check in with you later.
So, as we've been reporting, the FBI says the gunman dialed 911 during the attack and pledged allegiance to ISIS. There also are reports that he referenced the Boston Marathon bombers during that call. Joining us live over the phone, Chief Ed Davis. He was commissioner of the Boston Police Department at the time of the Boston Marathon bombing and the subsequent manhunt for the terrorists. An awful lot of echoes of what happened that terrible day in your city, Chief Davis. Tamerlan Tsarnaev had been on the radar of authorities, but ultimately was cleared. We are now hearing the same thing about Omar Mateen.
There's no question, John, and good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. It's a terrible tragedy that we're witnessing again, and the similarities are striking. Each time one of these incidents happen, law enforcement learns new lessons. I was at a DHS training earlier today at Fenway Park, and we were going through the motions of what would happen if this type of an attack happened. The problem is, and I feel bad for the FBI agents and the investigators that are in this place, because due to the First Amendment, we do not prohibit speech here. If someone pledges allegiance to ISIL, if they say that they are going to follow al-Awlaki, that's not a crime, and so we can't take any sanctions against people who haven't committed or are about to commit a crime. And so I think that it's time to revisit the law on this and to try to make a determination as to whether or not people who pledge allegiance to this terrorist organization present a clear and present danger to the United States, to the point where we can at least take their guns off them. These guys should not have guns. They shouldn't be in positions like security guard positions. This information has to affect them adversely somehow if they go down this road.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, the aggregate of material that indicated that this guy could be a danger to society is pretty strong. There were those 2 incidents that so disturbed co-workers, they alerted the FBI. The FBI investigated him. There was the fact that a wife to whom he was briefly married divorced him, said he was violent and would fly off the handle with her for doing things as insignificant as failing to fold the laundry on time. And then finally, the fact that he was armed, licensed to carry weapons. In the aggregate, it does seem like something slipped through the cracks here.
Well, it's unfortunately, it's illogical. And I've spoken to investigators who handle these cases who are very frustrated by the fact that there really has to be, if not an overt act, at least preparation to constitute a crime. And if you don't have a crime, then eventually you have to let the person go on with their life. But there should be triggers when someone like this goes to buy firearms to reopen the case, or just a complete prohibition against that kind of a license.
So frustrating that what we saw happen in your city of Boston at the marathon has happened in Orlando with a much higher death toll. Ed Davis, the former chief of police commissioner, I should say, in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we are now getting some of the first pictures of the victims and some new details about the shooting.
The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. The FBI thoroughly investigated the matter, including interviews of witnesses.
I'm getting dark chocolate and a hint of butterscotch. How about you?
I taste...
It's good.
I'm really into this car, but how do I know if I'm getting a good deal? I tell TrueCar my zip and which car I want, and TrueCar shows the range of prices people in my area actually paid for the same car, so I know if I'm getting a great price. This is how car buying was always meant to be. This is TrueCar.
It's a good thing that you're working with Humana and your doctor to maintain your health, because in 5 days, 10 hours, and 2 minutes, you are going to be 67. And on that day, you will walk into a room where 15 people will be waiting, 12 behind the sofa, 2 behind the table, and 1.5 behind a curtain. But only one of them will make a lifelong dream come true. Great things are ahead of you when your health is ready for them. At Humana, we can help you with a personalized plan for your health for years to come.
Think fixing your windshield is a big hassle? Not with SafeLight. This family needed their windshield replaced, but their daughter's heart was set on going to the zoo. So we said, if you need SafeLight to come to the zoo, we'll come to the zoo. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Only SafeLight can fix your windshield anywhere in the U.S. with our exclusive mobile glass shops and our one-of-a-kind True Seal technology for a reliable bond. Thanks so much. Service that fits your schedule. That's another SafeLight advantage.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
It's more than the cloud. It's security and flexibility. It's where great ideas and vital data are stored. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions from a trusted IT partner, including cloud and hosting services, all backed by an industry-leading broadband network and people committed to helping you grow your business. You get a company that's more than just the sum of its parts. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Why have 2 million guys switch to Harry's razors? Because we give you less. We make just one razor with 5 precision blades. Ding! All you need for a comfortable shave. And we cut out the middleman. Boom! We own the factory and sell direct for half the price. Now we're dropping the half-price sound effects guy.
Wait, why?
Not everyone can give you high quality for a fraction of the price. One perfect razor, none of the extra noise. Visit us online at harrys.com and get a free trial today.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
It is a painful and painstaking process identifying the dead in this rampage. As you just heard our Peter Ducey say, many of the dead are still inside the Pulse nightclub. The city of Orlando just beginning now to release some of the names of the victims as their family members have been notified from this morning's tragedy. This happening as the community rallies around the survivors with hundreds of people who are lining up at blood banks in the surrounding area, doing anything they can to try to help. Our Brian Yennis is live for us in our New York City newsroom with the details that we are now learning about the victims. Brian?
Good afternoon, Heather. The true scope of this horrific attack lives in the names and the face of the survivors and the at least 50 dead. Remember, this attack occurring at a gay nightclub, the Pulse Orlando, in June, a month nationally celebrated as Gay Pride Month. And we're just getting the names of the victims that have first been identified and in which next of kin has been notified, a list that has gotten longer. Edward Sotomayor Jr., Stanley Almodovar III, Luis Omar Ocasio Capo, Juan Ramon Guerrero, Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz. Those are the ones that we know as of now. And we're now also seeing the first faces of the victims of the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. This is Stanley Manolo Almodovar III. He was just 23 years old. According to his Facebook, he lived in Claremont, Florida. He worked as a pharmacy technician. Eddie Sotomayor, just 24 years old. Friends posting on Facebook, quote, "We weren't ready to lose you, my friend. Praying for your family. You will be missed always. We love you forever, Eddie." Shots rang out beginning at about 2 a.m. An officer shot at first, and then the gunshots were fired amongst some 300 people inside the gay nightclub Pulse Orlando, many feeling lucky to be alive.
And all of a sudden we heard like boom, boom, and we thought it was like the stereo. We were like, oh my goodness, is something going on with the, just the music. And after the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting.
Everybody that we know were in that club. Like on a day-to-day basis, we talk to them. And this happens like that.
On Facebook, Pulse nightclub posting shortly after 2 a.m., everyone get out of Pulse and keep running. Over the next 3 hours, gunfire can be heard as police and ambulances rush to the scene.
Right now we have active firing shots outside.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
Guys firing off shots.
Between 2 and 5 a.m., hostages were held inside by the gunman until he was shot dead by SWAT members who saved some 30 hostages as mothers awaited in agony for their sons, like Mina Justice, who received text messages from her son, who was held up in the bathroom and has not been heard from since.
He was shot? We don't know. He's in the women's bathroom with the hostage. He's hostage from the shooter.
How did you find out?
He was texting me and called me.
What did he tell you exactly?
That the shooter has them in the women's bathroom hostage and he's gonna die.
These young people killed in a safe space, celebrating who they are, and that list will continue to grow, unfortunately, and people can go to cityoforlando.net/victims as the list, as they update it. Heather?
Brian, so many young lives lost overnight. We are praying for that community and all those families down there. Brian, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, in the Orlando community, people are now coming together, hundreds of them lining up to donate blood near the hospital, where many of the injured are still fighting for their lives. Many people rushing over when they heard the news, hoping to do whatever they can to help.
Just heard the news this morning, and it's weird to hear about it from across the oceans, overseas, different countries, and then not even 5 miles from my home, worst mass shooting in American history.
It's heartbreaking, and this is something the community is going to deal with for a very, very long time. It's great to see this outpouring in the community, everybody volunteering out here. It's really heartwarming in the wake of this incident.
50 dead, 53 injured. There could be further casualties. It is the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. Dramatic video of the moments after the Orlando attack as victims are carried out of that nightclub. More from witnesses at the scene.
I just moved here 3-4 weeks ago, and now this happens. It could have been me.
New. What happened to you? Slapped on every package? Thrown on every label? Oh, how the new have fallen. So what would happen if we stopped looking for new and started asking for better? This. The 2017 Hyundai Elantra with smartwatch connectivity. Not just new, better.
Look at all these purchases you made with your airline credit card. Hold on, you only got double miles on stuff you bought from that airline? Let me show you something better. The Capital One Venture Card. With Venture, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase, not just airline purchases. Every purchase, everywhere, every day. No, really, double miles on all of them. What's in your wallet?
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
This lager comes from a place that's been brewing beer for longer than anyone else in America, where men and women have crafted amber gold in the caves below since before refrigeration. It comes from Yuengling, America's oldest brewery, and brings with it all the know-how that doing a thing well for nearly 200 years affords. Yuengling Traditional Lager. Respect. It's earned.
Being detected was not an option. If I was recognized, the whole operation was blowing. The element of surprise was imperative.
Wow. He won't even recognize you. Seriously. I don't even recognize myself.
And thanks to my Cash Rewards credit card from Navy Federal with never expiring rewards, it's gonna be a killer honeymoon.
Boom. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union.
Summer's here, but we're the ones bringing the heat. Consider this your invitation to the Dodge Summer Clearance Event. During the Summer Clearance Event, lessees of competitive vehicles get a low-mileage lease on the 2016 Challenger for $169 a month.
I've had security in my home for years and never paid attention to the annual increases and what it now costs. My boss switched to Ackerman and told me about their $19.95 monthly rate. That was all it took. Now I'm an Ackerman customer enjoying the savings and great service. It costs me less than I spend on coffee each month.
Ackerman's monitoring is nationally recognized. Switch your service for free to Ackerman's $19.95 monthly rate and start saving now. And you get up to 3 months free monitoring when you call today. Call 770-552-1111 or online at ackermansecurity.com.
Some new comments on this Orlando carnage from former U.S. Ambassador John Bolton. In an op-ed he just published on FoxNews.com, the ambassador writes, quote, "The United States must urgently discard the fiction that we pay no price for not pursuing international terrorists vigorously and relentlessly. President Obama's strategy against terrorist bases of operation, when it is evident at all, has been lackadaisical and offhanded. There is a clear rationale to this casualness. Obama manifestly believes that as bad as terrorist attacks are, American overreaction is worse." Ambassador Bolton will be joining us in our next hour to talk about today's attack and what it means as the U.S. continues to battle this kind of terrorism. Heather.
John, thanks. Well, we are learning more about Omar Mateen. He has been on the radar of the U.S. government, the FBI specifically, since 2013. He was even interviewed by the Bureau twice for allegations of radical jihadist views. This all coming after some of his co-workers at his security firm expressed concerns to the federal government about this guy's intentions and motivations. He was not currently the target of any investigation, nor was he under surveillance right now. Authorities say they have secured a van that was owned by him. It was found outside the nightclub, and they are now searching for clues. A lot of information we've got to pin down here. Let's check in with Tom Jocelyn. He's a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and a senior editor of the Long War Journal. Some folks will be looking at this saying our government may have missed a whole lot.
Well, you know, keep this in perspective. First and foremost, the FBI has stopped a lot of plots. They got to get credit for stopping a number of guys.
Okay,
who
let's talk about this one, though.
So, but The problem here now, since going back to the Boston Marathon bombings, go to Fort Hood shooter, a number of times now, some guys who are known jihadists or known going down this path have gotten through, and that's disturbing. That's a big problem.
Look, the FBI interviewed him on quite a few occasions. They did interviews with him. They did surveillance of him. They did record checks. They found that he had face-to-face meetings with an American homicide bomber who blew himself up and a bunch of Syrians in Syria not too long ago. You know who this guy is.
Yeah, he knew, apparently, an al-Qaeda suicide bomber who killed a number of Syrians in Syria in a suicide bombing. It was part of a multi-pronged attack, 4 suicide bombers.
A guy, by the way, who lived in Florida.
Came from Florida. He went over to Syria. He joins al-Qaeda in Syria, and he helps lead a massive attack by al-Qaeda in Syria. In fact, one of the top al-Qaeda religious officials in all of Syria commented on this guy on Twitter, on social media, and was praising him. This is a guy who was a friend of Omar Mateen, or at least there was some contacts between the two of them. I think we need to know more about that, whether or not there's more there than was missed. I think we need to know more about Mateen's contacts with other possible extremists or jihadists and whether or not stuff was missed there too. Again, the bottom line here is now we have several occasions now since going back through the last several years where known jihadis have gotten through, and that's disturbing.
You know, one of the problems that we had following the San Bernardino attacks was being able to access information from these shooters' iPhone. Apple wouldn't cooperate with us at the time. We got some, gizmo or something. We were eventually able to get into it. Are you confident, or how confident are you that we'll be able to get that forensic information we need?
Right now, we don't know what he left behind in terms of an electronic or digital trail, okay? Usually these guys do leave something behind, and I think that it behooves Apple and other corporations to cooperate and figure this out. And the reason is because of this. There is potentially more extremists in play here. There's potentially more of a network in play here. This is a guy who has extremist ties going back several years. The first FBI investigation was in 2013. So this is a guy who has a whole track record here now of contacting and being potentially being in contact with extremists. We need to fill in that entire dossier.
Yeah. How would this guy manage to keep his gun license, and how would he manage to keep his security license when he had been under investigation? I mean, that seems like a bit of a red flag.
Well, this seems crazy. I mean, the bottom line is if a guy sets off investigations with the FBI like this, there should be some trigger that when he goes to buy arms or goes to buy something like an assault rifle that says, wait a minute, hold on, we need to do more investigation here. Apparently, he bought these weapons, the ATF has told the Orlando police, just in the last week in Florida, including the assault rifle that he used in this attack. If that's right, basically there was no trigger in place to say, hey, this is a guy who got up on our radar a couple of times, maybe we should stop him from buying weapons.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the bar is too low or too high to put people on various watch lists.
Look, the guy
wasn't convicted of anything, but nonetheless, where there's smoke, there's fire.
But look, the bottom line here is, if you talk to the FBI, you talk to American intelligence officials, you talk to European intelligence officials, the system's been blinking red for a long time.
Yeah.
There are a lot of threats. These guys are trying to mitigate numerous threats across the board. It's very difficult to figure out who is somebody who's just popping off at the mouth and who's somebody who's going to go shoot up an LGBT nightclub.
Yeah,
and
sure
that's the problem.
And we do know our government is working hard to do it, but when you have 50 dead Americans and potentially more to come, it's a problem. Tom Jocelyn, Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, thanks so much. Good information here. John?
The worst mass shooting in U.S. history. We have new details from our own Catherine Herridge on the suspect behind this horrific violence as we continue our coverage of the Orlando nightclub massacre.
We're going to show what the good heart of humanity is, not the bad, horrible part of it is. And you cannot get your message across by killing people. You're nothing but thugs and murderers. And we will show you that we are a better community and a better America than this.
You want a real fish sandwich? You know where to find it. Try our new Coastal Cod Sandwich at Long John Silver's. Our panko breaded Alaskan cod is served up just the way you'd expect a real fish sandwich to be. Because at Long John Silver's, you deserve more.
Clear for takeoff.
See ya!
When you're living with diabetes, steady is exciting.
Oh, this is living, baby.
Only Glucerna has Carb Steady to help minimize blood sugar spikes. And try new Glucerna Hunger Smart to help you feel full.
I'm Andy, and I lost 30 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Listen up, guys. Want to shed a few pounds? Got a beer belly going on? Can't fit into your pants? I got one word for you, Nutrisystem.
I'm Essex, and I lost 43 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Trevor, and I lost 60 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's all-new Turbo 10. You can lose weight, too. Real guys, real results.
I'm Michael, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Put down the pie, pick up the phone, and get with the program today. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. You'll love it. Money back guaranteed.
The food was delicious.
If you're like me and you like to eat, this is what you get to do.
This is perfect for men, especially guys who don't want to cook.
So get off the couch and order your 28-day Nutrisystem plan right now. Get 1 week of all-new Turbo Shakes free and 1 week of NutriCrush Shakes free.
It's not that hard. You eat the food, you lose the weight.
Call 877-282-DIET and get the all-new Turbo 10 with 14 shakes free.
Do you have trouble falling asleep or wake up with a sore neck or headache? Then it's time you discovered MyPillow.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. It took me 2 years to develop because I wanted to have everything you would ever want in a pillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual regardless of your sleep position. I also wanted a pillow that would last, so I made MyPillow machine washable and dryable. I back MyPillow with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Not only that, I do all my own manufacturing in my home state of Minnesota. Now I'm proud to announce that MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own. Go to MyPillow.com or call now to order one of my pillows. When you do, I'll give you a second one absolutely free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
What's it like to be in good hands? Man, it's like pure power at your fingertips. Like the power to earn Allstate reward points every time I drive. Want my number? And cash back for driving safe. And the power to automatically find your car. I see you, car, and I got the power to know who's coming and when if I break down. You must be Jerry. Hey, N means getting more from your car insurance with the all-powerful DriveWise app.
It's good to be in good hands.
Fox News alert. We are learning more about the man police say.
5 News at 6 starts right now.
At least 50 dead, 53 others wounded, in the worst mass shooting in modern American history. An attack, the president says, on all of us.
We know enough to say that this was an act of terror and an act of hate.
This is the face of that hate. A 29-year-old American Muslim who opened fire inside a gay nightclub in Orlando.
There's blood splattering. I didn't know if it was mine or somebody else's.
The killer called 911 to pledge allegiance to ISIS before emptying his assault rifle on a crowd of hundreds.
Today we're dealing with something that we never imagined and is unimaginable.
As the nation comes to grips with the horror, flags fly at half-staff at the White House and across the country.
And there is more evidence of a link to terrorism. Good evening to you. I'm Deidre Dukes.
And I'm Russ Spencer, in tonight for Doug Evans. U.S. officials say the killer mentioned the Boston Marathon bombing during that 911 call made from inside the Orlando nightclub.
The carnage is beyond description, and some of the victims are still fighting for their lives tonight.
My shirt's soaked between sweat and blood. All this is it's devastating.
Wielding an assault-type rifle and a handgun, a gunman opens fire inside a crowded gay nightclub early Sunday, killing at least 50 people and wounding dozens more. The deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. The gunman, identified as 29-year-old Omar Mateen, exchanged gunfire with a uniformed police officer around 2 a.m. From there, Mateen entered the venue and began shooting. Multiple agencies and a SWAT team responded. It quickly turned into a hostage situation. After exchanging gunfire with police, Mateen was shot dead by an officer.
The gunshots, it sounded like it was part of the mix for the DJ, and just after a couple of days, people just started to run and scream.
FBI officials confirming the gunman called 911 shortly before the attack and referenced ISIS.
There were 911 calls in which there was conversation between the subject and law enforcement representatives of 911 dispatchers. That has become federal evidence. It's my understanding, I have not personally listened to him, but it was general to the Islamic State.
President Obama calling the shooting an act of terror and an act of hate, targeting a place of solidarity and empowerment for gays and lesbians.
Attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us. No act of hate or terror will ever change who we are.
Authorities are looking into whether the attack was an act of domestic or international terror and if the shooter acted alone. The ATF reporting Mateen legally purchased at least 2 firearms within the past week or so. The FBI says Mateen was a U.S. citizen, employed by the security company G4S, and was not under surveillance. The agency did investigate him on 2 separate occasions, in 2013 after he reportedly made inflammatory comments to co-workers, and again in 2014 after authorities discovered he had ties to an American suicide bomber, but ultimately determined he did not pose a threat at the time.
Those interviews turned out to be inconclusive, so there was nothing to keep the investigation going forward.
We are hearing tonight from the father of the man named as the shooter by law enforcement. Siddiqui Mateen says he's in shock and was not aware of his son's plans. The father told one media outlet that Mateen got angry when he saw 2 men kissing in Miami a few months ago and says that may have prompted the killing spree. Siddiqui Mateen says, quote, "We are saying we're apologizing for the whole incident. We are in shock like the whole country." He claims the shooting has nothing to do with religion, despite reports that the father supports the Afghan Taliban.
And take a look at the line of people at a blood donation center in Orlando. They're all there to help the victims of the nightclub shooting. Now, medical officials say these donations are greatly needed. Many in line say they feel it's the least they can do to help the victims.
And it's amazing all the other people that can or won't wait in line are showing up with food and drinks, and it's just, it's horrible that a tragedy like this happens, but it's heartwarming to see all the support of the community.
It's an outpouring of love there. Red Cross volunteers here in Metro Atlanta are supporting emergency responders with water and food. The Red Cross says while it doesn't typically serve hospitals in the Orlando area, the Red Cross is providing a small number of blood products to support Florida hospitals in response to the shooting, and it's also standing by to provide additional blood if necessary. If you would like to help, we have a link on our website at fox5atlanta.com with information from the Red Cross about what you can do. Here in Atlanta, people have already started to come together to honor the victims of the shooting, some donating blood, others organizing vigils for those who were killed and injured.
And Fox 5's Claire Sims is live in Midtown, where people will gather by candlelight later this evening. Claire?
Yeah, Deidre, we're live right outside the restaurant here at 10th and Piedmont, an intersection largely believed to be the center of Atlanta's LGBT community. And tonight, really in just a few hours, people are going to gather in this parking lot for that candlelight vigil. But that's not the only way people here in Atlanta are responding.
As an LGBT community, frankly, it has come as a real shock to us. This sort of violence, frankly, is something that we have never seen on this scale in the past.
Jeff Graham says he woke up to the news alerts on his phone. 20, then 50 confirmed dead in the mass shooting at a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida.
There are so many lives that have been lost and so many people that have been injured by this.
As executive director of Georgia Equality, Graham says the news quickly turned to a call for action, with people in Metro Atlanta mobilizing to help in any way they can. Graham suggests the best way to respond is to visit the Facebook page for Equality Florida. The organization has set up a GoFundMe page to support the victims of the shooting and has updated information about blood drives. The Center Orlando, an LGBT empowerment group, also providing support to those impacted and their families. But perhaps the most important thing, Graham believes, is for people to reflect on their own daily lives and how they treat others.
If people can just look within their hearts to try to have a bit more respectful dialogue, especially when it does come to differences. And I hope that we can take a time to really try to come together as a community, and not just the LGBT community and our allies, but as a broader community of people who just say this sort of violence against anyone is wrong.
Graham says that his organization is partnering with several other groups to hold a similar event Tuesday night at the Center for Civil and Human Rights downtown. In the meantime, tonight's vigil, that will be held around 8:45 p.m. And of course, anyone is welcome to attend. We will have live updates on that tonight on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11. For now, we are live in Midtown. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
So many touched by this tragedy. Thank you, Claire. Well, the Islamic Society of Central Florida is condemning the massacre. Islamic leader Imam Mohammed Mursi is urging anyone with information to come forward.
One of the officers, as we heard, was injured. And that's a risk they take every day to protect us. No one could have predicted this. No one could have prepared for it. This could have happened anywhere. It's like a lightning.
Now, families seeking information about loved ones who might have been victims of the shooting can call two numbers, 404-246-4357. Again, 404-246-4357 or 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-225-5325, and names are starting to be released. And again, this senseless attack in Orlando is now the deadliest mass shooting in our nation's history and the worst terror attack since 9/11. There are at least 50 dead in Orlando, with that number expected to rise. Here's a look at the number of deaths in other mass shootings. There were 32 victims at Virginia Tech in 2007, 27 at Sandy Hook in 2012, and the San Bernardino attack last December killed 14 people.
And with authorities across the country on alert after the deadly nightclub shooting, a man is arrested in Hollywood this afternoon just before the city's gay pride parade was scheduled to take place.
Now, authorities say the suspect was heavily armed with explosive materials found inside his car. Investigators say neighbors called police after that man was spotted knocking on doors and loitering in the area. Santa Monica police say there is no known connection between the suspect's arrest and the Orlando, Florida nightclub shooting.
And we have video of the White House flag being lowered to half staff. You see it there. President Obama gave the order to lower the flag in honor of the victims of the Orlando shooting.
Our coverage of the tragedy in Orlando is just beginning tonight. We have an entire section of our website dedicated to the shooting. Just ahead, over to fox5atlanta.com for all the latest information, including names of some of the victims. You'll also find the latest on the Fox 5 Atlanta app.
And also here at home, people are rushing to donate blood to help those shooting victims. I'm Marissa Mitchell, and I'll tell you how you can assist coming up.
In Orlando, a police officer responding to the mass shooting at a gay nightclub was shot in the head during an exchange of gunfire with the shooter. The officer's Kevlar helmet stopped the bullet, as you can see there, and saved his life. Meanwhile, more than 50 people have been killed after gunman Omar Mateen opened fire inside the nightclub. Dozens of people were wounded, many of them critically. The incident being investigated as a terror attack, and reports claim that ISIS is taking responsibility. Now, people all over the country are giving blood to help the victims of the massacre.
And blood centers across the metro Atlanta area saying they've also experienced more traffic and interest today. Fox 5's Marissa Mitchell just returned from one of them. Marissa?
Well, there's a big call to action tonight from the Life South Community Blood Centers. Now, local staffers say a blood center in Orlando called them for help, and although they prepare for emergencies, there are some emergencies that are larger than any one center can handle. And certainly this mass shooting is one of those situations. Now, Life South local facilities need help because they're dealing with a blood shortage of their own. We spoke with someone today, and she says that she really wants people to come out and donate over this next week. I also spoke with a donor at Life South. She says this tragedy struck such an emotional chord with her, she decided to donate blood for the first time.
I came because I was feeling sad and sort of helpless about the whole situation, and I thought I'd come and do what I could to help. I've been wanting to give blood for a while now, and what better reason?
And Life South has several local donor centers as well as mobile blood drives, and I will include those locations as well as other information for that on this story on fox5atlanta.com.
So thanks. Well, the family of a man who was shot and left to die on Atlanta's downtown connector is pleading for the shooter to come forward tonight. It happened at the peak of rush hour on Friday. Police say an argument led to the gunfire that killed 20-year-old Omar Thurkeld, and detectives say two groups of men were arguing on Sylvan Road before the shooting. And witnesses told Fox 5 they heard several shots. Family members say they can't make sense of the violence.
Don't make sense. Even when you go, your life is gone. My grandson's life is gone. He got 6 little kids here that's gonna grow up without a father.
Police are looking for the people who left Thurkeld on the interstate, as well as the shooter's getaway car, which has been described as red. Anyone with information is asked to call police.
A Cherokee County Schools police officer is at the center of an investigation after his K-9 died in a hot car. The incident happened on Friday as Lieutenant Daniel Peabody left Inca, a 4-year-old Belgian Malamute, inside her crate in his patrol car. Authorities say Peabody realized he forgot about the police dog, but it was too late.
You can imagine the inside temperature in that police car. I'm sure it was much higher.
Well, investigators say the lieutenant was so distraught he had to be taken to the hospital. He has been placed on administrative duties during the criminal investigation into Inca's death. Well, coming up in Fox 5 Sports, the Atlanta Falcons are benefiting from a coach in the huddle this offseason. Cody has that story next in sports.
If you see news happening, you could get paid. Just shoot it, share it, Fresco it for Fox 5. Download the Fresco app now and become part of the Fox 5 news team.
This is a sobering reminder that attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us and on the fundamental values of equality and dignity that define us as a country. And no act of hate or terror will ever change who we are or the values that make us Americans.
President Obama earlier today condemning the tragedy in Orlando, not only as an act of terror, but also an act of hate. ISIS is claiming responsibility for what is now the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history. But the president's still not referring to the attack as an act of radical Islam. Kristen Fisher, live at the White House for us now. So after this terrible tragedy, Kristen, what is the president doing?
Well, here at the White House, the president has ordered the flags to be flown at half-staff. He's ordered the full resources of the federal government to be made available for this investigation. And he's ordered his national security team to make every effort to make sure that they figure out what sort of connection that this shooter may have had with terror groups. Now, the White House just released this image of the president meeting with FBI Director James Comey and Lisa Monaco, his assistant to Homeland Security and Counterterrorism. The president then made his way to the White House briefing room. It was the 15th time that he's had to speak after a mass shooting while president.
We know enough to say that this was an act of terror and an act of hate. And as Americans, we are united in grief, in outrage, and in resolve to defend our people.
Now, while he did call it an act of terror, you'll note that he never used the word Islam, something Donald Trump seized on instantly. He issued a statement that says, quote, in his remarks today, President Obama disgracefully refused to even say the words radical Islam. For that reason alone, he should step down. If Hillary Clinton, after this attack, still cannot say the two words radical Islam, she should get out of this race for the presidency, end quote. So already we're seeing this become a big issue on the campaign trail. No surprise there.
Well, what about Hillary Clinton? Are she and Bernie Sanders, the two Democratic candidates, are they saying anything?
Yeah, well, Hillary Clinton was very quick to come out and talk about gun control in the aftermath of this shooting. She, too, has issued a statement, and it reads in part, quote, we need to keep guns like the ones used last night out of the hands of terrorists or other violent criminals. This is the deadliest mass shooting in the history of the United States, and it reminds us once more that weapons of war have no place on our streets. As for Bernie Sanders, so far he has not brought up gun control. That's been a point of contention between the two candidates, but he did say this.
ISIS must be destroyed, and that we have got to do everything humanly possible to prevent these types of tragedies from occurring again.
Now, one other thing, President Obama was supposed to make his first campaign appearance with Hillary Clinton, the very first time since he endorsed her last week. He was supposed to make this appearance in Wisconsin on Wednesday, but the White House now says that that event has been postponed indefinitely. John?
Kristen Fisher covering this from the White House tonight. Kristen, thank you. Heather.
The FBI now giving more details about its two previous interactions, or investigations, I should say, with Omar Mateen. Listen to this.
The FBI first became aware of Mateen in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. The FBI thoroughly investigated the matter, including interviews of witnesses, physical surveillance, and records checks. In the course of the investigation, Mateen was interviewed twice. Ultimately, we were unable to verify the substance of his comments, and the investigation was closed. In 2014, Mateen again came to the attention of the FBI because of possible ties to Monar Abu Salah, an American suicide bomber. The FBI conducted an investigation, including an interview with Mateen. We determined that contact was minimal and did not constitute a substantive relationship or a threat at that time.
Though we are reporting that that meeting was a face-to-face meeting with that homicide bomber. Joining me now is Ambassador John Bolton, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and also a Fox News contributor. We are glad that you're here today. House Speaker Paul Ryan just recently tweeted out that we are, quote, a nation at war with Islamist terrorists. Is this a new normal?
Well, I think it has been for the past 15 years, at least since the attacks on 9/11. The problem is Barack Obama and his administration, for its entire length in office, have not been at war with Islam. They have tried to treat this solely as a law enforcement matter, not as a struggle with an ideology that despises our entire way of life.
Yet we did hear from the president fairly early on today when he said it was an act of terrorism. He didn't say radical Islam, which has frustrated some people, but an act of terrorism. Is that something?
Look, words only are words. The real question is, what does Barack Obama do? And frankly, even if he said radical Islamic terrorism, it wouldn't change any of his policies. The fact is, this is war and not law enforcement. This attack is not the equivalent of a jumped-up attack on the corner grocery store. This is an act of war against the United States. Obama has never acted in response that way.
So we have less than a year before we have a new president sitting in the White House. How should that person, whoever it is, whether it's Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, whoever, handle this situation going forward? You have said some things about, maybe they should go back to a George Bush-style approach where we take them out there so we don't have to fight them over here.
Well, the first thing you have to do is understand that you're fighting an ideology. Forget the magic words. You can make up 6 different words if you want. It's an ideology that despises our way of life. And the way to defeat it is to defeat it militarily in the places that it exists. The president himself says his objective is ultimately to destroy ISIS. The problem is he's not doing it. And as long as ISIS can maintain stable bases of operation, these terrorist attacks will continue. This is not cost-free to leave ISIS out there.
So what's the solution then? I mean, we've got airstrikes going on in Iraq and Syria. We've got some people on the ground. Should we put more boots on the ground? What's the solution here?
You need a solution to destroy the ISIS, the control over the territory that it now has in Iraq and Syria. But while we have fiddled around, while we've pursued this lackadaisical strategy, ISIS has spread into North Africa, into Yemen, into Pakistan, really moving around the world. Every day that Barack Obama delays and doesn't treat it seriously is a day that makes it worse down the road.
You know, you talk about the ideology. We can't change the ideology. We can take out some bad guys, but we can't change their mindset.
An argument, yeah, that's an argument that said you can't fight Nazism. You can't fight communism. Of course you can. And when these people are using their ideology to attack us, the response is very clear, except to the President of the United States.
Well, in World War II, 50 million people died as a result of World War II.
And how many more victims of terrorism will there be before Barack Obama gets serious?
That's what I'm wondering. Where does this go from here? If we can't change that ideology and mindset, you suggest that we can. I certainly hope that we can. I'm just not sure how we go about doing that.
Politically and militarily. First, you have to understand.
But that sounds like hearts and minds. Is it hearts and minds?
No, look, first you have to believe there is an ideology. The president doesn't believe that. He believes these are isolated acts. It's a low-grade infection that will continue for a long time. I think he's fundamentally wrong.
But he's on his way out. For the next person sitting in the Oval Office, how do they handle that?
I think they need to go back to putting a priority on the global war against terrorism and to understand that to defeat it, you have to find allies in the Islamic world that understand what a threat it is to them, and there are plenty of them out there, and you have to be straight with the American people. When you see an act of war like this committed against us, don't tell me about gun control. Tell me about how we're going to defeat the people who are motivating these terrorists to kill innocent Americans on our own soil to begin with.
I'm wondering if, as a nation, we're willing to accept that. We didn't after San Bernardino.
The American people are way ahead of their political leaders, and the political leader who figures that out could be the next president.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you so much for joining us today. We always appreciate your expertise. He's got an op-ed he's written on our website today, foxnews.com. Thank you, sir. John?
Certainly worth reading. It's great. Eyewitnesses are sharing their accounts of what happened when that gunman turned an Orlando nightclub into a killing field. We'll have the latest developments, including the suspect's past brushes with the law.
And all of a sudden we heard like boom, boom, and we thought it was like the stereo. We were like, oh my goodness, something went on with the, just the music. And after the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting.
Clear for takeoff.
See ya! When you're living with diabetes, steady is exciting.
Oh, this is living, baby.
Only Glucerna has Carb Steady to help minimize blood sugar spikes. And try new Glucerna Hunger Smart to help you feel full.
But I want to say one thing.
We turned over everything.
I want you to listen to me.
I did not.
I did not.
I did not send classified material.
Not a single time.
And I did not receive.
Never.
Any material that was marked or designated classified.
I never told anybody to lie.
That's all I could say.
These allegations are false.
I don't know how it works digitally at all. I do not.
Rebuilding America Now PAC is responsible for the content of this message.
On the beautiful island of St. Lucia, only at Sandals can you stay at one resort and play around at all three. Play around wherever you want. Play around as often as you like. Dine around at 23 gourmet restaurants. Enjoy unlimited rounds on us. Why, you can even sleep in the round. Sandals Resorts in St. Lucia. Get 3 vacations for the price of 1. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
For those who suffer from chronic pain, a medical breakthrough is opening the doors to a whole new life. Introducing Quell, 100% drug-free, wearable pain relief.
Quell is a total paradigm shift in chronic pain relief. Quell stimulates sensory nerves in your upper calf. Neural pulses are carried to your brain, triggering the release of natural pain blockers that block pain signals in your body.
Quell is FDA cleared for use 24/7, so you can experience chronic pain relief whenever you need it. Go to getquell.com to order or find a retailer near you.
This is what you woke up for. This is your Peloton. This is your instructor, Robin. Robin is not going to go easy on you. This is you attacking the hill, crushing the flats, climbing your way through the pack. This is how you make a better day for yourself and your family, here in your home. This is Peloton.
Statins lower cholesterol, but could also lower your body's natural CoQ10. Cunol helps restore this heart-healthy nutrient with 3 times better absorption. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10. Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Today is a tragic day, and we are making it clear anyone who attacks our LGBT community, anyone who attacks anyone in our state will be gone after to the fullest extent of the law.
That's Florida's Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Attorney General Pam Bondi, letting it be known that acts of hate will not be tolerated in her state as new details come out about the gunman who murdered 50 people at an Orlando nightclub. FBI agents confirm they twice investigated Omar Mateen, the first time after he made comments to co-workers about possible ties to terrorism. Peter Ducey is live from Orlando with the latest. What about the weapons that Mateen used? Peter, what do we know?
We know a lot now, John, that both of the guns that were found on this dead terrorist's body were purchased legally here in Florida in the last week. The ATF just tweeted out some images of similar weapons. They say one of them was a .223 caliber AR-style rifle, and the other was a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Those weapons, which were fired at officers while Omar Mateen screamed Allah Akbar, and those are the weapons that were fired at club goers while he phoned in to a dispatcher a pledge of allegiance to ISIS. And they were purchased legally because this terrorist was not under investigation and he was not under surveillance, even though he has been closely associated enough with radical Islam in the last 3 or 4 years that he was interviewed multiple times by the FBI. But those interviews obviously provided investigators enough context to very quickly conclude this was a terrorist attack, because at the first press briefing, which happened just 5 hours after the incident began, the FBI, normally very slow to share details, said that they had indications there was a suspect who was leaning toward radical Islam. Obviously now they have a lot more than indications. They have a lot of concrete evidence. John.
What about the owners of the nightclub, Peter? Have we heard anything from them yet?
We are hearing from them now for the first time this evening. We just got a statement from Barbara Poma, the owner of Pulse, who says, quote, "Like everyone in the country, I am devastated about the horrific events that have taken place today. Pulse and the men and women who work there have been my family for nearly 15 years. From the beginning, Pulse has served as a place of love and acceptance for the LGBTQ community. I want to express my profound sadness and condolences to all who have lost loved ones. Please know that my grief and heart are with you." Orange County, Florida, is in a state of emergency right now. It was declared a few hours ago by Governor Rick Scott as officials begin the painstaking process of identifying and removing the 50 dead victims from inside Pulse nightclub. The nearby hospital is so overwhelmed trying to save the surviving victims tonight. They are now asking family members to stop showing up at the hospital tonight. They want people to come back in the morning to find out what happened to their loved one. That's as the rest of the city of Orlando tries to come to grips with exactly what happened at 2 o'clock this morning. John.
You don't have to have a license in Florida to carry a handgun or to own a handgun, but Mateen had a concealed carry license. That is one of the distinctions we're learning about.
Right, and it was through his work as a security guard. He was a security guard since 2007 at a Florida-based company. They say that they're horrified that they didn't know anything about this, but there are going to be a lot of questions about just how any other instances, now that we know that his coworkers are the ones who in 2013 called the FBI because they were concerned he was making terrorist statements, bragging about connections to terror groups, which apparently seem to be maybe there was something to that, even though the FBI didn't think so at the time.
A wife who divorced him after a couple of years of marriage called him a violent man. Peter Ducey. Thank you, Peter.
Well, we are now learning more about some of the victims who were shot in this morning's massacre as folks in the Orlando area do what they can to try to pitch in to help the survivors. Look at these lines in Orlando. Hundreds of people lining up to give their blood, stretching in lines for blocks and blocks. Hospitals say they are extremely grateful for the help. Listen.
A little after 2 o'clock this morning, we were notified of many victims, gunshot victims. As Central Florida's only level 1 trauma center, we immediately activated our mass casualty incident plan. We immediately brought in 6 trauma surgeons to respond, including 1 pediatric trauma surgeon. We have spent the morning operating on a number of victims. We continue to operate on them. We have found many of them are critically ill as a result of their injuries.
All hands on deck. Think of the lives that they must have saved working so hard at that hospital. Let's check in with Brian Yennis. He's live from our New York City newsroom as we learn more about some of the victims in this tragedy. Brian?
Hi, Heather. Well, the true scope of this horrific attack lives in the names and in the faces of the survivors and the at least 50 dead. Remember, this attack occurring at a gay nightclub, the Pulse Orlando, during Gay Pride Month. And we're just getting the names of the victims that have first been identified and in which next of kin has also been notified. We have 6 names thus far, and actually a 7th that just came in, and it's Edward Sotomayor Jr., 34 years old, Stanley Almodovar III, 23 years old, Luis Omar Ocasio Campo, 20 years old, Juan Ramon Guerrero, 22 years old, Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, 36 years old, Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz, 22 years old, and Luis S. Vielma, 22 years old. And we're also now seeing the first faces of the victims of the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. Stanley Manolo Almodovar III was just 23 years old, and according to his Facebook, he lived in Claremont, Florida. He worked as a pharmacy technician. Also, we're getting a photo of Eddie Sotomayor Jr., just 34 years old. This photo is a correct photo. In a prior hit just a few moments ago, we showed an incorrect photo of the man that is actually next to him in that profile photo, and we apologize for that. This is Eddie Sotomayor Jr., just 34 years old. Friends on Facebook, quote, posting, "We weren't ready to lose you, my friend. Praying for your family. You will be missed always. We love you forever, Eddie." Shots rang out beginning at about 2 a.m. An officer shot at first, and then the gunshots were fired among some 300 people inside the Pulse Orlando, and many are feeling lucky to be alive.
Look at this.
The person I was with was shot in the back. I had to take my bandana off and tie it up, put it in the bullet hole that was in his back so that he wasn't bleeding, because he was bleeding so bad his whole pant leg was red, and it was so soaked. It was just, my hands were just covered, and I didn't know what to do but just stand there and tell him to be strong.
On Facebook, Pulse nightclub posting shortly after 2 a.m., "Everyone get out of Pulse and keep running." Over the next 3 hours, gunfire can be heard as police and ambulances rush to the scene.
Right now we have active firing shots outside.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
This guy's firing off shots. Between 2 and 5 a.m., hostages were held inside by the gunman until he was shot dead by SWAT members who saved some 30 hostages as mothers and family members waited in agony for their loved ones. The victims' names are being updated at cityoforlando.net/victims. Unfortunately, a long list ahead. Heather?
And so many young lives that were lost. We are praying for the families and praying for the victims as well. Brian Yenes in our New York City newsroom. Brian, thank you.
You're welcome. Blood banks are still looking for donations as people line up to donate and help the wounded in the Orlando terror attack. We are told many of them are in critical condition. Joining us on the phone, Pat Michaels, media spokesperson for One Blood. That's a blood bank currently at capacity. Does that mean that you don't need further donors in Florida?
Yes, we have with up to 400 or 500 people that were in line earlier today, and we've asked people now that we would be willing to wrap up at this point. We've had an overwhelming response. I mean, it's been surreal to say the least. The number of people that have come here. When I got here first thing this morning, I drove up. I almost didn't recognize the place. This, I think, you could liken to 9/11 with the number of people who have come to donate. And as the day went on and progressed, and we realized that we have the supplies we need for the local trauma unit here, we were in decent condition, but that didn't change these people who were standing in line. We even told them we needed O negative, both positive, and a particular type of plasma. It's called AB plasma, particularly to help out for some of the victims. As the day wore on, we probably in all of our centers here in this One Blood center seen about 3,000 people or so, which is phenomenal. It is probably somewhere in the order of 3 times as many people as we'd see in any given day.
Yeah, it's obviously a fantastic response to the carnage there. Obviously, also, there are a great many of Americans, around the country who are appalled at what's happened, want to do their part. I'm sure you would encourage them to visit their local blood bank and give.
Absolutely. This happened in Orlando, and as the day progressed, we realized this is more than just an Orlando story. This has become a Florida story, a national story, an international story. I've been doing interviews all day today. I've had from parts of Europe to Canada. It's just amazing. The people who are here to roll up their sleeves, and they're willing to do something. It doesn't mean that you don't have to have a checkbook or write a check or bring clothing or food. This is something that you can do that can profoundly affect maybe the people now or people in the future. And there's not much we can do to turn them away, even though we told them we're looking for specific blood types. They don't care. This is something they feel very strong about it. It's a very close-knit community here, and I can tell you that it is a mixed community of every person from every walk of life here.
Yeah. Pat Michaels, spokesperson for One Blood in Orlando. It's a blood bank that is at capacity there. But as I mentioned, your local blood bank where you're watching this broadcast could certainly use some help, and might be a good way to pay tribute to the victims.
Yeah, certainly. And John,
absolutely. Thank you.
Pardon me, I'm so sorry. You and I were talking earlier about how this reminded us of 9/11 and how so many people in New York City and around the country, for that matter, felt like all that they could do was to give blood.
Americans are big-hearted people.
We sure are. We sure are. God bless them. All right, we have some new details that we're getting about the weapons that the gunman had on him during the Orlando shooting and when those weapons were purchased, as we are now beginning to hear some of the chilling 911 calls.
Orlando to command, we have shots fired on scene. OPD is requesting you stay back, don't enter the scene.
Go for it. Position of cover. All personnel. If I can see your face, you're not in a position of cover.
We believe in rock and roll. We believe in blasting it down the fairway, turning up the heat and the fun. At Del Webb, we believe in life well led, in your own beautiful, smartly designed home, in an active adult community with sushi eaters, artists, thrill seekers, and you. We believe you'll like it here.
World's greatest Father's Day gift? The real world's greatest Father's Day gift. To perfectly protect your car, you need WeatherTech floor liners. They're laser measured to perfectly fit your specific vehicle. Front, back, and even up the sides. Go to WeatherTech.com for the perfect Father's Day gift or call 1-800-CarMats. WeatherTech, proudly made in America.
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
Squirrels.
Squirrels?
They throw nuts on the roof and cause black streaks.
Here, use this. The stains are caused by mold, mildew, and algae.
Spray and forget?
Spray and Forget safely removes black streaks and ugly green stains. Also works on decks, brick, concrete, and more, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Spray and Forget really works.
Spray and Forget is available at these fine stores.
More than 140 cars on over 40 amazing tracks makes one hell of a ride. Join the millions who know the meaning of speed. Asphalt 8 Airborne. Join the race now for free.
Get the hottest new movies with Xfinity.
Benghazi is under attack.
If you do not get here soon,
We are all gonna die.
none of you have to go. We are the only help they have. Follow 6 courageous men into the dangerous and action-packed world of war. Own or rent 13 hours by visiting the movies section. Xfinity On Demand, your home for everything entertainment.
Get ready for the Rio Olympic Games by switching to Xfinity X1.
Show me gymnastics.
X1 lets you search by sport, watch NBC's highlights, and catch every live event on your TV with NBC Sports Live Extra.
I'm getting ready. Are you?
X1 will change the way you experience NBC Universal's coverage of the Rio Olympic Games. Call or go online today to switch to X1.
Boy, was it ever a terrifying scene, as described by witnesses from the carnage of this morning's massacre. Authorities are calling the deadly shooting inside that Orlando nightclub an act of terror. The ATF revealing that the gunman legally purchased the guns that he used in the days leading up to the attack.
ATF has traced those firearms. We know that this individual did purchase at least 2 firearms. He is not a prohibited person, so he can legally walk into a gun dealership and acquire and purchase firearms. He did so, and he did so within the last week or so. And thus far, we're following up on that, so I'm not going to get into the detail as to the specific location of the purchase, but he did purchase 2 firearms, a handgun, and a long gun within the last few days.
Yeah, and he did it all legally as well. Joining me now, Terry Turchi, a former Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterterrorism Division. You know, we have a lot of strong Second Amendment supporters here who watch Fox News Channel, myself included. However, a lot of people looking at this saying, you know, this guy was under separate investigations by the FBI over a period of years for making some sort of terror threats to his colleagues in his workplace. He had a face-to-face meeting with a guy who went on to become a homicide bomber in Syria. How does this guy manage to buy these weapons?
Well, Heather, it all looks pretty bad in hindsight, and it turned out pretty bad. And so we're going to have answers to all those questions. But what I would say right now is, as all of this comes together, it's going to show a lot of weaknesses and a lot of vulnerabilities in the way we approach this and in the kind of guidelines we have. And we've seen before in the last few years, in fact, and this is now becoming kind of a trend. We saw it in Garland, Texas, where the shooters there were under investigation at one point in time. We obviously saw it in the Boston Marathon bombings, that we talked to these people. The FBI talked to the Tsarnaev brothers before. The problem is, first of all, you follow the guidelines, you take kind of a snapshot in time, and then you're forced to make a decision because these cases can't go on forever. It's just the way it is. And so they made their decision, and I've been there. I've had to make those decisions too. Probably the worst thing about working terrorism is to decide you're going to close a case when you're not sure when you close the case if this is going to be one of the ones that comes back on you and does terrible damage to our country and to families and to to create situations like we're seeing today.
Probably
the problem with that is that we have to go by the guidelines and the rules.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they're fitting the kind of threat we face from ISIS and the kind of decisions we have to make.
Well, that's one of the things,
And I think that
Terry,
at the very least, maybe we should start thinking about, as we work a case and we're not sure when we get to the end of it, if it could become a recurring threat. Maybe we should have more things in place that we could continue looking at people.
Well, Terry,
we
what?
don't do
like what?
the old
You've done
intelligence
this in your
collection
work for the
anymore like we used to
FBI.
do many years ago when I got in the FBI. We used to have a domestic intelligence section, but we don't have that anymore. We used to talk to the police and easily share information, but we don't do that anymore. Even after 9/11, we still do it within a lot of rules.
You know, talking with a lot of our guests today, especially those like yourself who've had a level of expertise with the FBI, kind of paint the picture of there's so many investigations going on around the nation that we can't possibly, well, it almost seems like we're overwhelmed, like the FBI is overwhelmed in a way. What's your sense?
Well, in a sense it is. The volume is extensive, and you walk away from one of these and make your best judgment, and then you go on the very next day to the next set of cases, and you make your judgments there. We have to keep in mind that we're going to find out a lot more about this, and we should definitely find out specifically what happened with this person and what might have occurred or could have been done better. But the problem is we have prevented a lot of terrorist acts, and we've done it all legally, and we've done it by being very aggressive. And now we have to just ask ourselves the question if, in the period of ISIS, if we are just unable to deal with the volume that we're facing, particularly when we don't address, or many of us don't think we're addressing, the overseas aspect of this. Because remember something very important. These people are attracted to and they're following and followed by the people that run ISIS. And these are the kind of people they're trying to reach. And this is where their motivation comes
Terry,
from.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there.
Terry
Turchi, Terry, thank you so much for your work and all the work that you've done with the FBI over the years. Thank you.
Reaction from the nation's capital calling this an attack on the nation as the White House lowers its flag to half staff to honor the victims and the survivors who somehow made it out alive.
I just moved here 3-4 weeks ago, and now this happens. It could have been me.
What's it like to be in good hands? Man, it's like pure power at your fingertips. Like the power to earn Allstate reward points every time I drive. Want my number? And cash back for driving safe. And the power to automatically find your car. I see you, car. And I got the power to know who's coming and when if I break down. You must be Jerry. Hey, N means getting more from your car insurance with the all-powerful DriveWise app.
It's good to be in good hands.
This is what you woke up for. This is your Peloton. This is your instructor, Robin. Robin is not going to go easy on you. This is you attacking the hill, crushing the flats, climbing your way through the pack. This is how you make a better day for yourself and your family, here in your home. This is Peloton.
I'm Andy, and I lost 30 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Listen up, guys. Want to shed a few pounds? Got a beer belly going on? Can't fit into your pants? I got one word for you, Nutrisystem.
I'm Essex, and I lost 43 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Trevor, and I lost 60 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's all-new Turbo 10. You can lose weight, too. Real guys, real results.
I'm Michael, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Put down the pie, pick up the phone, and get with the program today. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. You'll love it. Money back guaranteed.
The food was delicious.
If you're like me and you like to eat, this is what you get to do.
This is perfect for me, especially guys who don't want to cook.
So get off the couch and order your 28-day Nutrisystem plan right now. Get 1 week of all-new Turbo Shakes free and 1 week of NutriCrush Shakes free.
It's not that hard. You eat the food, you lose the weight.
Call 877-282-DIET and get the all-new Turbo 10 with 14 shakes free.
I used to love going out early in the morning with my watering can and clippers to enjoy my garden. Now things have changed. My angel helps me stay active and continue to do the things I enjoy at home.
I love to bring a smile to her face and know that I'm making a difference when she needs it most.
Visiting
America's choice in home care.
Welcome back, and a Fox News alert to bring you. We are now learning the name of the man who was armed with explosives and guns who was arrested in California today ahead of a gay pride parade and sparking heightened security there. Anita Vogel has more on this. She's live from our West Coast newsroom. Anita, hello. What do we know now?
Yeah, hi there, Heather. It did take place this morning here in Los Angeles, right near the Gay Pride Parade. It's one of the largest around. People come from all over California and all over the country to take part. Well, this morning, law enforcement arrested a man with a car full of explosives and at least one assault rifle and ammunition. Within just the last hour, police have identified him as James Howell of Indiana, just 20 years old. He told authorities he was on his way to the Gay Pride Festival and that he intended to cause harm to the parade. They were alerted to him by some very observant citizens who called the police about a prowler they saw, a man lurking around in Santa Monica knocking on doors. And when police responded, they searched his car and found the firearms and specific ingredients that could be used to make pipe bombs. Officials said they believe this was an isolated incident, and parade goers say it's important to stand strong.
At this point, there's no known credible threat here in the Los Angeles area, and certainly no connection to anything that's happened in Orlando.
We do feel safe, and we do feel that it's important that we do not allow fear to dictate how we live our lives, and that we celebrate and come together as a community.
Now, nonetheless, officials did step up security efforts today around the parade, and there were no further incidents. But you have to imagine the arrest today only added to the tensions people are already feeling around the nation. And it's also a reminder for everyday citizens to stand up and say something when they see something that seems a little off. I mean, after all, that's how this guy got caught today. Heather, back to you.
Certainly. Anita Vogel. Anita, thank you. John?
Reaction from Washington is pouring in after 50 people are murdered, 53 others injured in that horrific attack. The White House lowering its U.S. flag to half-staff in honor of the victims. President Obama declaring the massacre an act of hate. Members of Congress are also offering tributes, plus questions about the implications of this attack on our national security. I'm joined now by Congressman Eric Swalwell, a Democrat from California, also a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I'm sure your committee will be looking into any warning signs that may have come before this attack. What's your initial reaction, Congressman Swalwell?
Thank you, John. We're meeting tomorrow to get an update, but right now America mourns the dead in Orlando, prays for those that are still alive, and thanks to law enforcement that went in with an armored vehicle and stormed the club and killed this terrorist. But a key question right now is who was this individual? Was he directed by ISIS to carry out this attack, or was he self-radicalized and was able to go down and buy a legally obtainable assault weapon of war to carry out this massacre?
You mentioned that armored vehicle. That's the Bearcat that they apparently used to ram into the club. Is that your understanding?
God bless that SWAT team that used that Bearcat and went into Pulse nightclub, because that was the only chance those victims in there had. And they stormed the club and were able to ultimately take down the terrorist.
But is that the kind of vehicle that the Obama administration no longer wants local police forces to have?
I want local police forces to have these types of vehicles when they're trained and use them responsibly. And situations like this show why they're important. Now, we've seen abuses, across the country with untrained departments, but this is a case where, again, thank God for the police who went in there facing those bullets flying at them.
Yeah. Obviously, your committee, Intelligence, is one of the most revered and elite on Capitol Hill, but also charged with some of the most, important secrets in terms of our national security. What are the questions you're going to be asking at that initial meeting tomorrow?
In addition to who was this individual, and a larger question for Congress is, why do we continue to allow such evil people to have access to weapons of war like this? But also, what was missed? What did this individual do that could have caused alarm for family or friends or any law enforcement in the area? I think, I know the FBI is, committed to finding these individuals anywhere they are, but you know, we have to be perfect, and it's very hard when you have somebody who has been self-radicalized and then can just go down and buy a readily available firearm and take out so many people. But those are the questions we'll be asking tomorrow. Because Americans expect us to ask them and keep them safe.
Heather mentioned earlier, you know, the FBI is overwhelmed. There are investigations underway in every state of people with affiliations with ISIS, more than 1,000 of them at last count. Would you be in favor of, I don't know, beefing up the FBI or providing more funding to continue to carry out these investigations?
Yes, the Intelligence Committee is committed to doing that. I'm committed to doing that. But, you know, John, at the same time, we may never be able to take evil out of every heart in America, but we can strive to take a weapon of war out of as many hands as possible. And I hope that question is raised in a nonpartisan way before the Congress to make sure that so many people are never killed in such a horrific tragedy again.
Congressman Eric Swalwell, a member of the Intelligence Committee, a Democrat from California. We appreciate you coming on tonight, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Well, that does it for us, John Scott.
Yeah,
it's past 2 hours.
The good news, perhaps, is that there was no connection between the two men, the one who shot up the nightclub in Orlando, and then we heard that another arrest had taken place in California in connection with the gay pride parade there. That's a 20-year-old from from Indiana. Apparently, no connection between the two.
Yeah, certainly that is some good news on this horrific and very sad day. We are praying for all the victims down there in Florida and their families. That does it for us.
The Fox Report Weekend is up next.
Bye.
Fox Urgent. The wait is excruciating. Family and friends still trying to discover if their loved ones are among the injured or the dead after a nightclub attack in Orlando, Florida, hit by terror. Americans under siege for 3 unreal hours at the hands of a man who showed them no mercy.
Let's go. Oh my God, they're all shooting back and forth.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
50 people dead, 53 taken to hospitals with devastating gunshot wounds. The Islamic State savages, a half world away, claiming responsibility for a man who stormed a popular gay nightclub in Orlando, armed with a handgun and an assault rifle. Although there's no evidence they were in contact with him directly, witnesses describe what happened.
After the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting, and that's when we knew something was wrong, when everybody just dropped to the ground, and then people started running.
It just happened that quick. That quick. Nobody knew. It's just like somebody else walked, like some normal person like you walked into the club, and it just happened.
We see quite a few gunshot wounds, but nothing to this scale.
Just takes over when you see the coroner's van pulls up. It just all it all comes to light, and you know, I just want to wake up from this dream. I just want this to be a dream, and I'm going to wake up any minute.
Bless his heart. We all want it to be a nightmare and have it end. Police say they took out that shooter, 29-year-old Omar Mantine. Orange County, Florida, now in a state of emergency. The FBI leading the investigation. President Obama spoke to the nation.
We need to demonstrate that we are defined more as a country by the way they live their lives than by the hate of the man who took them from us. As we go together, we will draw inspiration from heroic and selfless acts. Friends who helped friends, took care of each other, and saved lives. In the face of hate and violence, we will love one another. We will not give in to fear or turn against each other. Instead, we will stand united as Americans.
And processing all of this on this Sunday. And if that were not enough, the nation shaken to its core again with word of a situation unfolding in California. Now we've learned authorities say there is no connection between what happened in Orlando and what might have happened in California. But here's what we do know. Police arrested a suspect allegedly found with weapons in his car who says he was headed to the gay pride parade in Los Angeles. Again, the hit on the nightclub and the threat to the pride parade in Cali, no connection, we're told. but both timed with LGBT events held across America this weekend. We have Fox team coverage. Brian Yennis on set with me tonight, gathering information about the victims. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge is breaking down the investigation on Omar Mateen and reports the FBI very much knew who this man was. First, though, let's go to Steve Harrigan, who's live outside Orlando Regional Medical Center. Steve, I know that's where they've taken many of the injured. The latest?
That's right, Harris. It's been a remarkable performance by the surgeons here. One bright spot in what has been a horrific day for the state of Florida is the fact that the Central Florida's only level 1 trauma hospital is located less than 1 mile from where this carnage took place. So the wounded actually began to arrive here just after 2 a.m. when the shooting started. 44 patients were admitted, more than 26 surgeries were performed. Initially, just one trauma surgeon was here. When they began to realize the extent of the shooting and the wounded, 2 more were called, and finally there were 6 in all performing more than 26 surgeries. Many of those brought here were wounded very severely in the chest, in the torso, in the abdomen, and in the limbs by rifle fire from an automatic rifle with very severe wounds. Of those 44 patients admitted, 9 have died. So the death toll at 50 right now, but as some of these patients, we could see that go up in the next 48 hours, Harris.
And Steve, before I let you go, I know you're talking about the numbers changing. I'm curious to know just how people are being contacted, because I keep seeing in social media that people are really having a hard time getting information.
It's really not over for a lot of relatives and family members. We've seen some people who have already found out the worst really broken down and crying. We saw one young man fall and be supported by his parents. They've set up an information center in a hotel. But for a number of people, because the investigation is still going on, because all the dead bodies have not been removed from that nightclub yet, there is still a real agonizing sense of uncertainty. We've spoken with people who are looking for cousins, who are looking for brothers, who are trying to call them on their cell phones, and who still at this point have no answer whether they are dead or alive, Harris.
Steve Harrigan, thank you very much. Officials say the gunman was born in New York and most recently lived in Florida. The FBI confirms Mateen has been on their radar since 2013 and was interviewed, I should say, by the FBI twice. But previous investigations were called, quote, inconclusive. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge is live for us with the story in Washington now with more. And so, Catherine, what more have we learned about the suspect and why he did this?
Well, Harris, there is new video tonight of federal agents searching the home of Omar Mateen's father in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Agents could be seen tonight searching the car for potential evidence, though earlier a law enforcement source told Fox News there had been no derogatory information found so far on the father. But this is standard practice, part of the investigation to build out the suspect's network of contacts. Omar Mateen was known to the FBI and had contact with the Bureau in 2013 after he made inflammatory comments that alarmed his coworkers. Omar Mateen was interviewed twice, but the claims were not substantiated by the FBI, and the matter was closed. Again, in 2014, he was interviewed by the FBI because of a connection to another Florida man, Monar Abu Salha. In May 2014, the 22-year-old had left Florida and gone to Syria, where he joined the al-Qaeda affiliate, the Nusra Front, and drove a truck with 16 tons of explosives into a restaurant to kill Syrian government soldiers. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, who was briefed by the FBI and Homeland Security earlier today, told me the threat level was high heading into the holy month of Ramadan that began a week ago.
This is, of course, the season of Ramadan. So every time we get our threat briefings, the Ramadan season, the holy season, is a time of concern because this is when they like to carry out terrorist attacks. We have had threat streams about attacks against the West that they've called upon out of Syria to attack the West during the season.
McCall also said the committee would be asking the FBI for more information about this decision not to charge or put Mateen under surveillance after that 2014 interview, Harris.
Well, you know, Catherine, on stories that you and I have worked on, we've often commented about how long it takes the savages to claim responsibility, and usually it will take days or weeks. But ISIS claiming responsibility so quickly today.
Well, that's right. The Amaq News Service, which is part of the ISIS propaganda machine, claimed Mateen as an ISIS fighter and a so-called breaking news item on social media. What the Post did not do was claim it was directed Mateen to launch the plot, which comes in the holy month of Ramadan. But the FBI had confirmed that the shooter called 911 and claimed allegiance to the head of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, during the attack. And also more evidence tonight of his support for terrorism. Mateen also called out the names of the Tsarnaev brothers who were behind the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing that used homemade pressure cooker bombs to kill 3 and injure more than 260 at the finish line. Earlier today, I spoke with the Republican chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who said the FBI is working to determine whether it was inspired by or directed by ISIS.
And I think this one has all the hallmarks of some type of direction from a terrorist organization. The reality is that only through this investigation will we find the digital footprint that we need to make the connection to a specific ISIL member or to a specific cell, and I'm confident that in the next 42 to 72 hours we'll discover that.
Those briefed on the intelligence say ISIS now has 6 operational cells devoted to planning attacks against the West. Harris.
You know, you hear him talking about a digital footprint and you just wonder what will they do when they get that information, because we have seen this before with them claiming responsibility and it coming true in some cases. Catherine, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you heard Steve Harrigan and I talking about the fact that people are in agony. Brian Yanis is working on that part of the story. We're learning the identities of some of the people killed in this senseless act. The city of Orlando is publishing their names on its website after their families have been contacted. So that is, I would assume, a relatively slow process. Officials say they are working to get the information to those families so desperate for an update on the safety of their loved ones. Brian Yanis is following, as I said, all of this. So Brian, this is complicated because they have to get it right, but it takes time.
It does take time, and it's unthinkable because every second, every moment is just elongated for these families who have been waiting since they got word that there was a shooting at this club, some coming from miles away to go be there to see if any of their loved ones were in. And we're just getting the list of right now 7 names, and we're going to read them for you. Edward Sotomayor Jr., 34 years old. Stanley Almodovar III, 23 years old. Luis Omar Ocasio Campo, 20 years old. Juan Ramon Guerrero, 22 years old. Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, 36 years old. Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz, 22 years old. Luis S. Vielma, 22 years old. Just such young people at this club that night and this morning. And we're now also seeing the first faces of the victims of the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. Stanley Manolo Almodovar III was just 23 years old, and according to his Facebook, he lived in Claremont, Florida. He worked as a pharmacy technician. Eddie Sotomayor Jr., just 34 years old, while his friends posting on Facebook, quote, "We weren't ready to lose you, my friend. Praying for your family. You will be missed always. We love you forever, Eddie." And this is posting on Facebook on many of these victims who've started remembrance pages. Shots rang out beginning at about 2 a.m. An officer shot at first, and then the gunshots were fired amongst some 300 people inside the gay nightclub Pulse Orlando, many feeling lucky to be alive.
And all of a sudden we heard like boom, boom, and we thought it was like the stereo. We were like, oh my goodness, something went on with the, just the music. And after the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting.
Everybody that we know were in that club. Like on a day-to-day basis, we talk to them. And this happens like that.
On Facebook, Pulse nightclub posting shortly after 2 a.m., everyone get out of Pulse and keep running. Over the next 3 hours, gunfire can be heard as police and ambulances rush to the scene.
Right now we have active fire shots outside.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude.
Get out of here.
Oh my God, dude.
This guy's firing off shots.
Between 2 and 5 a.m., hostages were held inside by the gunman until he was shot dead by SWAT members who saved some 30 people as mothers waited in agony for their loved ones like Christine Lenonine, who drove to Orlando at 4 a.m. after she heard the shooting, and she heard about the shooting, and she hadn't heard from her 32-year-old son, Christopher, since.
They said there's a lot of dead bodies at the club. That's a crime scene. They can't identify anybody. So it could be hours and hours before we find out.
That list, unfortunately, will be getting longer. And if you want to see who the victims are, as they keep refreshing, cityoforlando.net/victims. cityoforlando.net/victims.
I'll tweet it out. If you'll retweet with me, we'll get it out on Facebook as well, because that's really helpful information. And again, Brian, this is such a slow process, but the information you're bringing will help a lot of people. Thank you.
No problem.
American leadership in the Muslim community condemning the attack, saying there's no room for extremism of any kind. They held a news conference about an hour ago. The national director of the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR, as you may have seen it, spoke directly to the Islamic State and its supporters.
You do not represent us. You are an aberration. You are an outlaw, or as we call it in Islam, they are Khawarij. They are outlaws. They don't speak for our faith. They never belong to this beautiful faith. They claim to. This is a hate crime. Plain and simple. We condemn it in the strongest possible terms. It violates our principles as Americans and as Muslims.
Reaction pouring in from around the globe. And we know Omar Mateen was interviewed, as I said, by the FBI twice. Why did they let him go? What happened? Stay close.
Seems we've hit a roadblock.
That reminds me. Anyone have occasional constipation, diarrhea, gas, bloating?
Yes.
One Phillips Colon Health probiotic cap each day helps defend against occasional digestive issues with 3 types of good bacteria. Live the regular life. Phillips.
Experience the thrill of the Lexus IS F-Sport, because the ultimate expression of power is control. This is the pursuit of perfection.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member, because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata, and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
Yeah, and there's no way to restart it.
With DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
It's more than a network and the cloud. It's reliable uptime and multi-layered security. It's how you stay connected to each other and to your customers. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions, including an industry-leading broadband network and cloud and hosting services, all with dedicated, responsive support. With CenturyLink as your trusted technology partner, you're free to focus on growing your business. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
What if one piece of kale could protect you from diabetes? What if one sit-up could prevent heart disease? Wishful thinking, right? But there is one step you can take to help prevent another serious disease, pneumococcal pneumonia. If you are 50 or older, one dose of the Prevnar 13 vaccine can help protect you from pneumococcal pneumonia, an illness that can cause coughing, chest pain, difficulty breathing, and may even put you in the hospital. Even if you've already been vaccinated with another pneumonia vaccine, Prevnar 13 may help provide additional protection. Prevnar 13 is used in adults 50 and older to help prevent infections from 13 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. You should not receive Prevnar 13 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. If you have a weakened immune system, you may have a lower response to the vaccine. Common side effects were pain, redness or swelling at the injection site, limited arm movement, fatigue, headache, muscle or joint pain, less appetite, chills, or rash. Get this one done. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 13 today.
The FBI says the gunman in Orlando was a U.S. citizen, Omar Mateen, 29 years old, born in New York. Reports Mateen made calls to 911 during the massacre, about 20 minutes during it, in which he reportedly pledged allegiance to the Islamic State savages. Mike Baker is a former CIA covert operations officer and president of Diligence LLC, a global intelligence and security firm. Mike, glad to have your expertise tonight. So we're learning a lot about Mateen, but one of the things that really stands out is the amount of time that he spent with the FBI. I don't know, maybe the kind of amount of time that would flag somebody in a background check system. How does this guy stay with the security firm since 2007, buy guns, go forth in life here in America, and all of that be in his background? Isn't it on record somewhere?
Well, it happens because it's the law of the land. It's the rules that have been set up under which the Bureau and local and state law enforcement authorities are able to operate. So, in other words, the shooter came across their radar, and I'm speculating a little bit. I don't have all the details, as you know, the Bureau hasn't been talking about this in detail. But the likelihood is, you know, obviously the first encounter was when he had made some comments in front of coworkers. And so that, you know, created an environment where they went in, they interviewed him. Within what's allowed, that's what's able to do. They're not then going to put on 24-hour surveillance on him. They're not able to do that within the parameters. The next opportunity was when it looked like the shooter came across an individual of interest to the Bureau, whom they were of interest in, who then later went to Syria, as you've reported. So I guess my point being is if we want to lock this down, if we want to try to work hard to minimize the risk of future horrible, tragic situations like this, then yes, we can do it. But there's a payback. You know, in other words, more security, less civil liberties, and the pendulum has swung back in favor of civil liberties and privacy and all of those things. And that's a conversation that always has to be had.
Yeah.
But all those people that complain right now about why didn't the Bureau do more, it's because they operate within the regulations that are set up within Congress that says this is what you can and cannot do.
Let's talk a little bit about who Omar Mateen may have been in contact with. You mentioned that American suicide bomber, and as I'm reading for Al-Nusra, he would have been the first to go there to do that. He worked for a company, GS4, that's like the size of some European armies around the world. And they had provided security to federal buildings via this particular employee. I mean, now we've got to figure out who does he know in the United States who might also be radicalized. If that's the case, that he would have been part of something else, that's a frightening thing. Look at all the information he would have. Federal buildings in the United States.
Right. No, you raise a really critical point here, and this is one of the weakest links in this whole process in terms of the new face of terrorism that whether it's this, whether it's San Bernardino, all the other incidents that we've been looking at, and that is people do the due diligence. They'll vet. So this shooter was vetted prior to joining the security firm that he was employed by. The problem then is there's really no follow-on. There's no continual vetting, continual due diligence of an individual, whether we're talking about a security firm or a financial institution, whatever it may be. So 1 year, 2 years down the road, if that individual has changed, if there's something in that person's life that has caused them to go off the rails in some fashion, you're not likely going to catch it because most employers aren't going to the trouble of doing that follow-on vetting.
All right, Mike Baker, I could talk for hours with you. There will be a lot to cover in the days to come. Thank you for joining us. And we'll continue to cover the massacre in Orlando, the presidential candidates all reacting to the worst mass shooting in American history.
Curves test you, dare you, and invite you in. Curves help you escape, inspire you, and definitely exhilarate you. And the BMW 3 Series with near perfect weight distribution was designed to carve every single one of them.
Right now, lease a BMW 320i sedan
for as low as $320 a month.
You both have a perfect driving record.
Perfect.
No tickets, no accidents.
That is until one of you clips a food truck, ruining your perfect record.
Yeah.
Now, you would think your insurance company would cut you some slack, right?
No, your insurance rates go through the roof. Your perfect record doesn't get you anything.
Anything.
Perfect.
For drivers with accident forgiveness, Liberty Mutual won't raise your rates due to your first accident. See car insurance in a whole new light. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Everything your family touches sticks with them. Make sure the germs they bring home don't stick around. Use Clorox disinfecting products, because no one kills germs better than Clorox.
After a long day, Jen stops working. But her Aleve doesn't.
Hey, Mom!
Because Aleve can last 4 hours longer than Tylenol 8 Hour. What will you do with your Aleve hours?
When my doctor told me I have age-related macular degeneration, AMD, we came up with a plan to help reduce my risk of progression. And everywhere I look, I'm reminded to stick to my plan, including PreserVision AREDS 2. My doctor said PreserVision AREDS 2 has the exact nutrient formula that the National Eye Institute recommends to help reduce the risk of progression of moderate to advanced AMD after 15 years of clinical studies. PreserVision AREDS 2, because my eyes are everything.
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
From Keurig to KitchenAid and Le Creuset. Find what you love. Love what you find on QVC.com.
The delicate skin on your neck can show age. Or not.
New Gold Bond Neck and Chest Cream helps improve texture and increase elasticity. 97% had visibly firmer skin. New Gold Bond Neck and Chest for visibly firmer skin.
Skin's ability to retain moisture weakens with age. Gold Bond Strength and Resilience has skin-plumping moisturizers and proteins from the Resurrection Plant to bring skin back to life. 84% saw an improvement in skin texture in 5 days. Gold Bond Strength and Resilience.
A few hours ago, President Obama addressed the nation after the massacre at the Orlando nightclub. He ordered all federal flags to be flown at half-staff in honor of the victims. He also called the shooting, quote, a sobering reminder that an attack on any American is an attack on all of us. Kristen Fisher is live in Washington. So, Kristen, the president called this an act of terror, an act of hate. He never mentioned the word Islam, yet we saw Islamic leaders just an hour ago speak out on this.
That's right, Harris. Well, the president never uses the phrase radical Islamic terrorism. He prefers the term violent extremism. And today, the president simply called what happened an act of terror. Now, President Obama has now ordered the full resources of the federal government to be made available for this investigation. He's also instructed his national security team, part of whom you can see in this photo, to spare no effort in determining what connection this shooter may have had with terror groups. But keep in mind, the FBI has already come out and said that the shooter pledged allegiance to ISIS in a 911 call that he made during the attack. But today, President Obama said the shooter's precise motivations are still unknown. He warned Americans to not rush to judgment and said that we will uncover the why in the coming days. Harris.
Not rush to judgment, but he seemed to rush to politics. He talked about gun control, and this man bought his gun legally. In fact, he'd been cleared to have a gun because he worked for a security firm. What was the president getting at?
Well, this is the 21st mass shooting since President Obama has taken office. And after most of those shootings, he has come out, most notably Sandy Hook, he has come out and been very swift and very forceful in calling on Congress to enact stricter gun laws. This time, he gave a much more muted response in terms of gun control, but he did bring it up. Listen to this.
This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school or in a house of worship or a movie theater or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be. And to actively do nothing is a decision as well.
Now, on Wednesday, President Obama had been planning on traveling to Wisconsin to campaign alongside his former Secretary of State for the very first time. But after what happened in Orlando, the White House says that that appearance has been postponed indefinitely. Harris.
Kristen, thank you very much. The 2016 presidential candidates offered their condolences as well today. Hillary Clinton tweeted, "Woke up to hear the devastating news from Florida. As we wait for more information, my thoughts are with those affected by this horrific act." Senator Bernie Sanders tweeted, "All Americans are horrified, disgusted, and saddened by the horrific atrocity in Orlando." Donald Trump tweeted, "Horrific incident in Florida, praying for all the victims and their families." He adds, "When will this stop? When will we get tough, smart, and vigilant?" The world learning more now about the attack in Orlando and the man at the center of it. Another very frightening situation. I talked about it atop the hour. We're still working the story for what happened out in Los Angeles. Police arrested a man they say was, quote, heavily armed and heading to the Gay Pride Parade in Los Angeles. The latest on that. And look at this picture. There it is, a bullet hole. It's in one of the Orlando police officer's helmets, which undoubtedly saved his life. More on this ahead.
What the bottom line is for all of us here that are alive and well, we need to stay stronger. We need to love more, not hate more. We need to get rid of the chip on our shoulder. We need to reach out to people. We need to do something with our hands, okay, that is positive. All right, get rid of the evil because then they win. And I refuse to let them win.
Defiance is in our bones. Our citrical bones easily absorb calcium plus vitamin D. Defy bone aging with Citrical Maximum, our highest level of calcium plus D.
What body aches? What knee pain? What sore elbow? Advil liquid gels make pain a distant memory. Nothing works faster, stronger, or longer. What? Pain. Advil.
Look, this isn't easy for me either, but it just feels right.
This isn't how we raised you.
You never wanted to try it?
Enough.
You must have known I was a little different.
Not this different.
Start your own legacy with the power of infinity. Now through June 30th, lease the QX50 for $319 a month.
Like road signs, my words are true. They bring me slowly back.
I missed you.
Did you bring new ones?
You work hard for more than just you.
You went to Montana.
I did. Working together, we'll help you save for her future geology degree. Wells Fargo. Together we'll go far.
I used to love going out early in the morning with my watering can and clippers to enjoy my garden. Now, things have changed. My angel helps me stay active and continue to do the things I enjoy at home.
I love to bring a smile to her face and know that I'm making a difference when she needs it most.
Visiting angels, America's choice in home care.
Why do so many businesses rely on the U.S. Postal Service? Because when they ship with us, their business becomes our business. That's why we make more e-commerce deliveries to homes than anyone else in the country. Here, there, everywhere. The United States Postal Service. Priority you.
The grill of all grills is made by grillers. One word to describe such high-caliber technology: rare. This type of engineering doesn't just withstand the test of time, it smokes it. Since the very day it was born, it's been this grill's mission to bring every backyard to life. Weber, ignite your passion.
If you think you've seen it all, well, do I have a surprise for you. It's Red Lobster's new Lobster and Shrimp Summerfest. With the lobster and shrimp you love and so many new dishes, you're gonna wanna try every last one. Like the new Coastal Lobster and Shrimp, with a wood-grilled lobster tail, wild-caught red shrimp crusted with panko, and shrimp fresh off the grill and brushed with summer ale barbecue sauce. Or try the new Lobster and Shrimp Overboard, because when a dish can wow you like this, Overboard's the only way to describe it. But hurry, this ends soon.
If you are just joining us, Orange County, Florida is now in a state of emergency after the deadliest shooting in U.S. history. A man walked into an Orlando nightclub, a popular gay club, and opened fire. It has been breaking news on this Sunday. He later died in a shootout with police, 11 officers involved in that takedown, and we now know he lived in Port St. Lucie, Florida. The FBI digging deeper into his past and confirming Mateen was on their radar in 2013 and 2014. Some of the families now still searching for their loved ones, many outside a hospital, or the hospitals there, I should say. They fear their loved ones may have been killed. They don't know. They don't have the answers. Watch.
His wife called me around 9. She said that he hasn't gotten home, and so I started calling all his friends, and my friend told me that he was with three of his friends there, and they made it home okay, but he's missing. I don't know.
Wow. Peter Ducey is live for us near the shooting scene in Orlando. And Peter, what are we learning or hearing more from the SWAT officers who were there?
Well, I can tell you what we're seeing, and that is a dramatic picture that shows the power, Harris, of this terrorist's bullets. The Orlando Police Department posted a picture on social media that shows a bullet hole in the Kevlar helmet of one of the SWAT team members. He amazingly only suffered a minor injury to his eye. He is expected to recover. As for the rest of the SWAT team, tonight they are telling officials exactly what they saw inside Pulse about 12 and a half hours ago.
We had 11 Orlando police officers that exchanged gunfire with the suspect and killed him. They have all been relieved of duty, as is our standard practice. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement will investigate the officer-involved shooting portion of that, and we will release their names over the next couple of days.
We are also hearing tonight from the ATF about both weapons that were found with this dead terrorist's body, a .223 caliber AR-style rifle and a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Both were purchased legally here in Florida in the last week, Harris.
And, you know, I've been talking a lot tonight with our guests about the fact that the FBI will have to, I would assume, begin explaining how this person fell off their radar. Have you learned anything?
We've learned that he was not under investigation and he was not under surveillance, even though he was just a short time ago.
The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. In 2014, Martin again came to the attention of the FBI because of possible ties to Monar Abu Salah, an American suicide bomber. The FBI conducted an investigation, including an interview with Martin. We determined that contact was minimal and did not constitute a substantive relationship or a threat at that time.
And Harris, as Orlando and the rest of the country start to come to grips with the vast human toll of this terrorist attack, we're hearing that officials who are inside Pulse nightclub right now removing the bodies of the 50 dead innocent club goers. They can hear these victims' cell phones still ringing as loved ones desperately try to get in touch with them, try to see if they are okay. Obviously, not everybody knows that their loved one is not going to come home.
Oh my goodness, that is chilling. Thank you very much. You know what, before we go to break, I want to give everybody something that we said we would, because I've just seen that the list of names has gotten longer. Okay, so there's the website that we were telling you about earlier. It is the cityoforlando.net/blog/victims. And as they begin to, as Peter Ducey just detailed, bring the victims out of that nightclub and begin to more identify people, they will put that on this list on their website, the City of Orlando, and this list is getting longer. If you have questions, this may help answer them or at least send you in the right direction. God bless. All right, so across the nation, police in California arrested a man they say had guns and an explosive materials inside his car, who was on his way to the Gay Pride Parade there. Officials say there is no connection that they can see now between this incident and the massacre that happened at the gay nightclub in Orlando.
We are Americans. We are all LGBTQ community members today. We are all part of a country that will not be beaten down.
Anita Vogel is following this for us from LA. Anita?
Well, hi there, Harris. The suspect has now been identified as 20-year-old James Howell from Indiana. The Santa Monica Police Department started receiving calls early this morning from some concerned citizens, basically reporting a prowler, a strange guy lurking around, knocking on doors and just acting strange. When police arrived to check it out, they noticed a rifle on the front seat of his car. They searched it and found a total of 3 assault rifles, explosives, and ammunition. He told officers he was going to the Gay Pride Parade and wanted to cause harm. Police say they believe he was acting alone.
At this point, there's no known credible threat here in the Los Angeles area, and certainly no connection to anything that's happened in Orlando.
And certainly a big relief for the police there and all of the people who attended the parade, especially after knowing what happened just the night before in Orlando. Harris, back to you.
Anita, thank you very much. And in fact, as she was just kind of pointing to right now, police departments across the nation are stepping up their patrols after the attack in Orlando. And next, we'll talk with a former Homeland Security advisor for New York State on what local departments now are doing to keep us all safe. They're changing some things. Stay with us.
This. What's better than this? This. What? Check it out. This. It doesn't get any better than this. I stand corrected. This is the 2017 Hyundai Elantra. Not just new, better.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real amazing.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
And there's no way to restart it.
With DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Managing my diabetes has been a struggle. I considered all my options with my doctor, who recommended once daily Toujeo. Now I'm on the path to better blood sugar control. Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly, providing consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours, proven full 24-hour blood sugar control, and significant A1C reduction. And along with Toujeo, I'm eating better and moving more.
Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening. It may cause shaking, sweating, fast heartbeat, and blurred vision. Check your blood sugar levels daily while using Toujeo. Injection site reactions may occur. Don't change your dose or type of insulin without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you take other medicines and about all your medical conditions. Insulins, including Toujeo, in combination with TZDs, thiazolidinediones, may cause serious side effects like heart failure that can lead to death, even if you've never had heart failure before. Don't dilute or mix Toujeo with other insulins or solutions, as it may not work as intended, and you may lose blood sugar control, which could be serious.
Toujeo helps me stay on track with my blood sugar. Ask your doctor about Toujeo.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
You know, over the coming days, you may or may not notice your city stepping up security, but they are doing it, we're told, after what happened at that nightclub in Orlando. Police are increasing patrols at LGBT events as people across America celebrate Pride all month long. And as we've been reporting, officers in Santa Monica made an arrest ahead of today's annual Los Angeles Pride Parade. Huge gathering there. They say a man was armed to the teeth and told investigators he wanted to do harm at that event. Joining me now is Michael Balboni, former Homeland Security Advisor for the state of New York. Michael, you and I have been together on instances like this, and I often lean on your expertise. I don't want to judge what they did in Orlando, and I will not. I will just ask this question. Are we looking at a different situation now when someone kills people and then takes hostages, and then we try and negotiate for 2 and 3 hours, and it doesn't turn out to be a negotiation? Are things changing?
Harris, if you look at what's happened across the world in the way that the modus operandi of places like Mumbai and different attacks in Paris, you'll see the timetable has totally changed. U.S. law enforcement is still working on the hostage concept, that someone's going to barricade themselves and they're going to take hostages. That's not what these guys are doing, not what they've demonstrated. Their modus operandi, as we've seen in San Bernardino, what we've seen here, is that they're culling these victims together. They're not hostages. They're going to be victims, and they're going to kill them in an effort to try to draw law enforcement in.
They want to kill the police officers.
They want to, absolutely. Secondary. If they could set up a secondary device so they could hit people, they do that, because we've seen that in the Middle East attacks.
Right.
We've seen that in
Kenya,
Saudi
the shopping
Arabia,
mall.
and Kenya as well.
You hold those people, and we learned that they were putting their bodies in freezers. I mean, I don't mean to be grotesque, but it is the truth. They were chopping these people. I mean, the things that they were doing inside that mall, and so now we know that he continued to kill.
Right, and
inside the nightclub in Orlando.
They create the epicenter right there of all of their actions, and what they want law enforcement to come in so they can take down law enforcement.
So this idea, and I heard Senator Marco Rubio say this down in Florida earlier today, this idea that they are doing this in some sort of sense as command and control, a hit from abroad, as I understand it, and what Marco Rubio said was it doesn't much matter anymore whether ISIS is telling them to do this. They're doing it, and then ISIS is saying good job.
So I think the senator is absolutely right. What they're trying to do is they're expanding their brand. Yes, we know that they're incredibly socially capable in terms of the messaging, and they're able to inspire. We know that. But what they're also doing is they're taking credit for where they may never have had any type of involvement. I mean, the fact of hitting a random event like this, a nightclub in the middle of Orlando that has a gay event. I mean, this is why would ISIS in the Middle East want to target that? It just makes no sense. So what they're doing is they're looking for targets of opportunity where they can go in and they can hit as many people as possible. That's really what they want. They want body counts.
Well, and if anybody has any doubts about how these guys don't want to take hostages, look at the people that they dispose of like garbage in Syria and Iraq. Now, they keep some of the women as sex slaves, and they rape them over and over, and the girls as young as 9. But many of the people they just slaughter and leave in the ground, and their hair sticking up out of the ground. I mean, these people don't want to take hostages. Why would the people they spawn want to do that?
And then,
I get it.
You know, also the fact that they attacked this club, we know that they have persecuted suspected homosexuals by throwing them off the roof. You know, so they were targeting that concept, but not this place.
So you've learned some new information about Omar Mateen. I've been talking about that GS4, that security firm. It's a huge firm.
G4S, yes.
That they have that he worked for.
So he gets hired in 2007. In 2013, he's working at a courthouse and has this conversation where co-workers of his, he's expressing a view about Islam, and they begin to feel uncomfortable. He's then moved to another area. During this entire time, he's gone through background checks. He's gone through psychologicals. He's gone through the checks of all the databases. He comes up clean. The challenge for this security company, as well as any security company, is what will the FBI share? If we don't know if he's been on a watch list, but if he is, was that information ever given to the company? Want to bet it wasn't?
Oh, interesting. But what about back and forth? I mean, the company knew that they had an employee, a security company that's in charge of transportation services around the globe for nations, right? They have an employee that has a problem communicating with his coworkers about extremism, radicalization, so on and so forth. Don't they have an obligation to report too?
Well, see, this is going to be a fact-specific thing because this individual, a U.S.-born citizen, has civil rights. He has the ability to express his views about religion.
He's perfect for ISIS.
Exactly. Well, that's been the whole point about, you know, when you say close the borders, they're here. That's the issue. If you can inspire someone who's a U.S. citizen, then how do you stop that?
Real quickly before I let you go, you're here in New York. What do you do as you look out? You look at communities. What should they be doing tonight?
So with the vigilance that the police force has really done, I mean, I always tout the New York City Police Department as being one of the best in the world. And so they're working with different communities, talking to different people, making sure that there's no copycats, that there aren't folks who are inspired by this. That's really what you're looking for right now, looking for that type of trace of information, looking in social media. But it really is about giving people the comfort that you're out there, and we're going to protect you, and we're there to
I just wonder if there are enough
defense.
of you against all of them. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Michael
Thank you,
Balboni.
Iris.
A pleasure to have you here. Love triumphing over hate in Florida. Watch.
It's great to see this outpouring in the community, everybody volunteering out here. It's really heartwarming in the wake of this incident.
Yeah, there's a problem. They need blood. Hundreds of people lining up to donate blood to help those injured in that deadly nightclub shooting. An incredible, incredible situation out there. We're coming right back.
The turbocharged dream machine, the Volkswagen Golf GTI, named one of Car and Driver's 10 best 10 years in a row.
If a denture were to be put under a microscope, we can see all the bacteria that still exists. Polident's unique microclean formula works in just 3 minutes, killing 99.99% of odor-causing bacteria for a cleaner, fresher, brighter denture every day.
Nexium 24-Hour introduces new, easy-to-swallow tablets. So now there are more ways for more people to experience complete protection from frequent heartburn. Nexium 24-Hour, the easy-to-swallow tablet, is here.
Mass shooting in Orlando as police search for answers in the deadly attack. Fox News brings you all the latest details with a special lineup of live reports tonight.
Me and the guys walk into this place. Now, you would have thought from the name of it, it's going to be packed with sailors. So I immediately picked out the biggest guy in there, and I walked straight up to him. Now, he looks me square in the eye, and I swear he says, "Welcome to Navy Federal Credit Union." Whoa, friendly alert. I got a great auto rate out of that guy. You know, now I have a wonderful hybrid, slate blue, cream interior. He was so nice.
Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union.
Your morning alarm, your TV, even your lights. They keep your family comfortable and connected. But when the power goes out, you're left in the dark. Power outages aren't just a hassle, they can be costly too. Until now. Meet Briggs & Stratton Generator Systems. Unlike larger, more expensive models, a Briggs & Stratton backup generator uses patented power management technology, so it automatically powers more of your home for less money. Best of all, a Briggs & Stratton generator system lets you power your entire home, all for a lower cost to purchase, install, and operate. So owning a standby generator is now more affordable than ever. Call today for a free estimate. Plus, for a limited time, receive $100 cash back on your purchase. With Briggs & Stratton Generator Systems, life goes on, even when the power goes off. So find the smartest generator at the smartest price. Plus, get $100 cash back when you buy now. So call now for your free estimate and keep your power on, no matter what.
The results are in. Xfinity from Comcast delivers America's fastest internet according to 60 million consumer tests run at speedtest.net, so you can do more online in less time. Plus, you'll enjoy reliably fast speeds on all of your devices, even during peak hours when everyone is online at once. Experience the speed of Xfinity Internet. Ask how to get the fastest internet, or get started with a great offer on an Xfinity X1 Triple Play from Comcast. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today.
I want to come in now on a live look. This is Ybor City, Florida, where they are holding a vigil for those who were killed and those who were injured at the nightclub Pulse in Orlando last night. That act of terror now turning into an act of love, as they want to say that they are going to triumph over the hate with love. We might dip into a little bit of this, maybe just for a couple of moments. Let's watch. Okay, we're gonna move on. We didn't quite have all the audio on that, apparently. Forgive me on that one. But we will continue to watch this situation, an incredible show of solidarity around the world and obviously, as you saw in Orlando. Hundreds of people volunteering to donate blood for those injured in the nightclub shooting. Blood banks now forced to turn people away, saying they are at capacity. But they're encouraged donors to come back in the next few days because they'll be needing them. Dr. Mark Siegel is a professor of medicine at NYU's Langone Medical Center and a member of the Fox News Medical Aid Team family here. This has been a problem in the gay community for many years. They were not accepting donations, and so now they are literally desperate in the state of Florida. And you see people answering that call of desperation, not just the love at the vigil, but a great sense of love, too, in the long lines giving blood.
It is crucial right now, Harris. 26 surgeries, according to Steve Harrigan, who's on the scene there. You know, 9 have died, 1 discharged. 44 patients were admitted to that medical center. These are severe wounds, rifle wounds, and you need blood. They need blood desperately. After a surgery like this, in order to replenish the blood supply, and of course watch for wounds, watch for signs of infection, give antibiotics, these are the main things that they're going to be doing. But the need for blood doesn't suddenly end.
Right.
They have people that are critically ill there. They're going to have to keep transfusing them.
All right, so how did we get to this point? Because, I mean, HIV has been on the landscape that we know of since the late 70s, early 80s, and surely we have ways to screen within the LGBT community. I know that HIV can lie dormant for a period of time,
Correct.
but surely we must have gone forward with our testing capabilities.
It's improved dramatically. We certainly can screen for hepatitis C.
So
we can
why do
screen
they
for
keep
hepatitis
gay
B.
donors out of the situation?
You already said the reason. It's because of the fact that HIV can lie dormant, and many years ago it was endemic in the gay community, much less so now. I think under this situation, and they have been talking about this, the idea of suspending those rules if we get to the point where we're getting to a short blood supply would make a lot of sense. Right now, they can't process the blood as fast as it's coming in. Let's hope that continues.
All right, real quickly, this is a very special medical center down in Orlando. You're familiar with it.
This medical center is terrific. It's a Trauma One center. It's the only one of its kind in Central Florida. They just won an award called a Beacon Award for Excellence. Their trauma ICU and trauma step down, the American Association of Critical Care Nurses just gave them a Beacon Award for Excellence. They're probably the top in the state. They have surgeons working around the clock, nurses, triaging going on. This is a heroic effort. I've said before, surgeons, not just surgeons, the entire staff there. And they're also, by the way, gleaning information from family members, which help. It's crucial to know who you're taking care of, what they had wrong before. That helps you save a life.
Yeah. Well, God bless them. Doctor, thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah.
An outpouring of support from around the globe, how the victims of the Orlando terror attack are being remembered.
Don't let dust and allergies get between you and life's beautiful moments. With Flonase Allergy Relief, they won't. Most allergy pills only control 1 inflammatory substance. Flonase controls 6, and 6 is greater than 1. Flonase changes everything.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member, because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata, and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
It's more than the cloud. It's security and flexibility. It's where great ideas and vital data are stored. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions from a trusted IT partner, including cloud and hosting services, all backed by an industry-leading broadband network and people committed to helping you grow your business. You get a company that's more than just the sum of its parts. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
I could get used to this.
Now you can, when you lease the 2016 ES350 for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
80% of women say a healthy lifestyle is a priority, but up to 90% fall short in getting key nutrients from food alone. Let's do more. Add One-A-Day Women's 50+ Complete Multivitamin with vitamin D and calcium to help support bone health. One-A-Day.
At BMW, we've always celebrated drive. The drive of visionaries and game changers. The drive to make the world a better place. This summer, with your support, we'll contribute up to $1.5 million to Team USA and charitable organizations in your community. BMW, drive for a cause.
Take a test drive to support Team USA and help raise up to $1.5 million and beyond during BMW Drive for a Cause.
When a moment turns romantic, why pause to take a pill? Or stop to find a bathroom? Cialis for daily use is approved to treat both erectile dysfunction and the urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adempus for pulmonary hypertension, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis and a $200 savings card.
Love from around the world. People coming together to remember the victims of the Orlando massacre. Paris, obviously, no stranger to tragedy, tweeted, "Paris stands with Orlando. We are thinking of you," with a ribbon intertwining a rainbow and the American flag, as you see there. The city of Brussels tweeted the same image. In New York, a vigil is underway at the historic Stonewall Inn. That building became a national symbol of gay rights after a police raid led to violence in 1969. At the same time, One World Trade Center will be lit up in the colors of pride, the flag, in tribute to the Americans who died. But the iconic Empire State Building will remain dark tonight in support of the victims and their families. Wow. Our Fox Report team pulled together the heart-punching pictures that speak volumes, and we share this with you.
I didn't know what to do. I wiped all the blood off in the grass because it was wet. My shirt soaked between sweat and blood, and I don't know what's behind me. It's under my nails.
A night from hell, and then daybreak. Heartbreak.
All you hear is gunshots. All you hear is gunshots.
This is clearly an act of terrorism. It's sickening. It should make every American angry.
Orlando strong, we're with you. I'll be back with you tomorrow at noon Eastern for Outnumbered. And moments from now, the O'Reilly Factor begins.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks for watching us tonight. Terror in Orlando. That is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. For the next hour, this special edition of The Factor will analyze the worst mass shooting in American history. We'll keep the politics to a minimum. We'll deal with the political on Monday's Factor. When Donald Trump will be here, we've also invited Hillary Clinton. Tonight, we are going to tell you exactly what happened. With a sharp perspective, believe me, this hour will not waste your time. Let's begin with the killer. 29-year-old Omar Mateen, shot dead by Orlando police officers after invading a nightclub shortly after 2 a.m. this morning. Mateen used an assault rifle and a pistol, and while he was gunning people down, he called 911, say he was committing mass murder in allegiance with ISIS. Police say Mateen, a private security guard, held a number of people hostage, and the entire incident lasted for about 3 hours before Mateen was killed. Over that period of time, the casualty count was horrific. 50 people dead, 53 people wounded. Again, this is the worst mass shooting in American history.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude. Get out of here. Oh my God, dude.
It is with great sadness that I share we have not 20 but 50 casualties. In addition to the shooter, there are another 53 that are hospitalized.
All over, the vast majority of the gunshot wounds were to the chest, the abdomen, and the extremities.
This guy was pacing looking for a family member back and forth, and he had a bullet sticking out. And the bullet, I kid you not, was this big, half in his leg, half sticking out.
After the second shot, there was a pause, and then it just started shooting, and that's when we knew something was wrong, and everybody just dropped to the ground.
My son, do you know if he's okay?
No.
He was shot?
We don't know. He's in the women's bathroom with the hostage. He's hostage from the shooter.
How did you find out?
He was texting me and called me.
What did he tell you exactly?
That the shooter has them in the women's bathroom hostage, and he's going to die.
Now, we don't know what happened to that woman's son, as authorities have not yet released all the information about all the victims. We do know more about the killer. He was an American citizen whose parents emigrated here from Afghanistan. He was married with a 3-year-old son. His father told reporters he did not like gay people, and that might be why he targeted a nightclub that caters to homosexuals. But Mateen did identify with ISIS, and he said he did. He's homophobic by association, as every single jihadist on the planet hates gays. At the White House, President Obama said this.
The FBI is appropriately investigating this as an act of terrorism, and I've directed that we must spare no effort to determine what, if any, inspiration or association this killer may have had with terrorist groups. Today marks the most deadly shooting in American history. The shooter was apparently armed with a handgun and a powerful assault rifle. This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school or in a house of worship or a movie theater or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be. And to actively do nothing is a decision as well.
Once again, Mr. Obama putting the emphasis on guns rather than Islamic terrorism. I will analyze that situation tomorrow in Talking Points. For tonight, let's stay on point and analyze the terror act without pointing fingers at third parties. In the shootout inside the club, one Orlando police officer was shot in the head, but his Kevlar helmet saved his life. No other police officers were injured. The FBI is investigating the case, as you just heard, and apparently the Bureau did have Mateen in its file, as he was known to be sympathetic to jihadists overseas. Again, he was a security worker who held a legal firearms license in Florida since at least 2011. The ATF saying tonight Mateen bought the weapons legally. No license is needed in order to own an assault rifle in Florida, an issue that will be closely examined after the terror attack. On balance, it seems to be more about international terrorism and its influence than a gun control issue. However, all aspects of the case should be investigated aggressively. Talking Points is fed up with the Islamic Jihad. The world should have confronted it a long time ago. And this containment garbage is getting people killed, as we've mentioned before. You don't contain evil, you destroy it, or it will destroy you. There's no question all Americans are at risk because Islamic terrorists want to kill us just because we are Americans. And that's the memo. Now for the top story tonight, let's go to Orlando, Florida, where Geraldo Rivera is standing by. So you've been down there for a few hours. What has struck you emotionally?
What struck me the most profoundly, Bill, is the fact that this is the existential threat to the United States. Omar Mateen, 29 years old, born in New York City. His father, a well-known Afghan politician who claims to be president of the country, also lives here in Florida. The fact that this man, this monster, could take it upon himself to begin this slaughter, just picking the softest target he could find. Pulse Orlando, that nightclub, just about a half a mile from where I'm standing now. I'm standing in front of the regional hospital, the trauma center where they brought the victims, was jammed this morning at 2 o'clock, shortly after 2 o'clock, when Omar Mateen walked in and began firing. Shortly after he began firing, some uniformed Orlando cops happened on the area. What ensued was a gunfight, as you described. So picture the packed nightclub where many of the grieving victims, people who came up to me just sobbing and crying and, oh my God, it's my it's my brother, it's my son, it's my nephew. Those people complained that the nightclub, the Pulse, had only one exit, that there were padlocks on the back exits. So Omar Mateen walks in, picture it, with his AR-15 and his handgun, and he starts firing, and people had to run past him in their attempt to get out. They were trapped. That's why he could make that taunting 911 call 20 minutes after he began the mayhem, after he began this horrible carnage, creating inside the Pulse Orlando a slaughterhouse that is, as the president and you have pointed out, Bill, the worst mass shooting in the history of the country, the worst act of terrorism since 9/11. But there he was, uniformed Orlando cops converging on the area. They surround the Pulse Orlando. Mateen is inside. He shoots. He reloads. He shoots. He reloads. He shoots. He reloads. This many casualties, he had to have reloaded many, many times. And in his 911 call, claiming ISIS inspired him, in his 911 call, taunting the authorities, taunting the United States, taunting our very existence, he wrought that havoc. He created a blood pool there with bodies chopped up by the automatic weapon. It was horrifying, and the questions asked how this man, 2013 interviewed 2 times by the FBI, 2014 interviewed again by the FBI, how this guy could be in that place, armed as he was, is a question that tomorrow night on The Factor you will try to address.
We'll get into it, but I can answer that question now. I mean, the FBI interviews a lot of people. There have been more than 100 people in the United States who have been arrested for associations with ISIS. This terror attack, very similar to the Paris killing, 130 died in Paris, as you'll remember, on November 13th, 2015. Very similar, except it was one guy, not a bunch of guys. But it's the same MO, and I gotta say, and I hate to say it, you can't stop this kind of stuff, Geraldo. You can't stop it, all right? Individuals who are going to go out and commit mass murder, no matter how they're going to do it, with a bomb, with a gun, you know, whatever they're going to do, you can't stop them. But what you can do is have a coherent anti-jihadist strategy, which we don't have, and we're going to get into that tomorrow and a little bit tonight as well. We don't have one. But for now, I feel terrible because a lot of the people in Orlando that you're talking about, they don't even know what happened yet, because the authorities are still, their bodies still in that nightclub. They have not been taken out. The investigation is still going on.
About a half hour ago, inside the Marriott Hotel, it's a Marriott, isn't it? Right next door, Ramada Hotel next door, the victims' families were gathered. They read off a list of the survivors, and suggested that if your relative was not on the list of the survivors, then your relative was dead. We can talk about the method that was used to bring that news to the surviving families. It was horrible to watch them as they emerged from the Ramada, staggering, tears flowing, and all the rest of it. You referenced Paris. You'll recall that my daughter Simone was inside the stadium in Paris when 3 suicide bombers exploded themselves outside. I know very well what it feels like to be in their shoes, how helpless it is. It seems to me that once you get in that jihadi watch list, then just like someone who beats his wife, someone who for whatever reason gets on a no-fly list, then that person is treated differently than the other citizens. I respectfully submit that. Now let me talk about ISIS very briefly. As long as that rotten cesspool is allowed to exist in Syria and Iraq, it will continue to inspire these deranged people, and they will continue to let loose their fanatics to perpetrate this kind of bloodshed on absolutely helpless, trapped, innocent American civilians.
Now, I want you to do me one favor. I want you to, tonight, and we'll have you back on tomorrow night on The Factor. I want you to talk to a couple of people who survived this, if you can find them, all right? An extensive conversation, all right, and what they were feeling, what they were going through, just like your daughter, okay? I want you to try to find a couple of people, talk to them, and then we'll bring their stories tomorrow night, okay?
You got it. We're efforting that right now. Craig is
All
at one of the houses right now.
We appreciate it. And one footnote, Legends and Lies, supposed to be on in this hour on the Fox News channel. Obviously, breaking news takes precedent. The Boston Tea Party episode will be shown next Sunday at 8 p.m. Next on the rundown, 2 harrowing personal stories at the massacre site. Then Bernie Goldberg and Ralph Peters both angry tonight. Up ahead.
No man ought to tell another man what he's got to live for or what he's got to die for. You, me, all of us. We're all out there dying so they can stay rich.
We've got 250 men. They hold all of Jones County.
How is that even possible?
You ready?
The winds are shifting. And you can't fight it this time.
There's plenty left to fight for.
Free State of Jones. Rated R.
Ugh, heartburn.
Sorry, ma'am, no burning here. Try new Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. They work fast and don't taste chalky.
Incredible. Looks tasty. You don't have heartburn.
New Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. Enjoy the relief.
On the train test range, you learn what makes our heating and cooling systems so reliable. If there's a breaking point, we'll find it. It's hard to stop a train. Really hard.
Support your health with the first and only vegan multivitamin soft gels from U.S. Doctors Clinical. The only vegan, non-animal source, non-GMO, gluten-free, allergen-free, vegetarian soft gels that helps provide your daily nutritional needs. Get them online today.
Wouldn't it be great to go on a luxury vacation where everything's included and unlimited? Sandals. All included, all unlimited, all the time. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
You want a real fish sandwich? You know where to find it. Try our new Coastal Cod Sandwich at Long John Silver's. Our panko breaded Alaskan cod is served up just the way you'd expect a real fish sandwich to be. Because at Long John Silver's, you deserve more.
Fact. There's an Advil specially made for fast relief that goes to work in minutes. The only Advil with the rapid release formula for rapid relief of tough pain. Look for Advil film coated in the white box. Relief doesn't get any faster than this. Advil.
Can a car be crafted instead of produced? Designed with attention and care to give a feeling that stays with you. At Mazda, every detail matters because driving matters. The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-9.
The deadly attack in Orlando. As new questions emerge about this brutal and vicious massacre, Bill breaks down the case and gets answers on The Factor Monday.
Here in ATL, if we say we're the best, it's because we outperform the rest, which is why we dominate Hotlanta in the Honda CR-V, the '1 subcompact SUV from KBB.com's comparison test. CR-V's got more power and higher residual value than Rogue, better MPG than RAV4 or Escape, but will cost you thousands less to own than all of them. And right now, drive a new CR-V at KBB Best Buy for just $219 a month. See your North Georgia Honda dealer today.
As America's longest-lasting pickups, Ram's continued leadership is eye-opening. Like Ram 3500 with the best towing and the best torque. And Ram 1500 with the best fuel economy. It's no wonder more people are driving Ram trucks than ever before. Join us now during the Ram Drive and Discover event. Get 0.9% APR for up to $11,200 in total values on 2016 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab models in stock the longest.
Personal story segment tonight with 50 dead and 53 injured. There are many personal stories to be told in Orlando, most of them heartbreaking. Joining us now from Florida, Esty Martin, radio reporter for WDBO. Also, Valerie Boy, a reporter for WOFL-TV, who has been covering the story all day. Ms. Boy, I'll begin with you. I understand relatives still having a very hard time with information trying to find out what happened, correct?
Correct, Bill. Of course, you can imagine it's going to take some time to figure out who those people are in the club. But I met a mom here at the hospital early this morning. She says her son Christopher went to the club with his boyfriend Juan Guerrero. Unfortunately, Juan was actually confirmed dead, but Christopher Lineman, well, he's still unaccounted for. So Christine says she keeps asking for answers, but she's not getting them. She was just crying, sobbing when I was talking to her. She said, I never asked to be part of the Sandy Hook Club. I never wanted assault rifles around here. Why would this happen to my son? My son is a good person. So my heart just went out to her. And she also shared pictures with us, and she's asking anyone, if you've seen her son, Christopher Lineman, will you please call in, because she desperately wants to know where he is.
Okay, but you have to assume. Now, is this woman, as Geraldo just reported, is she over in the Ramada Inn? Is she over there with the authorities? I guess that's the gathering point right now, right?
Correct. Earlier she was at the hospital, then she went home, now she's at the Ramada, but she's still trying to find those answers. And obviously, we know that patients here have been identified, so hopefully soon we will know.
Well, look, you know, everybody's praying for a miracle here, but if the boy had a cell phone, didn't use it, and his partner is dead, you know, it's doesn't get tougher than that. When you are talking about...
There was something else that I'd like to mention about those cell phones. I'm hearing that investigators, they're inside that building, and it's very eerie because they hear lots of cell phones going off among the bodies in that building. Cell phones, probably calls from loved ones trying to get a hold of their relatives.
And Ms. Martin, I understand you witnessed that, right? That you were inside and you saw some of these phones on bodies ringing. Tell us about that.
I'm sorry, Bill, it's a little difficult to hear you, but yes, just as Valerie mentioned, that's what I'm hearing. I mean, it's really chilling when you hear the first responders going there to assess the situation, assess the bodies and the victims, and they hear the chilling sound of the cell phones ringing, know that those are family members and friends that are frantically trying to reach them.
Are the bodies still in, most of the bodies still in the club at this hour?
Yeah, from what we understand, there are still some there. They are trying to identify all of them. They have released the names, the list of the victims. And of course, you can only imagine how those families must feel. I mean, I remember back in 2001 when 9/11 happened, I remember what I was doing, what I was feeling. I remember wondering if my aunt made it to work okay. Was she one of the victims? And I was just frantically searching to see if her name was anywhere.
Now,
and I could only imagine
I
want
to be clear about this. Have the authorities released all the names of the 50 dead? Have they all been released, or some held back, Valerie?
I'm sorry.
No, they have not all been released. In fact, 7 have been released right now, so we're still waiting for the others. And again, it's going to take some time, most likely, to identify all the people who are in that club.
All right, so we have 7 dead identified, 43 not identified. What is the process, Valerie? I know that Este's having a hard time hearing me, so I'm going to stay with you. What is the process of that? Do we have all of the families in the Ramada Inn and the authorities walk it over? Tell us about the process.
Well, I know some of the families are at the Ramada, but we also have many families still here at the hospital going in and out. I think people are just desperate for information, so they're going back and forth. It's also not just relatives, but also friends here, just asking around, have you heard anything? Have you heard anything? So I hear a lot of desperation in their voices just to get those answers.
What I'm trying to get at is there an organized way for families to know who is wounded, who survived, and who did not survive? Is there a website? Has the Orlando police put up something like that? How is the information getting to you on the street?
Yes, well, the city of Orlando has been very organized. They have, they're saying that the family members should go to the Ramada and that they're telling them, they're giving them the information. However, I think it's still difficult to find out who those people are in the club, and that's what the frustration is. They're just going to have to wait and see who's in that club before they can put out those answers, but they are doing their best to get that information out to them.
All right, ladies, we appreciate it very much. Thank you. Directly ahead, the big picture, the global jihad. What should the USA do about it? Then, is television news exploiting this terrible incident in Florida? Factor's coming right back.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Defiance is in our bones. Our citrical bones easily absorb calcium plus vitamin D. Defy bone aging with Citrical Maximum, our highest level of calcium plus D.
If you think you've seen it all, well, do I have a surprise for you? It's Red Lobster's new Lobster and Shrimp Summerfest. With the lobster and shrimp you love and so many new dishes, you're going to want to try every last one. Like the new Coastal Lobster and Shrimp, with a wood-grilled lobster tail, wild-caught red shrimp crusted with panko, and shrimp fresh off the grill and brushed with summer ale barbecue sauce. Or try the new Lobster and Shrimp Overboard, because when a dish can wow you like this, Overboard's the only way to describe it. But hurry, this ends soon.
Live and let die. Baby, I'm amazed the way you love me all the time. Land on the run. No more lonely nights. You can never say it's gonna be a great day.
It's more than a network and the cloud. It's reliable uptime and multi-layered security. It's how you stay connected to each other and to your customers. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions, including an industry-leading broadband network and cloud and hosting services, all with dedicated, responsive support. With CenturyLink as your trusted technology partner, you're free to focus on growing your business. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Hey, where are you going? We've got that thing. You know, diarrhea, abdominal pain.
But we said we'd be there.
Who makes the decisions around here? It's me. Don't think I'll make it. Stomach again. Send.
If you're living with frequent, unpredictable diarrhea and abdominal pain, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with diarrhea or IBS-D, a condition that can be really frustrating. Talk to your doctor about Viberzi, a different way to treat IBS-D. Viberzi is a prescription medication you take every day that helps proactively manage both diarrhea and abdominal pain at the same time, so you stay ahead of your symptoms. Viberzi can cause new or worsening abdominal pain. Do not take Viberzi if you have or may have had pancreas or severe liver problems, problems with alcohol abuse, long-lasting or severe constipation, or a blockage of your bowel or gallbladder. If you're taking Viberzi, you should not take medicines that cause constipation. The most common side effects of Viberzi include constipation, nausea, and abdominal pain. Stay ahead of IBS-D with Viberzi.
If time is infinite, why is there never enough of it? A John Deere One Family tractor with Quick Park lets you attach and go. iMatch Quick Hitch gives you more time for what you love, so it takes less work to do more work. Auto Connect drive over mower deck? Done. They're not making any more land, but there's plenty of time if you know where to look. All John Deere compact tractors come with an industry-best 6-year no-cost powertrain warranty.
Back segment tonight with the Orlando killer pledging allegiance to ISIS and even mentioning the head savage of that organization's name. There's no question Islamic terrorism again in the forefront. Joining us from Washington, Jim Hansen, Executive Vice President for the Center for Security Policy, and from Los Angeles, Aaron Cohen, a counterterrorism expert. So, Mr. Cohen, counterterrorism doesn't seem to be working right now for the USA, or am I wrong?
No, Bill, you're absolutely right. In fact, what happened is not only, or what's going on with the system, it's not only incomprehensible, but it's irreprehensible. We're here 15 years later after 9/11. We have no macro strategy. The key ingredient, I'll tell you right now, that's missing is aggression. Aggression is a proven tactic. And unless you take the aggression, infuse it into the law enforcement system, the only people who had any fight today in that game was that SWAT team in Orlando. Hats off to those guys who dumped magazine after magazine, gunning it out with another would-be Sharia Islamic jihadist who brought weapons into that location and opened fire. And the only people who were allowed to essentially unleash that aggression was that SWAT team. The entire macro picture is broken, and the entire system needs to be rebuilt with aggression stemming from the top and then brought down.
I said to Geraldo earlier, Mr. Hansen, that you're never going to stop this kind of stuff because, like, for example, Israel, very aggressive anti-terrorism, counterterrorism, very aggressive. And every 3 or 4 weeks, we're reporting Somebody gets in, stabs or shoots, blows people up inside Israel. You know, it's like a way of life over there for them. Now here, we have more distance, but now we're starting to see these ISIS-influenced individuals like this Mateen come in and then, you know, picks out a nightclub, goes in, knows it's a soft target, bing, 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 bing. I don't know what the USA can do about that.
Well, Bill, we can't and we're not going to stop everyone. But as Aaron mentioned, the lack of aggression and the lack of purpose in the way our security professionals have been hamstrung by the administration is the problem. You know, President Obama failed to mention Islam. The security professionals now are forbidden from being trained on Islamist ideologies or Sharia law, as Aaron mentioned. Those things factor into this. The punishment under Sharia for homosexuality is death. If the people who were interviewing Mr. Mateen earlier when the FBI had him in 2013 and 2014 had been able to follow those paths and connect those dots, there is a possibility we could have stopped this and lives could have been saved.
It's very, look, in the United States, Mr. Cohen, you can't just detain somebody, all right? So Mateen was anti-Semitic. That's what his father says. All right, he's anti-Semitic. As I pointed out, every single jihadist on the planet's anti-Semitic, as Mr. Hansen just said. So the FBI knows he's sympathetic, Mateen knows he's sympathetic to people overseas who suicide bombers. That's why they questioned him in the first place. But you can't detain him. And the agents don't have enough time to watch all of these cranks. There's thousands of them, right?
I agreed, Bill, but to add to Jim's point, it's time for the cuffs to come off law enforcement, and what I mean by that is, look, the FBI investigated this guy twice. The fact is he held a security license, which enabled him to provide protective services on behalf of a licensed security company. He had a concealed weapons permit. Guns have nothing to do with this, but the fact that he didn't have those permits taken away from him at any point during that investigation or after the investigation.
In the state of Florida, I don't know if you could, unless he's convicted of a crime. You see, just because you're under suspicion, our system is you're innocent until proven guilty. So you can't take anything away. You can't, if the state law says that you can carry because you're working in a security business that needs that kind of protection, and you're clean. He had no arrest record. This guy was clean.
That's right.
What I'm trying to get at,
and after the fact,
the overall arch of this, Mr. Hansen, is, and you're both right, the United States government isn't aggressive enough toward the root problem, ISIS. You got a president who still today wouldn't utter the words Islamic terrorism. Hillary Clinton won't utter them. Bernie Sanders won't utter them, okay? So this is PC madness. But if you're going to really take it seriously, then you got to think about, you have to go in and you have to defeat them, which means you have to kill them. The Kurds aren't going to do it. The Saudis aren't going to do it, and this is what we hear over and over, or our Arab allies, they're going to go in and they're going to do it. No, they're not. It's going to have to be us. And I don't know if, even after tonight, Mr. Hansen, I don't know if the people have the will to do what has to be done.
Well, let's hope they gain the will, Bill. But I'll disagree with you. ISIS isn't the root problem. The global jihad and the Sharia
ISIS
ideology
is the demonstrative arm of that jihad.
Correct. No,
not
absolutely.
the Taliban. They're isolated in Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's ISIS that this guy was mentioning in his 911 call. This is the glamour. This is the heat. ISIS.
It's true. Bill, you're right. They are the big dog right now, and they're the one he wanted to get his name up in lights. Right. So we pledged allegiance to ISIS, and we should. It's a shame that the global caliphate has a headquarters in a country that we spent blood and treasure to liberate. So we absolutely should go and mop them up. We should wipe them out and cut it down.
And I've been saying that forever, that NATO needs to get declare war. Congress needs to declare war on the Islamic Jihad and then get NATO involved. But you know what this is like, Mr. Cohen, and you know this probably better than anyone. This is like the late 1930s, when the philosophy in Europe was, we can contain the Third Reich. We can contain them. All right? We'll give them this, we'll give them that, you know, but we're really not going to go in for the knockout punch because you know, we'll keep them right where they are in Czechoslovakia, and a little bit of Austria will give them that, and then he'll stop. This is the same exact stuff. If you don't destroy this ISIS, and I mean destroy them so you see bodies in the sand, this kind of stuff is just it's gonna get more and more and more. Last word, Mr. Cohen.
I couldn't agree more. It's behavioral based, Bill. Counterterrorism is behavioral based. What I mean by that is when you have a fight, whoever's defending is now trying not to get killed. We need to flip the switch, and that means that we have to start looking at the potential terror threat as a full-blown threat and then start investigating backwards, which means flipping the entire law enforcement perspective around. We know we can't detain, no, we can't take away the guns, but what we can do is we can look at the cell phones, stop whittle-wadding with the warrants from the judges in order to be able to track those. Let's look at the text messages. I want to see the activity of this guy from the moment the FBI left him alone until what happened today. Why was this guy even allowed to go in and buy weapons? Why wasn't that red flag?
All of that
it's a question of
could
tone.
be accomplished if Congress would declare war on the Islamic Jihad. Then you take it out of law enforcement and you put it into military, and the rules change. And I have been saying that for years. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Plenty more as the Factor moves along this evening. Bernie Goldberg has been monitoring the TV coverage of the Orlando massacre, and he's a bit agitated about it. We'll talk with Bernie. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters will give us his view of how the USA should fight back. I hope you stay tuned for those reports.
Take on the unexpected with a car that could stop for you. Nissan Safety Shield Technologies, available in the Altima, Sentra, and Maxima.
Think you're taking what's best for your heartburn? Try Nexium 24-Hour. Now, the #1 choice of doctors and pharmacists for their own frequent heartburn. Get complete protection with Nexium 24-Hour.
Men, 80% try to eat healthy, yet up to 90% fall short in getting key nutrients from food alone. Let's do more. Add one-a-day men's gummies, complete with key nutrients plus B vitamins to help convert food into fuel. One a day.
Mahindra's Power Pack 3500 series tractors are engineered to push more, pull more, and lift more. That's why Mahindra tractors are assembled in America with heavy-duty steel, not plastic. Then we back the toughest tractors on Earth with a 5-year powertrain warranty. Plus, this month, get $7,700 cash back on the 3500 series. Only from the world's #1 selling tractor, Mahindra.
It was always just a hobby, something you did for fun, until the day it became something much more. And that is why you invest. The best returns aren't just measured in dollars. TD Ameritrade.
The grill of all grills is made by grillers. One word to describe such high-caliber technology: rare. This type of engineering doesn't just withstand the test of time, it smokes it. Since the very day it was born, it's been this grill's mission to bring every backyard to life. Weber, ignite your passion.
Curves test you, dare you, and invite you in. Curves help you escape, inspire you, and definitely exhilarate you. And the BMW 3 Series with near perfect weight distribution was designed to carve every single one of them.
Right now, lease a BMW 320i sedan
for as low as $320 a month. These guys represent blood cells. If you have AFib not caused by a heart valve problem, Pradaxa helps stop blood cells from pooling in the heart, forming a clot which can travel to the brain and cause a stroke. Pradaxa was better than warfarin at reducing stroke risk in a study. In the rare event of an emergency, Pradaxa has a specific reversal treatment to help you clot normally again.
Pradaxa is not for people who have had a heart valve replacement. Don't stop taking Pradaxa without talking to your doctor. Stopping increases your risk of stroke or blood clots. Ask your doctor if you need to stop Pradaxa before any planned medical or dental procedure. Pradaxa can cause serious and sometimes fatal bleeding. Don't take Pradaxa if you have abnormal bleeding, and seek immediate medical care for unexpected signs of bleeding like unusual bruising. Pradaxa may increase your bleeding risk if you're 75 or older, have kidney problems, stomach ulcers, a bleeding condition, or take certain medicines. Side effects with Pradaxa can include indigestion, stomach pain, upset, or burning.
Ask your doctor about Pradaxa and its specific reversal treatment.
Unresolved problem segment tonight. It's fairly clear the Obama administration has not punished ISIS and the Islamic Jihad in general to the extent that they are significantly damaged. They're still on offense. People are still dying all over the place. Joining us now from Washington, Fox News strategic analyst, Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters. So, you agree with me that Congress should declare war, which broadens out what we can do. You take it away from law enforcement, which is doing a good job. I'm not critical of American law enforcement. But right now, this is a war. I mean, this is an act of war that happened in Orlando. They say it's terrorism this and hate that. Yeah, there's elements of that. But it's really an act of war, is it not?
Well, it certainly is. It may be a new kind of war, but it's an act of war. And you know, we definitely need a declaration of war. We need a commander-in-chief. I don't care which party, I don't care male or female, but somebody who will have our militaries back, who will order our military to track down extremist jihadis wherever they are and kill them and fire any senior officer who hesitates to pull the trigger. But Bill, it's not just military. That's the premier thrust. But here at home, I would do several things. Ask Congress to crack down on hate mosques, prohibit funding for any American religious institutions, prohibit funding from countries like Saudi Arabia or the Gulf states that do not practice religious freedom themselves. Use the model of the campaign against child pornography to outlaw logging on to jihadi sites or posting on them.
That's
Put these guys in jail.
Right. If you, and what I want just to amplify what the Colonel is saying because it's innovative and interesting. If you possess child pornography, that is if you use your computer, okay, and you have a picture of it on your computer, they can charge you with a felony and go to jail for some time. So what the Colonel has just proposed is if you have a jihadi website and you're accessing it and the authorities then find that out, that's a crime in itself. However, what you're going to run up against then is research, journalists doing it, that kind of thing. So it's not the same as child pornography because there are other elements.
No, you're right. It's not the same as child porn because it's immediately deadly, but they're both horrible. And we could license journalists, legitimate journalists, to log onto those sites. But it's not a free speech issue. It's a national defense issue.
No, I understand that.
And beyond that, there are other things we can do. We need to update the Alien and Seditions Act to force, by law, high-tech companies to support law enforcement. We need to empower law enforcement. We need to empower the intelligence agencies and stop vilifying them. And by the way, if I were Commander-in-Chief, I'll tell you, there's two practical things I'd do. One, I would make it public policy of the United States, stated policy, that every time there's a jihadi attack on our soil, small or large, another $1 billion in defense aid goes to Israel. And two, I'd take a page from President Obama. Bill, I would close Guantanamo. And I would reopen it in the remote Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. Hey, the terrorists don't like the tropical paradise. Try an Alaskan winter, and by the way, they don't get to pick the menu.
But look, President Obama has killed more terrorists than any other president with the drones and that kind of a campaign, very targeted campaign. So you can't say that the guy is not aware of the problem. The big mistake, in my opinion, and we're going to deal with this tomorrow in more detail, is that he hasn't sold the urgency of the fight against these people, not only to the world, but to the United States. I mean, if you were to take a poll tomorrow, do you want U.S. troops to go into Iraq and Syria and wipe these SOBs off the face of the earth? It would be 50-50, all right? The president has not sold it. as a national security issue. He hasn't sold it. All right, because whether he doesn't believe it, I don't know what he believes. But he doesn't say the words. He's always deflecting into the gun control debate. He's never saying, you know, enough's enough. We're going to kill every one of them we can find. I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear that stated. You'll never hear it from him.
Well, no, but he still romanticizes Islam. He's a hopeless case. And he hasn't killed more terrorists than anybody else. He's killed a lot of their leaders. But when we were in Iraq, we killed a lot more terrorists.
Yeah, but that was a military thing against Hussein.
Yeah,
than it was defined terrorists.
Bill, I am for anything that kills terrorists. But drones are not enough. This has to be just a war to utterly destroy them. It's going to be because Obama has allowed this cancer, and that's the metaphor, to metastasize so broadly. It's going to be a decades-long fight, even if we fight it seriously. And right now, with those drone strikes, he's operating on the original tumor. But it's metastasized throughout the global system. And so we must take it seriously. And again, look, it's not all Muslims are terrorists. But virtually all terrorists are Muslims.
Yeah, and that's why we have to declare war on the Islamic Jihad. But even if we do that, you know, this guy in Orlando, this Afghan American, because he was an American citizen, all right, this guy didn't break any laws until early this morning. I mean, he was a suspect guy. They were interviewing him, but he didn't step out. You see?
Well, Bill, if it were illegal to access or contribute to jihadi websites, they could have held him on that. But that's what I said. It's not just military is going to carry the bulk of this burden, but on a daily basis, law enforcement shoulders it. And we've got to stop blaming cops when things go wrong and start supporting the police. Dead cops matter. And we've also got to stop this Hollywood left-wing campaign against the intelligence agencies. The intelligence agencies are the first line of defense. They are patriots. They're not trying to subvert America. And by the way, I wonder today how Tim Cook at Apple feels after last night's tragedy. Does he still think Apple shouldn't help us crack jihadi cell phones?
Right. You know, the civil liberties always runs up against the security of Americans. It's always been that way, but that's why I want the declaration of war.
Right, me too, because it is a war. It's different as a war, and civil liberties matter, of course they do. But in wartime, you got to take some hits.
In wartime, you've got it. Look, you know, you'd say to the guy from Apple, hey, it's war now, pal. It's a whole different ballgame, and you're either going to cooperate in a war effort, or we're gonna move against you. You know?
That is why we need to upgrade.
There's a word, Colonel, you know very well throughout history: sedition.
Exactly.
Okay?
That's why we need to update for the 20th century the Alien and Sedition Act. High tech needs to help defend America.
All right, Colonel. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We come right back. Bernie Goldberg on TV coverage of the Orlando massacre. Bernie is next.
New. What happened to you? Slapped on every package? Thrown on every label? Oh, how the new have fallen. So what would happen if we stopped looking for new and started asking for better? This. The 2017 Hyundai Elantra with smartwatch connectivity. Not just new, better.
I'm getting dark chocolate and a hint of butterscotch. How about you?
I taste...
It's good.
Seems we've hit a roadblock.
That reminds me. Anyone have occasional constipation, diarrhea, gas, bloating?
Yes.
One Phillips Colon Health probiotic cap each day helps defend against occasional digestive issues with 3 types of good bacteria. Live the regular life. Phillips.
I just saved thousands on my loan at LendingTree.com.
In less than a minute, I found out how much home I can afford.
I like how you shop for loans the same way you shop for flights online.
I didn't realize at LendingTree, you can save money on almost any sort of loan.
I consolidated my credit card debt with a personal loan.
I found a new credit card with 0% interest for 15 months. You just shop, compare, and save. And it's all free.
Go to LendingTree right now and start saving.
Monday, live from Orlando, Greta is on the scene with the latest in the ongoing investigation into the deadly nightclub attack. Stay with On the Record as events unfold.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Drive and Discover event. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. During Drive and Discover, lessees of competitive vehicles get $3,750 total cash allowance on the purchase of a 2016 Cherokee Latitude.
All right, come on, everybody, it's time to go.
Getting more for your money is simpler than you might think. When you shop at Kroger, you get low prices throughout the store, weekly specials, great value from our quality brands, digital coupons, and even fuel points to help you save at the pump. No spin, just savings.
Wow, now it's even easier to eat healthy with low prices on produce. You'll save more on fresh fruits and veggies every day. Great food, low prices at Kroger.
There's nothing more welcoming than a safe and secure home. Xfinity Home provides 24/7 security with professional monitoring for 24/7 peace of mind. Live video monitoring lets you watch what's happening from anywhere. Plus, real-time text and email alerts keep you updated on what's most important. Xfinity Home. Connected, protected, home. Call or go online today.
Indian country is a battlefield.
This state is taking our Indian children and placing them in non-native homes, stripping them of their culture and identity.
Private industry mines tribal resources, contaminating our hunting and fishing grounds.
The Native American Rights Fund, modern-day warriors fighting to protect the rights and resources of all Native peoples for generations to come. Find out more at narf.org.
The O'Reilly Factor, the #1 cable news show for 15 years and counting.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in the Factor follow-up segment tonight. When breaking news happens, Americans rely on television to bring them the story and the images. Bernie Goldberg has been watching the coverage of the Orlando massacre and has some criticism.
We don't know. Hate crime, terrorism, there's a number of directions this is going to go, and we know political reaction will be based on what the FBI tells us. Should it matter? No. It's a terrorizing situation no matter what.
It shouldn't matter whether, I mean, if it turns out to be connected to some kind of an international group, all the politicians will jump all over that and say we've got to do something about them. But let's say it's a domestic shooting. We've got to do something about that. You know, I'm a gun owner. I've been saying this for months now. It's time for people to come together and say enough.
Mr. Goldberg joins us now from Miami. So what's your beef?
Well, I found that was a fascinating exchange because what it shows us is how they turned what should have been a discussion about Islamic terrorism into their favorite discussion, gun control. After Chuck Todd asked Tom Brokaw, should it matter what kind of terrorism it was, what Chuck was actually saying is, so many people are dead. Does it really matter if it was this kind of terrorism or that kind? Sort of reminiscent of Hillary Clinton, saying, at that hearing, what difference does it make?
Yeah, the Benghazi thing.
Yeah, so then Tom Brokaw not only says, no, it shouldn't matter, which I found fascinating, but then goes on to say, the real problem is guns. And then he says, you got a problem, you get a gun. That's what goes on now, and it's got to come to an end, okay? So instead of a fresh, original, edgy discussion about why so many Muslims, a small percentage, but a lot of Muslims, become psychopathic killers, we get the same old discussion about how easy it is to get guns.
It goes worse than that. I mean, if Tom Brokaw or anybody else believes that the federal government, by passing any kind of draconian anti-gun laws, can stop, with hundreds of millions of guns already on the streets, and the Mexican cartels being able to smuggle anything they want across an unsecured border. I mean, the gun black market.
Right.
I mean, so these people are living in a theoretical world where no problem is ever solved. Nothing is solved.
Let me make very clear, and I'm glad you brought that up. Let me make very clear for me that I am not making an argument for or against the AR-15 so-called assault weapon.
that's for experts to talk about. I'm not an expert, but I do know this, that if they banned every AR-15 and every other gun in the United States of America, ISIS would still figure out a way to kill Americans.
Sure, and criminals would have guns, and the black market would flourish, and as I said, the cartels in Mexico would add to their heroin and meth and everything else, big gun component. But, you know, you're not going to get through because it's an emotional issue. That's what it is. It's emotional. Every time Americans are gunned down in the streets, there's got to be an instant solution because we live in an instant solution society. That, oh, we'll do this and then it'll stop. Tomorrow I'm going to give some unbelievable stats about gun crimes in America. Stats that people are going to just go, oh, we didn't know that. All right? That'll prove that this kind of left-wing reflex reaction is just BS. It doesn't mean a thing. But there's something even more insidious, and you touched upon it. So we're going to take a break, and then we'll bring Bernie back to talk about how the liberal media enables this kind of knee-jerk stuff that never solves any problems ever, as the special edition of The Factor continues.
Think fixing your windshield is a big hassle? Not with SafeLight. This family needed their windshield replaced, but their daughter's heart was set on going to the zoo. So we said, if you need SafeLight to come to the zoo, we'll come to the zoo. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Only SafeLight can fix your windshield anywhere in the U.S. with our exclusive mobile glass shops and our one-of-a-kind True Seal technology for a reliable bond. Thanks so much. Service that fits your schedule. That's another SafeLight advantage.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
You want a real fish sandwich? You know where to find it. Try our new Coastal Cod Sandwich at Long John Silver's. Our panko breaded Alaskan cod is served up just the way you'd expect a real fish sandwich to be.
Because at Long John Silver's, you deserve more.
If time is infinite, why is there never enough of it? A John Deere One Family tractor with Quick Park lets you attach and go. iMatch Quick Hitch gives you more time for what you love, so it takes less work to do more work. Auto Connect Drive Over Mower Deck? Done. They're not making any more land, but there's plenty of time if you know where to look.
Now you can own a 1E subcompact tractor for just $99 a month. Learn more at your John Deere dealer.
It's more than the cloud. It's security and flexibility. It's where great ideas and vital data are stored. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions from a trusted IT partner, including cloud and hosting services, all backed by an industry-leading broadband network and people committed to helping you grow your business. You get a company that's more than just the sum of its parts. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Experience the thrill of the Lexus GS F-Sport, because the ultimate expression of power is control. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Now that Karen's taking OsteoBiflex, she's noticing a real difference in her joint comfort.
She's single.
And high levels of humiliation in her daughter. In just 7 days, your joint comfort can be your kid's discomfort. OsteoBiflex, made to move.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real amazing.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
Continuing now, Bernie Goldberg from Miami. You know, the left-wing press has enabled President Obama to take a much more passive approach to fighting ISIS than perhaps he would have been able to take had the press been fair and looking at this from a let's beat them rather than let's be PC point of view. Am I wrong?
To the extent that you're right, it's certainly true the other way around. I think Barack Obama sets the tone for a lot of the press. Listen to the exchange that you played earlier with Tom Brokaw. Brokaw was much more comfortable talking about gun control than Islamic terrorism. That's what Barack Obama did today during his statement. He's much more comfortable talking about gun control than Islamic terrorism, a term that we all know he still won't even use.
Yeah, but let me submit to you this. The genesis of ISIS is the pullout of U.S. troops from Iraq, which all the liberal press favored. They applauded Obama when he pulled every single American troop out of there. Now, history shows that that was an enormous mistake for the world and for the United States. The liberal press is never going to say, gee, we made a mistake. We should have kept the troops there, and Obama made a mistake by doing that. They're never going to do that. It's just not in their DNA.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go a little further on that. I think the liberal press blames George Bush for getting us in there in the first place, and the conservative press blames Barack Obama for pulling out. And I think they're both right. Obama was wrong, and Bush was wrong. But on this matter of who's influencing whom, Mark Halperin, a political reporter, during the campaign of 2012 for the presidency said, political reporters tend to cover stories the way the Obama campaign wants them to cover stories. There are no memos, there are no directives, of course, telling them how to cover stories. They just do because they share the same values.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same thing that we're seeing now with gun control versus Islamic terrorism. They're covering it the way the president talks about it.
Okay, but it's more than that, though. It's a deeply ingrained belief on the part of the big liberal media, NBC, Tom Brokaw, New York Times, Washington Post, not to that extent, but on the editorial page, certainly, that the United States is always the bad guy. And somehow, you know, we can't take up the mantle and crush the evildoers because there's really no such thing as evil. 10 seconds, go.
No, I think you're right. There is a tendency on the left more than the right to use the old expression, to blame America first, to see more fault than they should. And in the case of what we're seeing today, let's talk about gun control and let's not talk so much about
because America's
Islamic
bad
terrorism.
because we have all these guns. So we're bad because we have all theyese guns.
Yeah.
But the ISIS people, you know, they're bad, but they're not bad enough so that we can go in and wipe them out. And that's what we got. All right, Bernie, thanks very much as always. And that is it for this special analysis of the Orlando, Florida massacre, the worst mass shooting in American history. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to deal with the politics of all of it, as I said up front. Donald Trump will be here tomorrow, and I hope Hillary Clinton will also accept our invitation to come on the program and talk about this very vital issue for all Americans. Thanks again for watching us tonight. I am Bill O'Reilly, and we will see you again tomorrow at 8 on The Factor.
Breaking tonight, new details on the gunman coming into the Kelly file as a nation reacts with horror and concern following the worst terrorist attack on the homeland since 9/11 and the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Welcome to the Kelly file, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. Tonight, there are many questions about the events leading up to a shooting at a well-known gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida. An attack that killed or injured more than 100 innocent people who were simply trying to have a good time. It all started shortly after 2 a.m. local time. About 300 people were inside the Pulse nightclub when a 29-year-old terrorist named Omar Mateen opened fire. He exchanged shots with an officer at the club and wound up taking hostages. Minutes after the first shots rang out, the nightclub posted a chilling warning on its Facebook page. Everyone get out of Pulse and keep running. What followed over the next 3 hours can only be described as a nightmare come true. While police descended on the club, frightened hostages hid, hoping, praying that they would survive, some sending messages to loved ones. It would take roughly 3 hours for a SWAT team to move in and rescue them. As they did, bullets started to fly all over again.
Oh my God, people are getting shot, dude. Get out of here. Oh my God, dude. This guy's firing off shots. Let's go. Llama Alfredo, he's pulling your car. Oh my God, they're all shooting back and forth. Let's go. Look at that, just shooting back and forth. That is crazy. Look at this.
Nearly 50 minutes later, it was finally over. The gunman was dead, but inside what police found is almost too horrible to describe. 50 people had died. Another 53 were injured, many of them critically. They were carried from the scene. Those who were lucky enough to escape could not believe what they had just witnessed.
All I was hearing the bang, 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 thought it was part of a song. And then when you turn around, the person next to you is like screaming, there's blood splattering. I didn't know if it was mine or somebody else's. The person I was with was shot in the back. I had to take my bandana off and tie it up, put it in the bullet hole that was in his back so that he wasn't bleeding, because he was bleeding so bad his whole pant leg was red, and it was so soaked. It was just, my hands were just covered.
And then it just started shooting, and that's when we knew something was wrong, when everybody just dropped to the ground, and then people started running.
At first it sounded like it was part of the show, because there was an event going on, like we were all just having a good time. But once people start screaming and shots just keep ringing out, you know that it's not a show anymore, and you gotta do what you gotta do.
As day began to break, authorities would quickly classify the shooting as an act of domestic terrorism. We would later learn the terrorist had actually placed a 911 call from the club. During that call, he declared allegiance to the leader of ISIS. We will have much more on that and his alleged terror ties in just a bit. Some 12 hours after the first shots rang out, President Obama would address the nation.
Today, as Americans, we grieve the brutal murder, a horrific massacre of dozens of innocent people. This is an open investigation. We've reached no definitive judgment on the precise motivations of the killer. The FBI is appropriately investigating this as an act of terrorism. This is a sobering reminder that attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us.
The president calling it an act of terror, but not going so far as to label it radical Islamic terror. Tonight, authorities are still working to identify the victims and to try to piece together how this evil and sick terrorist managed to go undetected and carry out such an attack. Our own Steve Harrigan reports tonight from Orlando. Steve?
Megan, at this staging area outside the main trauma hospital, there's a lot of different groups of people. There are police and security officers. There's a lot of media. And then there's a third group who are very easy to identify even from a distance. Those are people whose relatives either were shot and killed or are still missing. You can recognize them just by how they walk. They seem absolutely devastated. If they're not openly sobbing, supporting each other and hugging each other, they just seem to stumble one step in front of the other. We have a different man here, a member of a third group. His son, Angel Colon, 26 years old, was shot by the killer 3 times in that nightclub, yet he's still alive. And speaking to Angel Colon Sr., we asked him, is he angry about what happened? And here's his answer. Mr. Colon?
I'm not angry about what happened. It's why did it happen? But then again, we have to know these things are going to happen no matter what in these kind of places.
Prayer is helping you get through this, is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's like I've been telling everybody, it's like last night I was thinking of my son and just had him on my mind. And then I had to wake up early in the morning just to pray, make a prayer and everything. And I say we have a big God that looks over our own family.
Now, your son was shot 3 times. He's been through surgery. You've been in there and seen him. How is he doing?
He's doing very good. I give my thanks to God for that.
And you're thinking of the shooter as well. You're saying not to blame, not to be angry for the people who carry out terrorist, evil activities like this. That's your attitude.
Yes. We all have to get together, fight this kind of crime that's happening all around us. We're joining ourselves all together. And go ahead.
Thank you, Angel. His son shot 3 times, still survives. He thanks God. He says prayer is helping his family get through this. And he said he doesn't have any anger or blame toward the shooter. Megan, back to you.
Remarkable. Steve, thank you. ISIS was quick to claim responsibility for today's attack. And while we've learned the shooter may have pledged allegiance to the terror army in a 911 call during the shooting, we're also learning that the FBI had this man on its radar as early as 2013. In fact, they had interviewed him multiple times. He had been in touch with a man alleged to be the first American homicide bomber in Syria. And his own father may have harbored some sympathies with the Taliban as well. Fox News Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge is live in our D.C. bureau tonight with more. Catherine?
Megan, the official ISIS news service sent out a breaking news tweet that the shooter was an ISIS fighter, but the terror group did not identify Omar Mateen by name, nor did ISIS claim it had told him to target the club. That said, the FBI confirming the 29-year-old called 911 and claimed allegiance to the head of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And even more evidence of his support for terrorism, Mateen gave a shout-out to the Tsarnaev brothers, who were behind the 2013 Boston Marathon plot. They used homemade pressure cooker bombs to kill 3 and injure more than 260 others at the finish line. Earlier today, I spoke with the Republican chairman of the powerful Senate Intelligence Committee, who was briefed on the case.
This one has all the hallmarks of some type of direction from a terrorist organization. The reality is that only through this investigation will we find the digital footprint that we need to make the connection to a specific ISIL member or to a specific cell, and I'm confident that in the next 42 to 72 hours we'll discover that.
There's new video tonight of federal agents searching the home and car of Mateen's father in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Though earlier a law enforcement source told Fox News they had so far found no derogatory information about the father. This is standard practice, part of the investigation to build out the suspect's network of contacts. Mateen was also questioned, as you mentioned, by the FBI in 2013 after he made inflammatory comments that alarmed his co-workers. Interviewed twice, the claims were not substantiated and the matter was closed. Again in 2014, he was interviewed because his contact with another Florida man, Moner Abdul Salha, who went on to become a suicide bomber for al-Qaeda in Syria that same year. The FBI concluded the contact was minimal and no further action was taken. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, who's also been briefed on the investigation, said the threat level was high heading into the month of Ramadan.
This is the event we've been worried about for quite some time. Quite honestly, we felt this would happen in Europe, and particularly France during the Euro Cup. We were very hopeful this would not happen in the United States, and unfortunately it happened.
A counterterrorism source told Fox News tonight that social media associated with ISIS has spiked, a spike in the chatter since Orlando on a scale they have never seen before, and at the very least, ISIS is capitalizing on these murders, Megan.
Catherine, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, one of the gunman's co-workers will be with us in moments, right here in a Kelly File exclusive. But first, we are joined by an eyewitness and survivor of last night's attack who stayed on the scene after his escape from the nightclub. Luis Burbano joins us live from Orlando to pick up the story from there. Luis, thank you so much for being with us tonight. What was the first indication you had last night at the club that there was danger?
A lot of the DJs normally play songs, and they sample different types of music or, horns or bullet shoots inside. So when we were listening to the song around 2 o'clock, we were cashing out our tabs and we hear what we thought was part of the set of the DJ, which was ba, 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 ba. But everyone looked around, realizing it wasn't really so enhanced by the music. It was different. Past the 4th or 5th round, that's when we realized something was going on. And at that point, I turned to my right in the direction of where it was all coming from, and I just see a domino effect of people going down, just ducking down. And go ahead.
Did you see anyone injured inside the club? I mean, did you think anyone had been hurt?
The club itself has several parts to it. You walk in to the left, there's a smaller room with a long bar. It's not as big as the main floor. Then you have the back patio. The room that I was in, I was furthest in. It was slightly darker because that's just the ambiance of the room. And I didn't see anything at that point in time because the pace that it all happened at was so rapid. And it was incredibly in the blink of an eye fast. I just remember hearing the 4 shots, hearing the 5th and 6th, realizing, okay, I think something's going on, ducking down, grabbing my best friend, we ducked down. And at that point, we had to slide. There was a break in the shots, about 10 seconds after a good 10 to 20 rounds at that point. And we had a moment where we looked at the exit door, a side exit door for employees, and we just booked, slid, and we didn't realize afterwards. And we looked back at our clothes. There must have been something going on because I had blood all over my clothes.
When you got outside of the nightclub, you saw a man who was lying there, right, on the ground. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, we had first pushed our way through the door, and it was a small alleyway in regards of a lot of people trying to get out, and it was really a lot of traffic. So me and this tall gentleman, we just had the idea to close the door shut and push against and make sure if it was coming this way, because the bullets were getting louder, it was getting closer. We just kept the door shut, tried getting everyone as much space and as much time to get out. When I ran out and I dodged through a big hole in a fence, a gentleman collapsed right in front of the club. And at that point, we were still hearing what was going on, but my focus was helping him out, just dragging him. Unbeknownst to me, his left forearm was split in 2. And then he also had a gash on his hip. And then I dragged him up a hill, found an officer. I took off a shirt, used it as a tourniquet for his arm. And then the officer grabbed something else and we put it on his side, and we just talked to him and comforted him and just said, "Hey, you're gonna be fine." He was controlled, he was calm, but he was saying he was losing a lot of blood, and I was trying to distract him where he's from and what does he do, and little small talk like that. And then another gentleman was walking back and forth, screaming on the phone that he had a relative inside. He didn't realize he had a bullet sticking out of his leg, out of his inner thigh. And it was about this big, size of your finger. When I told him that, I took off my other shirt, wrapped that tourniquet around him, and then they were able to come within 5-10 minutes, the ambulance, and take both of them away. And at that point, the cops just said, "Okay, now go. Just go as fast as you can. Just get out of there."
So you saw the man walking. You saw the bullet sticking halfway out of his leg?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And he's walking around like he doesn't even know it's happened?
The gentleman that I was talking to, he didn't even scream with his arm. He had no clue. He knew something was wrong, obviously. The shock factor. It was a shock factor. It was awe.
Luis,
we don't even remember screaming inside the club. It was just mouths drop, you go. He had no clue. He was bleeding from his jeans, and I said, "You have a bullet sticking out of you." And then he looked down, and that's when it hit him, and he just fell, and then we took care of him. But his main concern was his family member.
Just a question for you. When you were holding the doors shut so that the shooter could not get out, but was there any concern that you might be keeping people fleeing the shooter from getting out there?
No, yeah. I was on my mind. There was banging, there was pushing of the door. That was on my mind. But at that point in time, I just tried doing what I thought would be best at that moment. Because it was getting louder and getting closer, and I looked to my left, there was a good 20 people piling on top of each other trying to exit out a small closet-looking door to the parking lot. And I pray that it was nobody trying to escape. And if they did, if they hid, if they got stuck, and you don't know what to do until that happens. And I just thought I was doing the right thing.
You were worried
I'm not a hero.
about getting trampled, in other words. So many people were coming into this small little corridor.
I didn't care about getting trampled. I wanted everyone to get out. My goal was making sure my best friend and these people had space, because panic and chaos was not allowing everyone to get through there. So by holding that door, it was only about 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it seemed like. I felt like that was enough time, and people made their way through, and then there was a gaping hole in the fence that someone busted through, and people figured out another route. So
Did you have any EMT training, with the tourniquets and your shirts? I mean, it was just instinctual, you knew.
Yeah. My mother had always told me, she worked in the medical field, she always told me what to do in that situation, and seeing things like that. I'm not, I'm far from anything. I'm far from a hero, and someone had said that, and you had said that earlier with me on the phone, and I please don't say that. I'm far from that. I don't feel like a hero. I don't feel like even a survivor. I just feel like a person who had to do what they had to do at that moment in time. There's more people that need to be focused on. There's more people that need to be shined a light on and praised and given credit for, and just blessed, and just all the prayers in the world. I didn't do anything,
Luis, we're glad you're safe, and I'm sure those two gentlemen you helped are very glad as well. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Kelly.
Well, there's new information this evening about Omar Mateen, the shooter, the terrorist, some of which comes from a coworker who once worked with the Orlando gunman. Dan Gilroy describes Mateen as unhinged, unstable, and no stranger to racially biased comments. He joins me now by phone. Dan, thank you so much for being here with us. So you are an ex-cop, and you knew Mateen how? Where did you work together?
We worked together for G4S Security at the PGA Village.
And what were you doing? What kind of security were you guys doing?
Basically, just gate security if it's a gated community.
Okay. And what did he say to you, and what did he do to you that made you realize he was a problem?
It was constant. It was not any one specific item. I knew him for a whole year. There was never a moment where he didn't have anger and rage, and he was always loud and cursing. And any time either a female or a black person would come by, he would use horrible words.
And without repeating those words, I'm sure we can all guess what you're referring to. Can you give us any other specific examples of what he would say?
Well, I remember there was one black gentleman who came through, and he just basically was a nice gentleman, and Omar said, "That guy thinks he's better than me, and he's not better than me." And then he said, "I would just like to kill all those ends."
Was there anything that had to do with Islam that he said to you that alarmed you?
No, he never went into any kind of religion or my Christianity. But he did worship quite heavily. He brought a prayer mat in and spread it out, and he prayed several times a day and chanted, and he was pretty devout Muslim.
Anything about gays?
A few times he mentioned homosexuals and Jewish people, but we didn't deal with them quite often, so it was mostly women and blacks because those were the people that were in front of us.
And did you know that he came under investigation by the FBI?
Yes. He talked about it one time, and he said that somebody made a false complaint, and one of the residents just didn't like the fact that he was Muslim and was overly zealous and called, but it was all cleared up.
Did you leave the company because of him?
Yes, I did.
He was that bad?
Well, that and the company wouldn't remove me from this position. It was toxic. It was he started, for the lack of a better word, harassing me and stalking me, and my family started to be scared, and
wow.
I quit the job.
Dan, much more to discuss with you, and I hope to do that tomorrow night with you in Orlando. Thank you for being with us with the breaking news tonight.
Thank you.
We have much more after the break, including Pete King. Actually, yeah. Okay, so we actually have Pete King and new details tonight on what they're saying about this gunman and the mosque he attended. Plus, Colonel Tony Schaefer has an exclusive report for us tonight on why the feds should have seen this coming. As I mentioned, Pete King, he's here on the Homeland Security Committee. He's here to update us on the thinking from Washington on where this stands when we come back in moments.
The FBI first became aware of Martin in 2013 when he made inflammatory comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties.
This program is brought to you by Wells Fargo. Together, we'll go far.
Can I enter the kingdom of the two fairies?
You have to see the password.
Is it giggling goldfish?
No!
Smelly jelly?
Try again.
The password is Dad's coming in.
You work hard to protect what matters. That's why we're proactively advancing our security to develop strong authentication technologies that go beyond the password to protect your accounts.
Wait, what's the password?
Stinky feet.
Wells Fargo. Together we'll go far.
Wouldn't it be great to go on a luxury vacation where everything's included and unlimited? Sandals. All included, all unlimited, all the time. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
I'll be right back. Be good.
Text Mom. Boys have been really good today. Send. Let's get Mark his own cell phone. Send.
Brad could use a new bike. Send.
Message. You decide. They're your kids.
Why are you guys texting Grandma?
It was him.
Keep your family connected. App Connect on the redesigned Passat from Volkswagen.
If you think you've seen it all, well, do I have a surprise for you? It's Red Lobster's new Lobster and Shrimp Summerfest. With the lobster and shrimp you love and so many new dishes, you're going to want to try every last one. Like the new Coastal Lobster and Shrimp, with a wood-grilled lobster tail, wild-caught red shrimp crusted with panko, and shrimp fresh off the grill and brushed with summer ale barbecue sauce. Or try the new Lobster and Shrimp Overboard, because when a dish can wow you like this, Overboard's the only way to describe it. But hurry, this ends soon.
You do what it takes to be healthy, but can your multivitamin do more for your immune health? Now, One-A-Day has the first multivitamin with probiotics to support the 70% of your immune system that's found in your digestive tract. New One-A-Day with probiotics. Your multi with more.
As your consumer investigator, it's important to me to find companies that I can trust.
And when shopping for new flooring, you need a company that you can trust to do a professional installation with great prices.
50 Floor offers both, plus they make the whole experience simple and easy.
They bring the samples to you so you can look at them in your lighting with your decor.
From now until the end of the month, you get free installation on all carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl, plus 12 months same as cash and my personal guarantee.
Mention promo code TRUSTDALE, get an extra $100 off.
Call 877-50-FLOOR. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Drive and Discover event. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded, best-selling SUV brand. During Drive and Discover, lessees of competitive vehicles get $3,750 total cash allowance on the purchase of a 2016 Cherokee Latitude.
We're learning new details tonight about the gunman from the folks at the mosque where the terrorists worshipped regularly for more than 10 years. Now the leader of that mosque is speaking out, revealing the killer was there just 48 hours before the massacre inside of a crowded Orlando nightclub. Trace Gallagher live in our West Coast newsroom. Trace?
And Megan, a friend of Omar Mateen's who did not want to be identified, says Mateen became much more religious in recent years and even made the pilgrimage to Mecca, considered Islam's holiest site. And the imam at the Islamic Center of Fort Pierce confirmed to the Palm Beach Post that Mateen attended the mosque on a regular basis as recently as you say 2 days ago. The imam says Mateen would pray with his son and his father and that even his sisters were active volunteers. The imam says the mosque would never speak out against homosexuality but would always speak out against extremism, saying they have hijacked our religion. He went on to say that Mateen never showed any indication that he would do something violent, but the imam's son felt differently, saying Omar Mateen worked out a lot and seemed like an aggressive person. The son also said the news of Mateen's involvement came as a shock. He said, quote, when these things happen, the first thing you do is hope that is not a Muslim who did it. And then when I saw his name, I thought maybe it was someone else with the same name. Then I saw he's from Fort Pierce. The Fort Pierce Islamic Center condemned the attack, as did the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CARE, and several other Muslim organizations. Listen.
As Muslims,
As Americans, now is the time to speak out and make it clear that we will not give in to hate and we will not give in to fear. You do not speak for us. You do not represent us. You are an aberration. You are an outlaw.
And the mosque where the shooter attended has increased security to reassure followers that they are safe. Megan.
Trace, thank you. Joining us now, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, a retired CIA-trained intelligence operative and senior fellow at the London Center for Policy Research, and Congressman Peter King, who's a member of the Homeland Security Committee and Intelligence Committee. Good to see you both. Congressman, let me start with you on your reaction today to what we've seen and what, if anything, we're going to do about it.
Well, obviously it was horrible. The one big question I have, Megan, is the fact that the FBI did carry out an investigation 2 or 3 years ago, and they closed the investigation. This is similar to what happened in Boston when they investigated the older Tsarnaev brother and closed out that investigation. And my concern is here, did the FBI notify the local police that this investigation had been carried out? Because quite frankly, the FBI does not have the personnel to carry out the type of intensive ongoing investigation the local police can. In Boston, the Boston police were never told about the Tsarnaev investigation. If they had been, I think that Boston Marathon bombing could have been prevented. So I'm wondering here, did the FBI give the local police all the information about him?
Yeah, that's a good question, Colonel, because the intelligence actually seemed to have worked to some extent here in that he got on the radar twice. But what happened after that, we need to look into.
Well, Peter, Congressman is completely correct. Let's remember we have 9 casualties from this. 9 officers fell over this because of something not working. The FBI's local program to basically exchange information has been defunded. So that's one of the flaws in the program. And yes, Megan, the FBI went and checked, but let's be real here. We didn't understand or recognize what happened in Europe sufficiently to understand. You need to look at patterns. That pattern was apparent here. This individual met certain requirements for being interviewed. The FBI does not mess around. With that said, I believe because it's political correctness, they basically were told, back off, nothing to see here. So what we're seeing here is a dumbing down of the FBI process by policy. This was a policy failure. All the indicators of something being there, he was linked to other people who became bombers. And I believe, based on my intelligence contacts, Megan, ISIS is here. They somehow were able to work to get him radicalized, and this is what they're looking for. They're looking for individuals like him who will volunteer to do the things that happen in Europe. So we have to be more vigilant. The clues are there. We're just missing them.
ISIS thriving overseas, Congressman, everyone says is an inspiration to these domestic terrorists. I mean, these terrorists who happen to be here domestically. It's an inspiration. They thrive on it, in the words of David French.
Megan, that's entirely right. And the president, by having a half-hearted attempt overseas, by always saying, well, we're not going to do, we're not going to use ground troops, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, saying when troops are going to be pulled out, that just gives a sign of weakness. It makes ISIS, it emboldens ISIS. It causes our allies to lose faith, and it encourages people over here and around the world, ISIS supporters, that think these guys are the wave of the future, that they are more powerful than they really are, and it's going to become reality.
Colonel, your thoughts?
Well, Peter's correct. I mean, look, I talked to senior members of the Pentagon. As much as they're doing as best they can with the plan they have, the policy is not global. We do not. President Clinton was more focused on defeating al-Qaeda before 9/11 than President Obama is on defeating ISIS. That's how bad things are. And again, this is coming from the very top. We don't have a global plan. We don't have a National Security Council working to defeat ISIS. We're doing things here and there. We're poking the bear here. Something else happens. So we've got to get serious about this. And we have to recognize that ISIS is, they've pledged they would do attacks during Ramadan. They're doing attacks during Ramadan. We have to recognize and accept their threats for what they are. And clearly they have the mechanism, they have the intent, and now they're having the volunteers come forward. They're very much inspired by this. Yeah. Their Twitter handles are going crazy. We have to take it for what it is.
Ramadan ends on July 5th. Of course, we have to worry about the July 4th holiday here as well.
Yes,
gentlemen, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Tony.
Also tonight, new reports just breaking about the gunman and a radical imam. Plus, you will hear from some of the folks who tried to make this attack about a different issue besides terrorism. And Ambassador John Bolton joins us next to discuss what the president did not say about today's attacks.
This is clearly an act of terrorism. It's sickening. It should make every American angry.
Experience
Experience the thrill of the Lexus IS F-Sport. Because the ultimate expression of power is control. This is the pursuit of perfection.
You want a real fish sandwich? You know where to find it.
Try our new Coastal Cod Sandwich at Long John Silver's. Our panko-breaded Alaskan cod is served up just the way you'd expect a real fish sandwich to be.
Because at Long John Silver's, you deserve more.
Think fixing your windshield is a big hassle? Not with SafeLight. This family needed their windshield replaced, but their daughter's heart was set on going to the zoo. So we said, if you need SafeLight to come to the zoo, we'll come to the zoo. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Only SafeLight can fix your windshield anywhere in the U.S. with our exclusive mobile glass shops and our one-of-a-kind True Seal technology for a reliable bond. Thanks so much. Service that fits your schedule. That's another SafeLight advantage.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
See me.
See me.
Don't stare at me.
See me.
See me.
See me to know
that psoriasis is just something that I have. I'm not contagious.
See me to know that I won't stop until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance at 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use if you are allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me.
See me. See me on my way.
Find clear skin and a clearer path forward. For a different kind of medicine, ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Why do so many people love CLR for their toughest cleaning jobs?
I used CLR, and it's like I have a brand new shower head.
Now my nasty toilet is completely clean.
CLR's patented formula works quickly with no hard scrubbing, and it carries the EPA's Safer Choice seal. Take it from satisfied customers everywhere.
Does a great job without a lot of work.
There's no clean like CLR Clean. CLR is available at these fine retailers.
36 hours ago, you were Jeff and Susan. Now, you're Mom and Dad. But you've got this. You read the baby manuals, you baby-proofed the house, bought yourself a safe SUV. You're totally ready for this. Right? The Mazda CX-5.
Some breaking news now on the Orlando terror gunman as FoxNews.com quotes law enforcement sources as saying that the man who killed 50 and injured more than 50 others early this morning was a follower of a radical bank-robbing Islamic cleric. We have not confirmed this independently so far, but the Kelly file is heading to Orlando tomorrow morning, where we'll do our broadcast live tomorrow night. Donald Trump made news meantime this evening when he put out a statement earlier saying we had to get tougher. And going on to point out, quote, in his remarks today, President Obama, this is Trump speaking, disgracefully refused to even say the words radical Islam. For that reason alone, he should step down. If Hillary Clinton, after this attack, still cannot say the 2 words radical Islam, she should get out of this race for the presidency. Joining me now, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, former, under President George W. Bush, John Bolton. Ambassador, good to see you.
Glad to be here.
The president still did not say radical Islamic terrorism, nor did Hillary Clinton say that today. They both said terrorism, but wouldn't mention radical Islam. What say you?
Well, it's not just a question of magic words. It's a question of understanding what lies behind this attack and so many others we've seen. And it is a political ideology, a radical view of Islam that detests the American way of life and that has acted against it time and again. If you don't understand the nature of the ideology, if you can't rally people behind opposing it, you can't win the war. You can't do the job effectively. In fact, I don't think the president believes there is a war with terrorism.
You say they're looking at it all wrong. This isn't like the Soviet spies who needed to be infiltrated and snuffed out 30 years ago. They're approaching this group wrong.
Well, it's like we're looking at something from 50 years ago, that there are terrorist cells that we should infiltrate and that there are agents running these terrorists and that they have communications networks through dead drops and brush passes. It's like I led 3 lives of the FBI. That's not the way it works. People introduce the internet. The terrorists have shown a mastery over this form of communication to persuade, to radicalize people, to mobilize them, to direct them, so that the whole concept of lone wolf terrorism, which is one of the president's favorite, the idea that there's something separate from worldwide terrorism, I think impairs our ability to deal with this phenomenon. It's an irregular form of warfare, but it is warfare.
And lastly, we got to get them overseas. It really matters that we're not defeating and destroying ISIS as he promised we would.
This is the critical connection. It's not simply a few events here or there. This is part of a much larger ideological movement. If you don't see the ideology as the president doesn't or doesn't want to, you can't understand the interlinkages between what's happening in Iraq and Syria and the territory ISIS controlled there, what it controls in North Africa, and the attacks in Europe, in Paris and elsewhere, and in the United States.
Ambassador, good to see you.
Thank you.
I want to go now to Amir Zar, a writer and a professor in issues impacting Arab and Muslim Americans, and Walid Phares, who's a Trump campaign foreign advisor and a Fox News Middle East and terrorism analyst. We begin tonight with Amir. Amir, thank you for being here. So,
thanks.
I mean, you've heard the debate that it does matter. It matters to label these terrorists for what they are, you know, radical Islamic terrorists or Islamists, even Islamists. Would you accept those terms?
Well, I think words do matter, and for those of us in the Arab American and Muslim American community, when you start appending the word Islam to this, then you're really marginalizing, in a way, those of us, the 99% of us in the community, who also abhor and condemn these things. This is not about a religion condoning these things, so it's very hard for those of us in the community who see these guys as radicals, as crazies, to see other people kind of saying they're crazy because they're Muslim.
Well,
they're
but
not
the
crazy because they're
Sharia
Muslim.
law, the people who follow Sharia law do believe that gays should be killed.
Look, these kinds of old edicts are in every religious law.
No, they're not old. The head of one of the most popular Sunni imams, one of the most popular Shiite imams, they're both out there saying, yes, sodomy deserves death.
If Islam is what its followers do, then you have 1.7 billion people in the world, 99% of which are not doing what ISIS is doing, and they're not going out and killing and massacring gay people, who we as Arab Americans and Muslim Americans show solidarity with today in Orlando, because there are Arab and Muslim gay people too.
Why doesn't radical Islamic terrorism get it done for you? Because doesn't radical remove those people from the peace-loving Muslims here?
Well, again, we shouldn't be defining Muslims by whether or not they're radical or peace-loving. That's the problem. These guys are radical, crazy people. They happen to be Muslim, but the fact that they're Muslim does not define who they are.
Nothing to do with their religion in your view.
They're crazy. If you're crazy, you'll find a crazy way to interpret your religion. That's true in any religion.
Amir, thank you. Joining us now with more, Walid Phares. Walid, so we got word moments ago, by the way, that Mr. Trump is now canceling a planned political rally tomorrow. He was going to do a speech on Hillary Clinton, but he is going to continue with a speech in New Hampshire, where we're told he'll address the events in Orlando. So I want you to get you to respond to what we just heard from Amir, that they just happen to be crazy people who do these bad things. It doesn't have to do with religion.
Look, we have to be careful, that's true. We have to select the words we're using, but those words have to be correct. It's not about political correctness, it's academic correctness. So using the term Islamist, as you said, the term jihadist, Salafist, any of these terms that actually indicates that there is an ideology, that there's a movement, it's not a debate here in America. It's worldwide accepted. Our allies, the French, use Islamist, that's Islamist, the British, the Germans, but more important than that, in the Arab world, Megyn, what do you think they use in terms of words? I met with the Grand Imam of Cairo, the equivalent of the Sunni Pope. When I spoke with him about them, what did he call them? Islamists, jihadists. So we have a consensus. I'm not sure why there is a pushback against it here in the United States.
Amir thinks that this is a condemnation of peace-loving Muslims and their religion, of Islam. But is it not true? I mean, Sharia law, Andy McCarthy writes great pieces on this on National Review, and he's got a long piece up right now talking about how Sharia law, and you can see the quotes for yourself if you go there, mandates the murder. It's not even necessarily just death penalty, but murder of gay people.
Look, there is a discussion which is theological, intellectual, about religions and theology, where you find this verse and the other verse. That is legitimate. But when we're talking about national security, there is an actual movement that is maybe borrowing text from religion. That is not the issue, but applying it. So we have to actually accept the idea that there are jihadists and Islamists, and some people do not even accept that notion.
Mm-hmm. And I think people are capable of holding both ideas. You know, we have this one group that wants to kill us, and we have peace-loving Muslims who are just like we are and are worried themselves about getting killed, because we've seen ISIS kill a lot of Muslims as well. I don't know why must it be? I mean, the president says we're playing into their narrative if we go with that terminology. In any event, Waleed, we'll look forward to hearing from Mr. Trump tomorrow. Good to see you tonight.
Thank you, Megan.
Also breaking this hour, we just got new remarks from the gunman's father. We hope to have those for you shortly. Plus, Lars Larson and Namiki Konst are next on why some seem very eager to make this story all about gun control.
After 50 years of designing cars for crash survival, Subaru has developed our most revolutionary feature yet. A car that can see trouble and stop itself to avoid it. When the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety tested front crash prevention, nobody beat Subaru models with eyesight. Not Toyota, not Ford, or any other brand. Subaru Eyesight, an extra set of eyes every time you drive.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously. Oh.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes. Even a claim satisfaction guarantee. In means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Seems we've hit a roadblock.
That reminds me. Anyone have occasional constipation, diarrhea, gas, bloating?
Yes.
One Phillips Colon Health probiotic cap each day helps defend against occasional digestive issues with 3 types of good bacteria. Live the regular life. Phillips.
Question. Are my teeth yellow? Have you tried the tissue test?
Oh, yellow. What do you use?
Crest White Strips. Crest 3D White Strips whiten 25 times better than a leading whitening toothpaste. I passed the tissue test. Oh, yeah.
Crest White Strips are the way to whiten.
Are you happy with your bathroom? I wasn't. I thought I didn't have the money until I learned about Bath Fitter. Bath Fitter puts a new bathtub right over your old one. Isn't that amazing? Bath Fitter will measure, make, and install right over your existing tub. And only Bath Fitter has seamless walls, which guarantees a watertight fit. Plus, they do it all in just one day. That's my favorite part. Book a free consultation and find out for yourself. Call today or learn more at gobathfitter.com.
Not enough room on the DVR for us both, bro-rangatang.
Actually, Stegosaurus, I was here first.
Well, I was born first, Booger McBoogerson.
When it comes to TV, who wears the pants in your family? With a new Hopper 3 DVR from Dish, everyone can. Record up to 2,000 hours of your favorite TV, 2 times more than our competition.
Mom!
Take control with a Dish 2-year TV price guarantee. Add the new Hopper 3 DVR. Call 1-800-CALL-DISH or visit dish.com.
I wanted to know who I am and where I came from. I did my Ancestry DNA, and I couldn't wait to get my pie chart. The most shocking result was that I'm 26% Native American. I had no idea. Just to know this is what I'm made of, this is where my ancestors came from, and I absolutely want to know more about my Native American heritage. It's opened up a whole new world for me.
Discover the story only your DNA can tell. Order your kit now at AncestryDNA.com.
There's something different at your grocery store. It's Rachel Ray Nutrish Zero Grain. With 0 grains, glutens, or fillers, real meat or fish is always the #1 ingredient. 0 grain from Nutrish. Real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
If you love your active lifestyle, keep your joints healthy with Arthro 7, the clinically proven solution for joint health. Don't wait to take care of your joints. Keep them healthy now with the best-selling doctor-formulated solution for joint health, Arthro 7. Now available at these fine retailers.
Breaking tonight, we are getting word the Tony Awards made late changes this evening because of the shooting in Orlando. Host James Corden opened the ceremony with his back to the audience, saying Broadway has a heavy heart, dedicating the night to standing with the victims of the Pulse nightclub terror attack. New York City also has a silent tribute to the victims in Orlando at the Empire State Building. The usually illuminated iconic building is dark tonight in a show of sympathy for the victims. Well, it didn't take long for the political narrative of this horrific mass shooting to quickly pivot to a debate over gun control, with a number of political voices on the left calling for increased regulations.
When we talk about safety, we have to talk about how guns come into the hands of violent and unstable people. How is it that assault weapons that are used in military operations get into the hands of a single individual?
Whatever happened in this awful incident, we have to get tougher on guns. We cannot have incident after incident after incident. And in this country, it is so easy for so many people to get these kinds of assault-like weapons whose only purpose is to shoot a lot of people.
I believe that in this country we should not be selling automatic weapons which are designed to kill people, and we have got to do everything that we can on top of that to make sure that guns do not fall into the hands of people who should not have them.
President Obama echoed that sentiment in a press conference earlier today.
The shooter was apparently armed with a handgun and a powerful assault rifle. This massacre is therefore a further reminder of how easy it is for someone to get their hands on a weapon that lets them shoot people in a school, or in a house of worship, or a movie theater, or in a nightclub. And we have to decide if that's the kind of country we want to be.
Joining me now, Nomiki Konst, who's host of The Filter on Sirius XM and a surrogate for New Yorkers Against Gun Violence, and Lars Larson, who's a nationally syndicated radio talk show host and Second Amendment supporter. Good to see you both.
Nice to see you.
I mean, the whole thing is so disheartening, and we always want to figure it out so that we can take control of it, and yet we never figure it out. We never do take control of it, and there's a question about whether we ever can. Lars, I'll start with you.
Well, Megan, my favorite gay rights group in America is the Pink Pistols, because they advocate for gay Americans to arm themselves. And things might have been a bit different last night if this man had not been able to walk into a club crowded with 350 people, if even one or two people in there had been capable of protecting themselves. Florida has very good gun laws. But the very first thing the president does is come out and say, I want to disarm Americans. He wants to make the laws tougher. Well, they're already about as tough as they get, and Americans who've been convicted
but before
of a crime
I bring Nomiki in, how did a guy who had been visited by the FBI, was a known ISIS sympathizer, how did he get a license to purchase a gun or to carry a firearm? And not only that, but to work for a security firm that has major contacts with U.S. government facilities. How?
I'll tell you how, Megan. He hadn't been convicted of a crime. He had a clean criminal record. Your friend and my friend, James Rosen, has been visited by the FBI, too. But I wouldn't take away his Second Amendment rights because the police have talked to him or the FBI has talked to him. If we start saying that everyone who's ever talked to the police or the FBI should have their gun rights taken away, get rid of the Second Amendment.
Exactly.
Rosen was not investigated for terrorism, to clear his good name. But Nomiki, you know, still, notwithstanding the fact that perhaps this particular man should not have gotten guns, you know what the response is, which is the terrorists, they're going to find ways to kill us with or without the guns.
Sure. I mean, that's always the response. But the reality is this is something that has been proposed by both the right and the left. Representative Pete King, who was on earlier today, was the person who proposed after 9/11 that we close out this terrorist loophole. It is a loophole that exists. It is why over 2,000 people on the terrorist watch list by the FBI have been able to get guns. 91%.
But that's the no-fly list, which actually you can get put on inadvertently in many cases. It happened to Steve Hayes.
But hang on a second. But 91% have been able to purchase guns, and that's okay. It's good to have those measures. It's good to be able to double-check this stuff. And furthermore, 79% of Americans, NRA members, gun holders, believe that we should close this loophole. And Pete King himself, the representative himself, has said, as a Republican, that the NRA is the one group that has stood in the way of this bill.
What about that, Lars? What about if we said, you know, because we're always figuring out the balance between security and our rights. What if we said we're going to make it you get put on the terrorist watch list, or it's called the no-fly list, really, it's not terrorist, but you get investigated by the FBI twice and have suspected ties to ISIS, you are going to have to jump through a few more hoops.
Right.
No, Megan, here's the problem. You're the lawyer. Think about this. You can be put on the terrorist watch list, the no-fly list, with no opportunity for appeal, which is guaranteed by the Constitution, and you can't get off of it. There are members of Congress who have been put on that list. So you're really going to sit there as a person
trade those people in for the terrorists? I mean, the question here is, if you are going
to... Let him respond to that. Let him respond. Go ahead, Lars.
I mean,
Well, here's the problem. You can be put on the list. You have no right of appeal. You may not even know you're on the list, so you try to take a
But
flight.
wouldn't you find out when you apply
away...
for your gun and they said you can't, and then you'd go through a due process to see whether you were placed there appropriately?
But, Megan, there is no due process for the no-fly list. Talk to the members of Congress who've been put on it and found out there's no way to get off.
But why don't we just say, okay, well, then that's that, and allow people like this guy to go through the system and get guns? I mean, it's not the fault of the gun, but this guy, I mean, Lawrence, do you think this guy should have had access to guns?
No, in hindsight, of course not. But if you're going to tighten it up that much, you're effectively saying any American is going to have their gun rights taken away.
That's not true. That's a slippery slope
Nikki, you got
argument.
20 seconds for your response. Go ahead,
Larson, that's a slippery slope argument. We have to come together and compromise on one thing. Florida has one of the loosest gun laws in the nation. I mean, they have an F rating for gun laws. 91% of Americans want to close out these loopholes. Come on. They want background checks
Gotta
expanded.
leave it at that. Up next after the break, the gunman's father just spoke to reporters.
I'm getting dark chocolate and a hint of butterscotch. How about you?
I taste...
It's good.
Defiance is in our bones. Our citrical bones easily absorb calcium plus vitamin D. Defy bone aging with Citrical Maximum, our highest level of calcium plus D.
At BMW, we've always celebrated drive. The drive of visionaries and game changers. The drive to make the world a better place. This summer, with your support, we'll contribute up to $1.5 million to Team USA and charitable organizations in your community. BMW, drive for a cause.
Take a test drive to support Team USA and help raise up to $1.5 million and beyond during BMW Drive for a Cause.
The deadly attack in Orlando. As new questions emerge about this brutal and vicious massacre, Bill breaks down the case and gets answers on The Factor Monday.
Xfinity On Demand is the best place to watch this summer's hottest TV shows. Action. Keep up with hit series. We got a runner. Catch up on the first season of returning favorites.
It's going to be fun working with you.
All this for Jazz is to be a regular girl.
And get ready for brand new series all in one place.
You need to stay out of my way.
It's my business too. I helped build this empire.
Xfinity On Demand, your home for everything entertainment.
They brought this on themselves. Now it's war and I want them dead.
The fleas and ticks?
Their whole gang.
We can do that. Only Brevecto kills fleas and ticks for up to 12 weeks with one tasty chew. Starts killing fleas in 2 hours and kills nearly 100% in under 12. And it's FDA approved.
Brevecto is for dogs 6 months of age or older.
Don't worry, princess. We'll settle the score. Tonight, we ride with Brevecto.
Ask your vet about 12-week protection with Brevecto.
18th century, revitalizing properties of royal jelly on hair are revealed. 19th century, Tio Nacho, a proven shampoo to strengthen hair, is born. 21st century, Tio Nacho is enhanced with royal jelly, creating a unique shampoo that improves volume and strengthens thin, weak hair for a lush, younger look. Now available, Tio Nacho Younger Looking Shampoo. Younger looking hair or your money back. Tio Nacho, the king of royal jelly. Find it at these stores.
The results are in. Xfinity from Comcast delivers America's fastest internet according to 60 million consumer tests run at speedtest.net, so you can do more online in less time. Plus, you'll enjoy reliably fast speeds on all of your devices, even during peak hours when everyone is online at once. Experience the speed of Xfinity Internet. Ask how to get the fastest internet, or get started with a great offer on an Xfinity X1 Triple Play from Comcast. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today.
And if he was alive today, I would ask him one question as a parent. Why did he do this? Why? And I know it is not a religion issue in this matter, and for sure, because I was watching Omar, so maybe he had a personal observation in some way, shape, or form.
He knows it was not a religious issue. That was Sadiq Mateen, father of the gunman behind the Orlando nightclub massacre, speaking to reporters moments ago. suggesting that religion had nothing to do with this. We are also hearing from the shooter's ex-wife. Apparently they have a 3-year-old son as well, about Mateen's motivation and his behavior, and Trace Gallagher has that for us tonight. Trace.
Megan, Omar Mateen's ex-wife is now recounting how she actually had to be rescued by her family. The ex-wife says she met Mateen online 8 years ago and that she was having a difficult time, so she decided to move to Florida to marry him. She says they lived in a condo in Fort Pierce owned by his family, and at the time he owned a handgun and worked as a guard for a juvenile detention center. She says at first he seemed normal. Watch.
In the beginning, he was a normal being that cared about family, loved to joke, loved to have fun. But then a few months after we were married, I saw his instability, and I saw that he was bipolar and he would get mad out of nowhere. That's when I started worrying about my safety, and then after a few months, he started abusing me physically very often and not allowing me to speak to my family, keeping me hostage from them. And I tried to see the good in him even then, but my family was very tuned into what I was going through and decided to visit me and rescue me out of that situation.
After she left, she says Mateen tried to reach out to her, but she never had contact with him again. She also claims he wasn't very religious and gave no signs of having fallen under the sway of radical Islam. As for the Orlando shootings, the ex-wife says she's still processing that, but considers herself very lucky. A friend of Mateen says after they split, he became steadily more religious. Megan.
What a story. Trace, thank you. We'll be right back.
I could get used to this.
Now you can, when you lease the 2016 ES350 for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
You want a real fish sandwich? You know where to find it. Try our new Coastal Cod Sandwich at Long John Silver's. Our panko-breaded Alaskan cod is served up just the way you'd expect a real fish sandwich to be. Because at Long John Silver's, you deserve more.
Why do so many businesses rely on the U.S. Postal Service? Because when they ship with us, their business becomes our business. That's why we make more e-commerce deliveries to homes than anyone else in the country. Here, there, everywhere. The United States Postal Service. Priority you.
Mary buys a little lamb. One of millions of orders on this company's servers, accessible by thousands of suppliers and employees globally. But with cyber threats on the rise, Mary's data could be under attack. With the help of AT&T and security that senses and mitigates cyber threats, their critical data is safer than ever, giving them the agility to be open and secure. Because no one knows and like AT&T.
New bikes aren't selling, guys.
What are you gonna do? How about we pump more into promotions?
Yeah, what else?
What if we hire more sales reps?
Yeah, what else?
What if we digitize the whole supply chain?
So people can customize their bike before they buy it.
That worked better than expected.
I'll dial it back.
Yeah, dial it back. Just a little.
Live business powered by SAP. When you run live, you run simple.
Thank you.
Imagine if the things you bought every day earned you miles to get to the places you really want to go. With the United Mileage Plus Explorer card, you'll get a free checked bag, 2 United Club passes, priority boarding, and 30,000 bonus miles. Everything you need for an unforgettable vacation. The United Mileage Plus Explorer card. Imagine where it'll take you.
The turbocharged dream machine, the Volkswagen Golf GTI, named one of Car and Driver's 10 best 10 years in a row.
50 people lost their lives in Orlando today. Thanks to our brave first responders, many more were saved. The terrorists are still out there, and this country is still free. But we mourn. and we remember. Thanks for watching. I'm Megan Kelly.
Orlando to command, we have shots fired on scene. OPD is requesting you stay back, don't enter the scene.
Position of cover. All personnel. If I can see your face, you're not in a position of cover.
A night of horror. A gunman opens fire in a packed Orlando nightclub, killing 50 people and wounding dozens more. And as the sun rose, anguished families wait for answers, praying for their loved ones. We have extensive coverage tonight of the nightclub shooting in Orlando. This is Fox 5 News at 10. Good evening to you. I'm Deidre Dukes.
And I'm Russ Spencer. Tonight, at least 50 people are dead. 53 others are being treated for their wounds, some of them reportedly life-threatening. It was the deadliest shooting in U.S. history and the worst terror attack here since 9/11.
It's early this morning, 2 a.m. The Pulse, a gay nightclub, is packed. An armed man approaches carrying several weapons, including an assault rifle. Outside, he exchanges gunfire with a uniformed police officer. And then inside the club, he opens fire.
The gunshots, it sounded like it was part of the mix for the DJ, and just after a couple days, people just started to run and scream.
Some managed to escape.
I ran. I just was trying to get out of there as soon as possible. I just didn't look back, just ran to get out of there. That was my first instinct, to just get somewhere safe.
Police from several agencies, including a SWAT team, respond. Terrified survivors are trapped inside for hours. And the standoff ends when the suspect, 29-year-old Omar Mateen, is killed by police.
My shirt's soaked between sweat and blood. All this is it's devastating.
Now, here's what we know so far about that suspect, 29-year-old Omar Mateen. The FBI says he was an American citizen born in New York. He later moved to Florida, where he worked as a security guard in West Palm Beach. The FBI also says he purchased 2 firearms legally within the last week. His ex-wife told the Washington Post that his family was originally from Afghanistan and that he regularly beat her when they were married.
So the big question tonight, why? The FBI says it's investigating the shooting as an act of terror, but right now there appear to be no clear answers.
He was a cool, calm, collected, never really was an aggressive, mean, crazy person.
People who knew Omar Mateen expressed surprise today over his actions.
He used to hang out and stuff, and he would never really, like I said, never shoot anybody or kill anybody. That's crazy.
But there are indications Mateen did have a darker side.
I asked the FBI if there was any connection to Islamic radicalism. There appears to be, but they are naturally cautious and waiting throughout to see if the facts emerge.
This afternoon, investigators were searching the home of the gunman's father. Sadiq Mateen said his son got angry when he saw 2 men kissing in Miami a few months ago. The FBI says it investigated Mateen twice. First in 2013, after he reportedly made inflammatory comments to co-workers, and again in 2014, after authorities discovered he had ties to an American suicide bomber. Ultimately, they determined he did not pose a threat at the time.
Those interviews turned out to be inconclusive, so there was nothing to keep the investigation going forward.
Now, Mateen's ex-wife told the Washington Post her husband was not religious.
And local and national Muslim leaders clearly and forcefully denounced the attack.
One of the officers, as we heard, was injured, and that's a risk they take every day to protect us. No one could have predicted this. No one could have prepared for it. This could have happened anywhere. It's like a lightning.
This is a hate crime. Plain and simple. We condemn it in the strongest possible terms. It violates our principles as Americans and as Muslims.
There has been an enormous outpouring of grief and disbelief in Orlando and across the nation.
And people everywhere with no connection to the victims are trying to help.
It's very sad and it's heartbreaking, and this is something the community is going to deal with for a very, very long time, unfortunately.
As they awoke to news of the tragedy, residents of the Orlando area responded.
We saw it and we came out here, and it's great to see this outpouring in the community, everybody volunteering out here. It's really heartwarming in the wake of this incident.
Hundreds rushed to local blood donation centers.
I have my 5-year-old daughter here, but I have to bring her to show that we have to stay together as a sense of community and to make sure that she sees how important that we all contribute and donate today, how important it is.
It's amazing all the other people that can or won't wait in line are showing up with food and drinks, and it's just, it's horrible that a tragedy like this happens, but it's heartwarming to see all the support of the community.
Yes, but the horror is too much for most people to comprehend.
I was just shocked that it could happen here in Orlando. I mean, you hear about these kind of tragedies, but it hits you different when it's actually in your backyard. So
Pulse is a place where people can go, meet their friends, be themselves, have fun, enjoy a night out, and just be themselves and have a good time. This is unfathomable that something like this could actually happen.
We will have more from Orlando coming up in a live report in just a few minutes. But Atlanta area residents are also doing their part.
Yes, they are. Representative of the Live South Community Blood Centers say Orlando area blood centers asked for help, and donors moved by the tragedy, well, they answered the call.
I came because I was feeling sad and sort of helpless about the whole situation, and I thought I'd come and do what I could to help. I've been wanting to give blood for a while now, and what better reason?
Well, hundreds of people have gathered in Midtown Atlanta to remember the victims in Orlando.
And Fox 5's Claire Sims is live in Midtown, where people stand in solidarity with the LGBT community. Claire?
Yeah, Russ, we're live right in the middle of 10th Street. You can see there are people absolutely everywhere. The Atlanta Police Department has shut down the street because of just how many people showed up for tonight's vigil. That vigil actually ended about an hour or so ago, but these people show no signs of wanting to leave. With candles in hand and rainbow flags flying, hundreds of people meet in Midtown to show their support for those impacted by the nightclub shooting in Orlando.
What happened last night affects all of our safety. It shows us that places that we go to have fun and to live and to laugh are places that we can still be killed, and we have a long way to go.
This vigil outside 10, a restaurant located on the corner of 10th and Piedmont, largely known as the center of Atlanta's lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. A community that, in gathering, wants to show that violence will not bring them down, but will instead bring them together, stronger than before.
We deserve equal rights. We are equal citizens, and there's no need for terrorist acts just because we're a little different.
Despite their resolve, the pain is still present, and the healing will not come easy.
Of course, this is not the first time that violence has happened in a nightclub or a bar or a bookstore, but to know that the largest mass shooting in U.S. history happened last night in a place that my friends go to just be together is devastating. And I don't know that me or my friends for a while will be able to step foot in what used to be a safe haven without thinking of the danger that could happen.
Fox 5's Claire Sims reporting from Midtown tonight. Now, families seeking information about loved ones who might have been victims of the shooting can call two numbers, 407-246-4357, again, 407-246-4357, or 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-225-5325.
A moment of silence for the victims of Orlando as many attended the Gay Pride Parade in Southern California today. Members of the gay community in West Hollywood gathered to remember the victims of the nightclub shootings. The shooter shot and killed by police after a 3-hour hostage standoff. Now, hours later in Santa Monica, an Indiana man was arrested after several weapons, including assault rifles and explosives, were found in his car. He told authorities that he was going to the Gay Pride Parade. Well, our coverage of this tragedy will continue. We'll go live to Orlando in just a few minutes.
And you can count on Fox 5 for the latest developments in this story around the clock, on the air and on our website, fox5atlanta.com.
Another beautiful day here in the metro this Sunday, but boy, was it hot out there.
Hot pretty well sums it up. And Jeff Hill's in the Fox 5 Storm Center with details for us. There are a few isolated storms out there, kind of a relief for those who enjoyed them.
I'm sure where they came through probably gave some nice cool air and some much needed rainfall. In some instances, some of those thunderstorms were on the strong side, and I think tomorrow, if we do see any, there could be a few that pop up that could be strong, maybe some high winds and a little bit of hail coming out of them, but hopefully you get some much needed rainfall. And as Russ was saying, some nice cool air coming out of the base of those thunderstorms. Let's take a look at what's happening out there right now. We have none of that moving through our area, but quite a bit of it down to the south and out to the west. So you go all the way down to the Gulf Coast, starting over in parts of the panhandle of Florida, over into Alabama and Mississippi, over into Louisiana, and then stretching all the way back into Texas. That's where we find the thunderstorms, but nothing coming our way. Everything that was developing today was moving from the northwest down to the southeast. So they were all kind of originating up in the North Georgia mountains and then just kind of gliding right through parts of metro Atlanta. And I think if we do see any tomorrow, the airflow is going to be coming from the same direction, so the same thing could happen. A few of those develop along the ridge tops and then get carried by the upper level wind flow a little bit closer to Atlanta. But there you go. There's the radar up close, and as it sweeps around, you can kind of see for yourself. We have nothing out there right now. In fact, most of us seeing clear skies tonight. Current temperature outside right now at the airport is still 83 degrees. Dew points at 68, humidity 60%. We have a west wind at 5. Second straight day in a row we've been up to 96 degrees. Yesterday we tied the record. Today we didn't break it. The record high today was 99, but we got pretty close. Low this morning got down to 74. There's a look at some of the other temperatures. Not much different all across the northern part of the state. A little bit cooler up to the north. 72 in Blue Ridge, 75 in Clayton, Athens. You're about the same as we have here in Atlanta, sitting at 80. 81 degrees in Edenton, 82 in Thomaston, 85 right now in LaGrange. So as we head through the overnight hours, we're only going to drop down to maybe 73, 74 degrees for tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow afternoon. Those high temperatures climbing right back into the mid-90s. So it's going to be another scorching day on Monday. Hopefully a little bit of rainfall will help to cool things off later in the week. But the forecast for tomorrow morning, look for partly cloudy skies, warm and humid. Sunrise at 6:27. We'll have that complete forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes. Russ, Deidre?
Sounds good. Thank you, Jeff. When we come back, the family of an Atlanta man talks about the incident that left him dead and led to a 4-hour standoff with a SWAT team.
And next tonight, we'll have a live report from Orlando as the city mourns in the wake of tragedy.
We are hearing from the family tonight of a victim police say was shot and killed before a 4-hour standoff. The incident happened Saturday night in southwest Atlanta, forcing a SWAT team and officers to secure a perimeter in a neighborhood. As Fox 5's Marissa Mitchell reports, the family says the victim knew the suspect.
Our son, our grandson, our nephew, our brother, and much more than that.
Relatives of 34-year-old Rodney Benton can't believe he's gone.
He loved life, he loved fun, he liked nature. He was just a happy-go-lucky guy.
All reasons why his grandmother, Betty Gamble, finds it especially hard to accept how he died. Police say Nathaniel Mathis got into an argument with Benton before shooting and killing him. Gamble and other relatives tell Fox 5 Mathis is related to Benton's girlfriend.
We really still don't know all the details.
The incident didn't end with the shooting Saturday on Polar Rock Road in southwest Atlanta. Police believed Mathis barricaded himself inside a house after the gunfire. Officers blocked off streets, secured a perimeter. They say they arrested Mathis some 4 hours later without incident. But for this family, the tragedy and the shock are just beginning.
We miss him so much already. We won't allow bitterness to come into our lives. We have not lived like that, and we don't intend to start.
If you would like to help the victim's family with funeral expenses, just click on this story on fox5atlanta.com. In Southwest Atlanta, Marissa Mitchell, Fox 5 News.
The family of a man who was shot and left to die on Atlanta's downtown connector is pleading for the shooter to come forward tonight. It happened at the peak of rush hour on Friday. Police say an argument led to the gunfire that killed 20-year-old Homar Thurkeld. Detectives say two groups of men were arguing on Sylvan Road before the shooting. Police are looking for the people who left Thurkeld on the interstate and the shooter's getaway car, which has been described as red. Well, it's a special burial site being dedicated to children who lost their lives in violent encounters. Holy Innocents Episcopal Church held a special blessing service this morning. Today's event marked the beginning of the burials of children who die in violence in Georgia. The church says it has always focused on the needs of children.
Updating our top story now, at least 50 people are dead after an early morning rampage inside a gay nightclub in Florida. Another 53 are wounded.
All of this after 29-year-old Omar Mateen stormed the club with an assault rifle and a handgun and started shooting. Fox's Mark Wilson joins us live tonight from Orlando. And Mark, what can you tell us about where the investigation stands right now?
Russ and Deidre, good evening and welcome. The scene here has been an emotional one all day, and it's really difficult to put a day like this into words. We want to show you a little bit of the scene here behind me. I am at Orange Avenue, and this is Grant Street. And if you see the Tire Kingdom sign right over my shoulder, right next to that would be the Pulse nightclub, where it remains a very active scene. We can tell you they have begun, first responders, the grim process of removing some of the bodies. Again, our death toll remains at 50 with about 53 hurt. And it's been an incredibly difficult scene here. Just imagine first responders and authorities having to bring in air conditioners, portable ice trucks as well, just to deal with that sort of a scene. But amongst all of this, one thing's clear today. The people of Orlando and much of Central Florida, they may be broken tonight, but they are not defeated. A number of people coming out to show their support. In fact, this one woman I met just a few moments ago, her name is Annette Gonzalez. And not only was her nephew in the Pulse Club last night and left at 1:50, 10 minutes before the gunfire started, they still have another dear friend who's missing and believed to be still inside. Listen.
I can't even talk, I'm speechless a little bit, excuse me, but it's very painful. Orlando is really a nice area. I moved back here in April to make my daughter and us have a better life, and this is something big and scary. Can't even walk out our door. And you know what's going to happen next. And we're just trying to see. We want answers. We're angry. We want to know why this happened.
And one of the many questions swirling around tonight, how did the FBI know about Omar Mateen? But still, 2 years later, after he was investigated, was he able to obtain his weapons legally? I asked Senator Bill Nelson that very question today, and he said, quite frankly, the FBI didn't have enough concrete evidence on him. And they said when you're dealing with someone who at this point was a bit of a lone wolf, and by in that he means wasn't directly communicating with somebody actively at the time, he says it's just difficult and those things can happen. Russ and Deidre, back to you guys.
And Mark, while investigators try to determine exactly how such a horrific event could have happened, it really has been heartwarming to see the overwhelming response from members of the Orlando community, giving blood, just doing anything they can during this difficult time.
It's been really amazing. We've been out here all day, and one of the most inspiring things we've seen, aside from the fact that I think when we did our first live shot, we were on the air around 5 o'clock this afternoon. By 5 o'clock this afternoon, all of the local blood banks had already reached their capacity, so that was great to hear. But at the same time, here at the scene with a lot of the first responders, stranger after stranger after stranger, and we can show you stranger after stranger coming up to the scene. We had one woman who came up and she brought up 2 whole bags of Big Macs just for the first responders, brought them a lot of water. It was 90 70+ degrees here all day today. So a lot of people not only thinking about the victims, but the first responders as well, who have had nearly as difficult a time.
Yeah, a lot of generosity and love in response to the evil. Mark, we were warned by law enforcement earlier to expect the death toll to rise, and it hasn't so far today. Should we take that as good news, or do you think they just haven't gotten around to telling us what's happening?
Well, it's difficult to say. It looks like the way that the death toll really unfolded this afternoon was the earliest count was a guess. That's where we all had that 20 number. But once authorities were able to go in and really take a good look at the scene, that's where they had the 50 that they counted at the scene. Now, you've got another 53 who were hurt they are still right now being treated at Orlando Regional Medical Center, which you can actually see the top of the building here behind me. The deal with them is we understand some of them are critical. But again, we'll take that as good news because we heard all the afternoon that the death toll could rise. The good news is, as of this point at 10:30 tonight, that we don't have any more fatalities, and Orlando's finest doing everything they can to keep those folks alive.
And that is a blessing indeed. Thank you, Mark Wilson, reporting live from Orlando tonight. Well, still ahead on Fox 5 News at 10, a warning you don't want to miss about work-at-home offers. And Jeff's back with your forecast.
I don't know if Deidre's a meteorologist, but you knocked it right on the nail on the head. Hot!
Hot. That's it. We're done.
Deidre just cuts right to the chase.
That's it.
You know, there's no messing around with that. It's going to be hot again tomorrow, too. We could be right back close to 96 degrees like we were today and like we were yesterday. Finally, we'll get a little break in the heat, though, as we get toward the middle part of this upcoming week. Let's take a look at what's going on out there right now. Code orange smog alert again tomorrow. You combine all that sunshine with all that heat, and the air just gets unhealthy. And that's going to be the case again tomorrow. It's been that way for quite some time. Avoid any prolonged outdoor activities 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock in the evening. If you suffer from respiratory ailments, that's when the air usually gets its worst. Here's a look at the radar and cloud composite. The showers and thunderstorms that formed today coming up out of the northwest and pushing down to the south and east should be about the same tomorrow. If we do see some develop, more than likely developing in the North Georgia mountains and then pushing south as you get down toward Atlanta. Widen things out. Really don't have any major storm system coming our way. And really, it's not even going to be major, but until the end of the week, when we'll find an upper level disturbance kind of spinning down actually from the north to the south. It's going to be a real weird pattern as we get toward the end of the week, and really not crystal clear as whether by the end of the week and into the weekend we start to clear out or not. But right now it looks like next weekend should be dry, but rain chances beginning on Tuesday right through Friday. High pressure down to the south, keeping us for the most part dry today, for the most part dry tomorrow. But again, we may see a few isolated showers or thunder showers developing primarily to the north and moving down to the south. We get into Tuesday, it looks like the door to the Gulf of Mexico kind of opens up, more humidity, more widespread showers and thunderstorms, and then that'll be the case again on Wednesday. Quite a few showers and thunderstorms developing all across North Georgia, and those will be moving primarily from the southwest up to the north and east. High temperature today 96, low this morning was 74. It was a warm day all the way around, 8 degrees above normal, 6:27 the sunrise tomorrow morning, and we only missed the record high by 3 degrees today. Of course, yesterday we tied it at 96, and no rainfall today officially out at the airport. A little bit below normal for the month, for the year, almost 1.74 below where we should be. Current temperature outside right now is still 83, dew points at 68. We're 2 degrees though cooler this evening than we were last night. West wind coming in at 5 miles an hour. And there's a look at temperatures all around the region. 79 for you in Noonan, 80 in Loganville. A little cooler, 75 up in Clayton, 80 in Athens, 81 degrees in Edenton, 82 over in LaGrange, 78 degrees in Carrollton, 77 in Peachtree City, 79 in Dawsonville. So the overnight low temperatures tonight, as they've been, very warm, 73, 70 up in Alpharetta, 65, a little bit better up in Blairsville, 71 in Athens, 72 in Griffin. And then tomorrow, another hot day. We're going to go about 94, but hey, could get back to 96, 95 in Canton, 97 degrees over in Madison. If you live down toward Barnesville, you could see high temperatures approaching 98. For tonight, look for fair skies, warm temperatures. Overnight lows anywhere from the upper 60s to low to mid 70s. And then for tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid. High temperature right around 94, may go higher than that, may be close to 96 again. And just a slight chance of one of those late day showers or thunderstorms popping up. High of 91 on Tuesday. That's in response to more cloud cover, greater number of showers and thunderstorms, and then we start getting back into the 80s by Wednesday with a very good chance of showers and thunderstorms, near 90 for Thursday and Friday. But look at next weekend. If everything works out the way it looks right now, it's going to be a fantastic weekend. Big drop in temperatures, big drop in humidity, lots of sunshine, just perfect for Father's Day.
Great gift for all the dads out there. Thank you, Jeff. Well, in this week's Wednesday's Child, we introduce you to a shy but smart little boy who has been in the foster care system far too long. Caleb, who is now 9 years old, has not had a family since he was 3. Fox 5's Karen Graham brings us his story.
Caleb is not much of a talker. He's more of an observer, a very quiet, introspective little boy. During his trip to Stone Mountain, he just looked around and took it all in. But when it came to talking about what he wants in a family, Caleb had a lot to say.
Hi everybody, welcome to Stone Mountain Skylift. My name is Brandon and we'll be your conductor today here.
Caleb is the type of child who is fascinated by seeing and learning new things. So when he finally reached the top of Stone Mountain,
wow,
he was blown away.
I see a green dome. I saw a water tower over there.
Caleb loves math and science and is not afraid to show off his vast knowledge.
I think there's water in the mountain or somewhere close to it, so they get the nutrients from the rocks.
This bright 4th grader even has his own metal detector.
You hold it, there's a little screw thingy type thing, and then you twist it and it'll say hi, and then you wave it around. If you find something, it'll make a beeping noise.
Caleb has been in foster care since he was 3 years old.
It's okay. I just don't like moving around in different houses.
He says the last move was the toughest.
because we had a really nice family and we had to leave.
At 9 years old, Caleb already knows what he wants in a family, preferably one with pets, specifically a frog or lizard, and he would like to have a brother.
Because I'll have someone to play with when I'm at home, like play games with them, like board games.
And he most certainly knows what it means to be adopted.
It's where you get to stay with the family forever, and it's like where you get like put in a home forever. I really want to do it. I want to really get adopted.
For more information on adoption, call the Wednesday's Chow hotline at 1-877-210-KIDS, or you can visit our website, fox5atlanta.com.
Updating our top story now. 50 people shot and killed inside a Florida nightclub early this morning.
Another 53 people were wounded. As Fox's Brian Yanis reports now, the horrific event is the deadliest shooting incident in U.S. history.
A gunman wielding an assault rifle and handgun opened fire inside the Pulse Orlando, a gay nightclub, early Sunday morning. Dozens of people are dead, at least 53 others injured.
My shirt's soaked between sweat and blood. All this is just, it's devastating.
the gunman, identified as 29-year-old Omar Mateen, exchanged gunfire with a uniformed police officer around 2 a.m. From there, Mateen entered the venue and began shooting. Multiple agencies and a SWAT team responded. It quickly turned into a hostage situation. After exchanging gunfire with police, Mateen was shot dead by an officer.
The gunshots, it sounded like it was part of the mix for the DJ, and just after a couple days, people just started to run and scream.
Federal authorities now looking into whether the attack was an act of domestic or international terror.
It's sickening. It should make every American angry.
Before Sunday, the deadliest shootings in U.S. history were at Virginia Tech in 2007 and Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. President Obama ordering American flags to be lowered to half staff.
Attacks on any American, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, is an attack on all of us. No act of hate or terror will ever change who we are.
If you think that you're going to stab at the heart of us by doing this horrible, violent act, you're not.
June is Gay Pride Month across the nation, and Orlando had recently wrapped up its annual week-long Gay Days festival. Law enforcement officials are increasing security for LGBT and Pride events across the country following the Florida massacre. Brian Yennis, Fox News.
A 61-year-old Florida woman was killed Saturday when she was run over by a dump truck. Police say Judy Grossman was participating in the bike ride across Georgia yesterday. The front wheel of her bike fell into a gap into the concrete, and she was thrown into the path of that truck. A very lucky pilot was able to walk away after his small plane crashed Saturday in Oklahoma. Officials say he'd just taken off when the plane developed mechanical problems. The pilot brought the plane down, just barely missing the tops of trees before smashing nose first into a field.
Still ahead, this might be the most dramatic way to win a baseball game. Cody will show you what happened next in Fox 5 Sports.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tough day, and NASCAR taking a moment of silence before today's race at Michigan to remember those down in Orlando. We will go to the track now. Lap 54 and Kyle Busch's number 18 car up in flames. His day would be done pretty early on. Restart here now with 85 laps to go, and after leading most of the laps Monday at Pocono, Chase Elliott back out in front again today. Passing Joey Logano. Chase and Logano, they'd battle all the way down to the final restart scene here. 8 to go. Logano was in first, and he stayed in first. He'd end up getting away from Chase and from the field. Logano goes on to win his first checkered flag of the year, and it's another career best for Chase Elliott, but he wasn't happy with it.
I just did something dumb. You can't do dumb stuff and win these races, so completely my fault. Guys gave me a fantastic car today. This whole Napa group has been working so hard these past few weeks, and that one was on me. Like I said, you can't do dumb stuff to win these things, and I did today.
He's so tough on himself. Bill Murray was back at Turner Field again today, watching his beloved Cubs. Unfortunately for the Braves, it was like Groundhog Day on the field. John Lester getting the start for Chicago, 5th inning. Watch this play here. Lester going to get Eric Ibar swinging. He falls down. They call it a strikeout. Brian Snicker comes out and says, hey, you might want to look at that again. They couldn't review it, but looks like Ibar did foul tip it there. Shouldn't have been a strikeout. Bad break for the Braves there in the 5th. and the 6th, well, more strikeouts. These ones for real. Freddie Freeman goes down. Next batter, Jeff Francoeur looking. Lester, 7 strikeouts, allowed just 1 unearned run in 7 innings. In the 7th, with the Cubs already up 4-1, 2 on for Anthony Rizzo, brings home Jason Hayward, makes it 5-1 Cubs. Next batter, Ben Zobrist. He would double. Another run comes in. Cubs go on to win 13-2. The Braves blown out for the 2nd time in just 2 days. Our Justin Felder has more from Turner Field.
Well, they added